The future of Tigers baseball starts here. Every All-Star, every Gold Glover, every ace, and every franchise cornerstone begins the same way with their name called on MLB Draft Day. Welcome to the 7th annual Tigers Minor League Report MLB Draft Show. For the next several hours, we'll follow every Detroit Tigers selection, break down each prospect, discuss how they fit into the organization's long-term vision, and hear from guests across the baseball world. The next generation of Tigers is about to take shape, and we're here to cover every pick, every story, and every moment. The future of Tigers baseball starts now.
All right. Well, welcome to the 7th annual MLB Draft Show presented by, we don't need sponsors, but if you want to sponsor us, by all means, go for it, because that'd be cool. I mean, it'd be cool to have a sponsor, local, national, whatever the case is. I'm Rahel Castillo, alongside Ms. Chris Brown. We'll be having various guests throughout the day. We'll be here for all 4 rounds today. So if you have stuff to do, we'll be here. I'm sure of it. We'll probably take breaks in between, what have you, but we're going to be here for all 4 rounds. The Tigers are not drafting in the 3rd round, of course, but it's not going to stop us from talking baseball the entire time. Mitchell's going to be joining us, too. Good to see you in the chat as well.
Hi, Mitch.
So we're going to be – Mitch, of course, works with Prospects Live. Scott Bentley is going to be here. He's going to be with us pretty much the whole time. Charles, thank you so much, man.
Good Lord.
Thank you. Honestly, that means a lot, man. Really. Blue Chew Gold sponsors everything.
Well, I have it. Is Blue Chew Gold a thing now?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah.
Obviously familiar with Blue Chew from the old Lockdown Tigers days, but that's funny. I think this is probably, it's not the first time we've done this kind of remotely, but it's the first in a few years. And in the past, Raj has come out here to my house as kind of Tigers Minor League Report West to do it, and he brought all his equipment and stuff like that. But for multiple reasons, that didn't make sense this year. But we should still, it doesn't change much of anything, really. We still talk to each other. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a fun draft in a way that I don't recall in the last few years, partially because the Tigers are picking in the 20s, right? They picked in the 20s last year, too. But this is a really wide open draft after like the top 4 or 5 picks. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, so MB. So for those who are not familiar with the way it's going to work today, from now until 2:30, NBC and Peacock will be airing the preview show in picks 1 through 10, and then from 2:30 to 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, picks 11 through 40 will ship to MLB Network, MLB.com, MLB TV, and MLB Plus. And then from 4:30 to 7:45, the rest of the day, day 1 picks 141 through 135 will continue on those same platforms. So I don't know why it's on Peacock. Again, maybe it's just to please the Peacock gods. I'm not, or NBC gods, I'm not sure. But it is on. I have it on the background over here. Chris has had it on too. So we could talk a lot of Tigers because Tigers are doing very good things. So plenty to talk about there in that realm. And yeah, we'll be breaking down players as they're drafted too. There'll be a little bit of some graphics going on as well. But yeah, it's Tigers after a ass kicking of the Phillies last night, 10-2. Everybody's in a really relatively good mood. Baseball fever is back. There was a good crowd on hand yesterday at American Park, over 30,000, and the weather looks like it's going to be holding up today. I thought it did rain a little bit last night. But if those who are not familiar with, how the draft order is going to be, we have it scrolling there on the bottom for you. But yeah, the Tigers are, in terms of just sitting pretty right now, they are right now 4.5 back of the AL Central. But most importantly, in terms of the wild card race, they are sitting 2.5 back of the Mariners, Guardians, and Yankees. So the Twins somehow, through acts of mysterious voodoo, are also 1 game back right now. But the Tigers had the second best run differential in the American League behind the New York Yankees.
That's wild, right? Like,
Yeah.
you look at their expected wins and losses, and they're supposed to be 6 games above 500, and they are, 6 games under 500, or are they 7?
Tigers are 6 games under 500 right now.
Boy, that's wild. Not that long ago, they were 15 games under 500. So, yeah, playing some of the best baseball in the sport right now, which is a lot of fun. Really, everybody seems to be coming through. Great story with Eduardo Valencia. A lot of this, everything's coming up Millhouse right now. It would be nice to get, it's obviously crazy to expect you to go 6-0 on a homestand, particularly when I think they've got Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler coming up. But you get one of these 2 games, you go 5-1 on the homestand after a 5-1 road trip, and I think that's about all you could ask for. And it puts you in a position to, if you can sprint out of the All-Star break and look like you're actually making a run, they probably won't sell at the deadline, which is hard to believe given what we saw, a month ago. It would be kind of funny if the Twins end up selling, even though they're competing, but they sell. Joe Ryan has been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year, and they could theoretically sell him, and I think he's got multiple years of control left. I think. Yeah. Maybe not.
I believe it does, yeah.
So, but yeah, we've talked about a bunch. The Tigers could theoretically sell and buy if they do it smartly, but it doesn't seem to be Scott Harris's MO. We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, and also it's interesting, too, with the Twins that their owner just recently said they're not spending enough. They're not, what their current payroll is not enough to be competitive. So they are looking to spend, and this is a franchise who at one point was almost wiped out of existence. This was what, 10, 15 years ago. They were talking about getting rid of the Twins altogether, but they are trying to spend more money, even though they've been dumping payroll the last 2 seasons. And the Twins have a good group of players too. So that'll be interesting to see what they end up doing, because if they can get some stuff for Joe Ryan, some more pitching depth. They did trade for Watsugo, who was down in Toledo, who's doing really well, and he had that upward clause, so he had to be added on to a 40-man roster. Is that right, Chris?
Has he been up to the big leagues yet?
I think he was supposed to report on Tuesday. So
let's see.
Yeah, double check that real quick there.
Yeah, he's been to the bigs. How did he do? Let's see.
Yeah. So it's Matt Sillinger, but Matt Sillinger has not done well. So
1 inning, 1 strikeout, no walks. He also gave up a run.
There you go.
Let's see. What was it? 4 batters. He gave up a home run and 1 strikeout. So there you go.
Yeah. And but as far as the White Sox are concerned, they're first on the board. It looks like they're about to pick, I believe.
It sounds like it's going to be Chalosky, which is not a huge shock. I think this is considered kind of like a top 3, right? And Chalosky was basically number 1 from the beginning of the year until now. I think I would take Grady Emerson personally, but I think he's a better hitter than Chalosky. Yeah, but Chalosky has 3-year track record of production at UCLA, so that means something, and it may come down to the bonus pool, right? Sounds like the White Sox. It wouldn't shock me if I think the White Sox have $20 million now. It wouldn't shock me if Emerson gets more money than Chalosky with the second pick.
There we go.
So it's beginning finally, yeah.
By the way, Rob Manfield getting booed. I just heard the booze all the way from here. So
as a tradition.
It seems to be a fitting tradition to me, at least to a certain extent.
Yeah. A lot of reasons to boo Rob Manfred.
Yeah, including the current state of trying to the collective bargaining agreement thing going on right now.
That's a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, a whole lot of nonsense.
But
let's see here. As far as what the oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, no, Stan asked the question. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, go. So Stan's question is, do the Tigers have any chance of having talented players who are demanding too much money from teams for a lower draft pick fall into their hands? I think so.
I think there will absolutely be several players like that whether the Tigers are equipped to then take advantage of it is a question mark. They have one of the smaller bonus pools in this draft. I think they have 9.2 million. They have the pool math here. 9,165,1. With the 5% overage, it's a little more than 9.6 million. You could go up to, I think their slot for the 22nd pick is 4,000,000, 82,000. They could go up to 5 million. I don't know if there's a player, like if they're absolutely crazy about a player, they could do that. But it sounds like there might be a chance that Jacob Lombard doesn't get picked, which is, he came into this draft and the year as like a top 5 player, brother of George Lombard Jr. and of course son of Tigers bench coach George Lombard. Crazy tools, insane tools, but severe questions about his hitting ability. And somebody might not want to pay the price there. We'll see.
Okay. I like what Roll out there said here. He said, well, MLB draft goes unnoticed, unlike the NBA or NFL. They have to make it harder streaming through Peacock. That's true. Joining us, by the way, joining us is B. Fost. Let's see if I can put him on. There you go.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm all right. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for coming on. And wanted to get your insights so far on the season that just seems to be defies logic. I mean, we're sitting here a few weeks ago when I was talking about the trade deadline and seemingly aware the Tigers had to do something, and now they can be movers, or not movers, but rather getting buyers at this point. But what's been your impression so far of the season?
Well, I mean, came into the season extremely optimistic. I felt like we had a very strong pitching staff. I felt a little funny about us not adding any bats, but we did add Kevin McGonigal, which he's been everything plus more than we could expect. So for us to have had such bad May. It definitely put me down in the dumps and really questioning that, hey, maybe Scott Harris's magic has run out. It's been a continuation since that bad ending of last year to a slow start this year. And it just felt like we had a big enough sample size that maybe this team just isn't talented enough, and maybe we didn't make enough moves offensively. But it's been really exciting and electric as of late. I was at the game that Valencia had that home run a couple of days ago, and it just the energy was just has been crazy surrounding that, and just everything else that's gone well. And, we've got a couple all-stars on the team, so the talent is there, even though the record hadn't really displayed that. But it's going to be interesting with the Scooble situation about whether or not we make whether you guys talked about us being able to buy and sell at the same time, because I think it still would be negligent to hold on to him, even though he himself has said, I hope that we're buying. It's like, you're leaving in a couple months. Like, how much say, or does your opinion really matter? Which is crazy to say about Derek Scooble, but been a lot going on though.
No, yeah. And by the way, Sando, thank you for the very, very generous donation. We're going to be talking about Valencia here in a second. We'll pick up on there, but I gotta play his favorite drop. That's a classic. I heard
it in the background, but it didn't feel like it was coming down the line.
Oh yeah, no, I had it queued up, and then I didn't put the knob up loud enough. So, by the way, the White Sox did go with
Marshallowski.
Yeah, so that's the first pick by the White Sox. No, and speaking of Valencia, though, so you were at the game, and I was on my way back from softball, and I was turning on Outer Drive, and Dan Dickerson was doing the game, and I was at a stop sign, and then the ball hit just immediate. Was it immediate to you when you were there? I had the radio version, but to you, was it very apparent that was gone, or is it kind of like one of those? Yeah.
I mean, off the bat, it sounded loud, and I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty close, so I got I got the full effect for it, but he hit it to we know that from that straightaway center field, it's hard to hit it out of that. Even though McGonigal, I think the next day it went in the same direction, but it's tough to hit it out to straightaway center field. So you questioned it a little bit, but I mean, anybody that's been paying attention to Eduardo Valencia, I mean, he did this all of last year. I was a major, proponent of pushing him through the system, but he kind of came out of nowhere. So it's exciting to see him make such an impact, right out the gate. He's already got a couple hits so far.
Yeah, and that was one of those things where we were on, like, when he started descending in Erie and we were out there, and then basically everybody was saying how much of an improved hitter he was. Troy Melton, we talked to him a few times, and that was a story, like just the amount of work he put into it, especially, as Chris mentioned this before, COVID cutting out a season of him down in the minor leagues. Yeah, it's been his success story, but just the amount of, like, the cleanup, like just even the beginning of the year, start off slow and then just been hitting on a tear. That's a big thing, especially when they had to move on for Jahmai Jones, which Jahmai Jones, professional guy, really good clubhouse guy, but they needed to do something. And I'm glad that they did it instead of just prolonging it. But as far as like his defensive ability, there's some questions about him at first base. And I remember spring training, he had a rough first base, but catching wise, he's a decent catcher. Scott Bentley joined us from Locked On Tigers. Scott.
What's up, boys?
What's up, man?
Hi.
How y'all doing?
I hear that Manfred mispronounced Rock Chalewski's first name.
Oh, boy.
He had a heck of a time in that little intro joint he was trying to do too. That was what a guy.
Commissioner, yeah.
Yeah,
Can't prepare for a second.
Yeah, look, I'm bad at pronouncing names, but I'm a podcaster, and he's the commissioner of baseball. There's a big difference between that and myself. But his weight loss, so Stan, that was something that we were talking about that before. I mentioned that in the article that when I wrote an article in August of 2025, it was basically that was part of his talking to Gabe Alvarez, former Mudhens manager Gabe Alvarez, and that was something he was working on was his weight loss and swings, and just as far as like fine tuning that helped his hands get through quicker to the zone. But he made a commitment, and the reason why everybody was so happy about it was because the org has been working with him and giving him suggestions, and he's been really just taking all that advice to heart. And that's why the excitement, and Scott, I'm sure you saw this too, just the amount of people were just like just so stoked about it.
Well, I didn't realize, he mentioned after the game that like him and Kerry Carpenter are like really close friends, and
yeah, I
that's
didn't know
a friendship that started at the lower levels of the minor leagues, and those, the like beautiful baseball aspect of those two specifically linking at a young age is so funny because neither of them were like super highly regarded, and both of them kind of came out of nowhere a little bit to varying degrees. Over the last, Carpenter, whatever, 3 or 4 years ago now. But I think there's, for as much criticism as the Tigers like current regime and front office gets, and in all front offices around all of baseball get, grief from their fan base at some point. But I mean, the night and day difference of having any development, like success stories, like, those two, but obviously we're talking about Valencia, like it's not nothing. Like those things matter, and those are things that are happening now that were pipe dreams back in the previous regime, I'd say.
Yeah, and that's I think it has a lot to do with it. In Stan's question about the nutrition program prior to the weight loss, absolutely, and that's the thing. Like in Foster, the thing ultimately, and I'm asking you all three this question. How much has the farm system improved? Because I'm always getting tired of people saying, "Well, it's not about look the farm system is a couple guys, and Harris got lucky with McGonigal, and then people refuse to give Scott Harris some sort of credit behind this. And it's not more than obviously it's more than Scott Harris. It's Brian Darko, it's a bunch of guys. But I'll start with you. What is most important? Like, what is the thing that you've taken away in the last couple of years that is like mind blowing to you about the farm system?
Who, me?
No, I'm sorry, B Foster.
Oh,
yeah, my bad. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I think that we've definitely seen some vast improvements over the time. I think that we can't discount what Avila has done as well, because I think it took a little bit for us to reap the benefits of what Scott Harris has, done, because he's such a proponent of prep guys in high school. So we know the development is a little bit longer, but there was a period of time where we just didn't have those guys coming through the system that really made a high impact. So, even like your Jackson Joes and your Casey Mises and guys like that, we slowly started to see what it can, some of those things come into fruition. Even some of these guys that have been in the system a while, like, Malgeri and Valencia and Gage Workman. I mean, guys that have been around for a little bit, they have been, important in with all the injuries that we've had, keeping us afloat somewhat. Because in like even Hayu Lee is a guy that I think he was in the Lorenzen trade, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, he was 18, 19 when that happened. So we've been able to watch him grow and become, somewhat of a staple on the team, at least this year, while Glaber has been in and out of the lineup. So it's been nice to see. It looks like the baseball, I think Baseball America has us ranked in like the 20s now. So, with McGonigal and some of these other guys graduating, this draft is going to be important for us to see us kind of retool a little bit, because we got some guys that will be graduating soon, including hopefully Max Clark at some point this year.
Yeah, definitely. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a like organizational depth perspective, I think that it's in a much better place now, and I maybe much better is too dramatic. It's certainly better than it was. I mean, we can remember the days of like the Jacob Roberson and like some of these guys that were like, oh, this is a highly regarded prospect, and it's
get pumped,
going to be out of baseball before 30. Like there's I think from a depth perspective, there's a lot more names that you can look at and be like, oh, this might be like a major league caliber player at some point. And then, like obviously in the last few years, you get the high end guys of McGonigal, and hopefully Clark is something like that. We're hoping that Bryce Rayner can, follow along those. So, I think that I think the farm system is better now than it has been in quite some time. I also think that the drop in like rankings from publications is also pretty justified given like the current state of it, right? Like, I mean, especially, if Clark is up in the next 12 months, let's say, I mean, I would imagine the farm system ranking is gonna probably be in that bottom 10 range. And I don't necessarily agree with it. So like, I don't know, I guess maybe like a cop-out answer, but I feel like both things can be true. Like you can agree that the farm system, and again, for me, it's more of just like organizational depth is just much better than it has been, while also understanding that like, with the promotion of Job and McGonigal and like these guys, that like the rankings are going to take a hit, and that's probably also justified.
Yeah, and that's going to happen with the amount of players going back and forth. And Stan, to answer your final question about the Spanish player manual, look at Montero. I mean, the fact that when I asked him a couple of years ago that all of a sudden we would put everything in Spanish would help them understand what they're trying to do game planning, I was like, wait a minute, we didn't do that before under a Cuban general manager in Vila. Like that was wild to me. Like that, I couldn't understand that. As somebody who, I mean, he is Cuban American just like myself. Like that,
you have a complex in the Dominican, brother. What are we talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
like what are we doing?
I couldn't believe it. But Chris, you've been following the system for a really long time, and lately we've been getting some really strange comments out there about the system. But I mean, in terms of depth, yeah.
Well, changing a farm system is like turning around a battleship, right? Like we see it because we pay attention every day, but the results are just starting to filter to the big league level through, well, I guess, Montero, some of the guys who were brought in by the previous regime have come up and improved in the big leagues. We've seen that. But there's been a shift in philosophy at the lower levels. And it's why people kind of joke now that the Tigers are going to take whatever, left-handed hitting shortstop is available to them. And honestly, like, I don't have any problem with the approach that this front office has taken with bats in the draft and in acquisitions. They want players who are up the middle and have field to hit, and that's like everybody they've taken. They've taken 2 corner bats in 3 drafts. The pitching side of the thing is a little bit iffy though, and that's what's kind of fun. We talked about that a lot too. Is like they're going to start producing a lot of hitters at the big league level. It's between, nobody's going to be as good as McGonigal. He's amazing. But we're going to see guys like Brett Callahan and John Peck. We've already seen Jim Jarvis get to the big leagues. Max Clark. They've figured out a way to get guys who could contribute on offense. But the pitching has dried up, partially due to injury. But whatever they're doing is not really working
really
well right
quickly,
now.
Mind you, like really seemingly in like a year, it went from like, oh, it's like pretty deep to like, I mean, completely barren.
Yeah, that's right. People are talking about like, would you trade Job for like a Mason Miller? And I'm like, no. If they had any pitching in the minors, maybe, but like, you're coming into next year possibly and probably without Skubal, Mize, and Flaherty, and so you're going to have some pitching. So that's my main concern for the system right now. But things have improved, I think, dramatically just in general in the organization, and like I said, bringing hitters up to the big leagues. But there's always more work to be done, and no system is perfect at all times.
Yeah, it is interesting as far as like, that's why I was wondering at 22 if the Tigers break rank and go pitching, especially because this is a deep draft with pitching, which we'll talk about here in a second. Because if you look at Double A and Triple A right now, it's really Andrew Sears, Madden maybe, but it's like you're not sure what the heck you're getting with Sawyer Gibson Long right now. There's no upper level depth at all. And watching Sears pitch last weekend in Akron, he still needs to develop a third pitch, because as far as I'm concerned, he's there, but he just needs to get that third pitch consistency. And that's why I think if you look at even like the free agent side of things too, the market's kind of going to be, we don't know what's going to happen with the market because of the potential job strike or potential job stoppage. I don't like to say just that in the first place. But and there is the amount of lack of arms. That's why so the Twins picked Van Lackey out of Georgia Tech.
Von Lackey.
But yeah, so there's not a lot of depth right now in Double A, Triple A, and then you got some arms in High A that are kind of like what happened to Rainer Castillo. Like, he lost velocity. Jaden Ham's disappeared in the backfields, aka like Field of Dream style. It's just disappeared in the cornfield. We don't know where he is. And even then, he was losing velocity too. He was dropping. So, but B. Foster, I'll start with you on this. Right now, who do you want the Tigers? Do you want to go to the Tigers to get a pitcher? Or do you want to draft I know with the NFL, for example, you draft best player available or out of need, but baseball's different. It's always best player. But if you had it your way, if you were the GM, where would you go? Where would you go here? Would you go offense or would you go with pitching?
I would say, we know that it's not one of those things where, we need this right now, so let's draft them, because we know that it's down the road, even if it is a college guy. But yeah, right now, a right-handed bat would be nice, like Renier, Clark, McGonigal, all these lefties. Do we have a top Briseño? Do we have a top-end right-handed bat with a high ceiling? I can't think of any at this current moment, so that would be nice. But like you guys said, the pitching is pretty scarce right now. So yeah, if we could find something ideal that might be ready sometime soon, as far as college, a college guy, that would be nice as well. But what I've been seeing mocked is high school shortstop lefty bats.
Yeah, it's to the point. Yeah, but as Scott said, it's kind of like a walking stereotype, as Chris said too. But I think Tigers are so close to the vest, they might come out and shock anybody. Look, if they end up, like, for me, ultimately, I'd like them to go pitching. Is it going to happen? Probably not. No, more than likely not. Some of the arms in this is a very deep draft when it comes to arms. I think a guy like Mason Edwards out of USC is a guy who I really would like use. His draft stock has been climbing a little bit. I know that the Tigers were talking about, or allegedly, in the Brody Bruma, who's now not going to be drafted, right?
There's still some thought that he might be drafted, but it'll be later, like comp round, and it's tough to tell. We're talking about a 6'9" lefty who's been up to 100, who now has his second UCL injury. So that's a very risky pick. But for a team that maybe has multiple picks and wants to, get that guy into the system and mold him, it would make sense. I don't think the Tigers fit that, but we'll see.
I do like your idea, Chris, of Taylor Rabe out of Ole Miss.
He reminds me. He's got like a Cam Schlittler starter kit to me. It's a 100-mile-an-hour fastball that he throws a ton of strikes with. He's got multiple different shapes with it. He's got some secondary pitches, but they need some work. And he doesn't have a ton of miles on his arm. He's another guy with arm surgery in his past. But I do think we talked about this before. I think in general, you can get pitchers later in the draft, right? Like we used to make the comparison to like NFL running backs, where you can get who's the dude who used to catch and run for the Saints? He's probably still doing that.
Darren Sproles.
No. But yeah, I mean, so they got him later.
Alvin Kamara.
Kamara, yeah, he was like a third or fourth rounder. I think and you see these things go back and forth. The teams are taking running backs in the first round now. Jameer Gibbs is a pretty decent one. But if it's harder to get bats later in the draft, I would say, and generally speaking. So I don't have a problem with them continuing to take a bat near the top, but I wouldn't mind Taylor Rabe and then going prep pitcher, or a couple prep bat, college bat, whatever. They have pick 22, pick 61, and pick 69, which is decent.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because like we're talking about the pitching drying up really quickly, and I mean, there is a world. I'm not saying it's the most likely outcome, but like there is a scenario where you go into next year and Scheffelbein, I can never say his last name, is like healthy, and Paul Wilson is like finally kind of like healthy, and you know what I mean? And you go through and it's like, okay, like here are some young arms that you drafted a couple years ago as preps, and they're now not injured, which they've pretty much exclusively been since getting drafted. And then if you take, I mean, I like Chris's point too. We're talking about where do they go in the first round. They got, 21, 22 picks. There's nothing that says that they don't go with a bat in the first round and then still get their pitching fix, in the subsequent rounds with some college seniors that they can get for cheap. Like it's all relative to each other, I guess. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what the overarching plan is going in. But like it's again, if you get some health on your side, if you get some health luck on your side, there's nothing that says you don't get a couple of decent young arms back, reinserted into your system at the end of this year. I know Wilson just pitched the other day, and next year.
And just look at last year, right? They took 2 high school bats up top, and then it was a gang of pitchers. And you like their third rounder, Ben Jacobs, is probably the best of the bunch. Yeah. And then after that, you can argue that their 7th rounder, Kale Whitwiska, and their 15th rounder, Charlie Christensen, are the best of that group. Like anybody can move up and down, and farm systems go crazy like this. Heading into this year, you could argue that the Braves had no interesting hitting prospects, and now they've had 3 guys absolutely blow up this year to the point where like, wow. And I'm talking about Tate Southacine and was it Eric Hartman and John Gill. So they, like you said, Emily, like Zach Swanson and Paul Wilson and Ethel Scheffelbein could all blow up next year, and suddenly the Tigers have like 3 young top 100 pitching prospects, and it looks like an elite system. It's funny like that. I'm not expecting that. I wouldn't.
Neither am I.
But it's possible. Oh, Demo.
All right, so the Giants pick.
Wow,
Demo, thank you so much, man, for the $50, man. That's really, really awesome. Thank you so much. Let me hold on. Let me do the. I'll go hasty, and then I'll give you this one as well. Need 3 seconds for Framber Montilla. All right, you got it.
I'll help by
for self. Ready? All right, there we go. All right, so 3 seconds there for Framber Montilla. The reason why, by the way, Chris and I are not usually in the same room, but him being sick, so I didn't want to risk anything. So, but yeah, so the Giants, by the way, go with Jackson Flora out of UC Santa Barbara with the 4th overall pick, 6'5", 205, and his value is at $8.99 million with the slot value. So, but yeah, again, the quality of pitching development, Delta Recon compared to when Harris was hired, it's hard to say, but I will say this: it has gotten better because I mean, you look at Montero until they got him speak like a Spanish, like we mentioned earlier, having a Spanish manual. He started developing. Wild. Yeah, so wild. Then he started working on a couple of his secondary pitches. I think when they're healthy, it's fine. I mean, I look at guys like Montero as an example. Sorry, Gibson Long added another pitch when he got here. Ty Madden, they cleaned up his delivery. So there's things that they've done. But what I don't, and this is something we talked about the other day, it is weird that they didn't hire anybody when Gabe Rivas went to Colorado, and they kept the same core. So I was thinking maybe for a change, because the lack of the way they developed their arms on the bottom side. There you go, Chris. Sorry about that. As far as like,
right? No, I understand what you're thinking there, but yeah, no, I was doing a moment of silence in another room.
Okay.
Dude was trying to pay his respects and got booted from his own stream. That's wild.
But that's where, as far as like their pitching development goes, I think there's been, Chris, feel free, and you guys both, if you have any follow up with this, I think they've done a good job of developing a third or fourth command and cleaning up things a little bit. For like example, Madden, where I was mentioning him before he would go over his hands, and Brett Herter, same thing. Herter was a guy who was kind of a diamond in the rough, if you will. The Tigers worked with him, and they gotten better out of him. And I don't know if that old regime would have been able to do that with him. So I use those as examples. Anybody else want to chime in on that question?
No, I mean, agreed. I think that it's just pitching is at a point right now, especially where it's so
volatile.
Yeah, do you really want to risk a first round pick that on an arm that is probably going to have to go under the knife like within the first 1 to 2 years of drafting them, and you don't know how they're going to be after that? Like I understand the hesitation, but obviously it's not something you can completely just like never take high end arms in the draft. I guess I say that there's organizations out there that do that and just develop from within, but you either have to have an incredible developmental system in place, or you got to be more willing to draft them a little bit higher. And I feel like right now it's interesting throughout Harris's regime. I feel like when he first took over, we were more like, oh wow, the pitching development and seems to be like heading in the right direction, like Wilmer Flores and those guys. And while it's, I don't think it's like a train wreck or anything. It's interesting, the ebbs and flows of how perception can change over time.
Chris, what about you?
We talking about the pitching development in the system?
Yeah. Like how's it improved under Sky Harris? What do you think is improved or not?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's tough to say. A lot of the pitching they're using right now in the big leagues is all Avila pitching, right? Joe, Melton, Montero was signed under them. So I think it's interesting that they're changing things, right? It's not just guys who can throw hard with like an iffy breaking ball, which seemed to be the hallmark of the Dombrowski era. These guys are looking for pitchers with odd arm angles and funky shapes and fastballs with ride, and so there's a lot of different things they're into as long as they have an outlier trait. And I like that as in theory. We just haven't seen it bubble up to the big leagues yet. Like, yeah, Jaden Ham had a really funky arm slot, and it looked interesting. And maybe that arm slot is why he's not pitching right now. Sears has a lower lefty arm slot. I like that. Some of these, there's things to like about what they're doing. It's just, I don't know. We talked to Garco and we're asking about injuries, and he said they like to look at injuries in the 3-year span. And it's getting to that point where you're like, all these guys are getting injured. So I don't know if it's the process or it's the player selection or something. But I don't know. I mean, I think you're right that they're working with these guys to make sure that they can throw all their different pitch shapes and throw them all for strikes and that stuff before they move them around. And it's I don't know. There's just a little gap right now between the guys that we're seeing at the big league level and the guys who are in lower minors who are the most interesting in the system. Sounds like that doesn't sound like the Pittsburgh Pirates took Derek Curiel with the 5th pick, which is the first sort of mildly shocking pick of this draft. But we said, like, outside of the top 3, this draft is like wide open.
Yeah.
So they went with the LSU kid who can hit.
It feels like a big one for like the slot value going down and versus what it's actually going to end up being is kind of be a roller coaster of peaks and valleys, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. So B. Foster, in terms of let's make our official predictions right now as the draft order is draft's going by pretty fast. Who do you got? Who do you think the Tigers are going to pick at number 22?
The name I'm seeing is Trevor Condon, which I don't think is any relation to the Rockies. Charlie?
Yeah, they're not related, but they're both from Georgia, which is kind of funny.
Right, and they both. Where did Charlie go? Georgia or Tennessee?
Georgia.
He went to Georgia. Yeah.
Okay. Because Trevor is I think committed to Tennessee, but another lefty bat. I think these got comps to PCA, kind of lefty center fielder, but it'll be pretty much on brand with Scott Harris, and I think last year it was Yost. Was that?
Yeah.
But similar to the Max Clark and all those other guys with tools, left-handed hitter, and can kind of play a little bit everywhere.
Okay. I like that. Breaking news before we get to Scott here. The Tigers picked up thank you, Jake, for the news there. Tigers picked up a right-handed pitcher from the Nationals by the name of Andre
It's either Granillo or Granillo. I don't know how granola option Toledo. But yeah, it's interesting because it must have been on waivers, I guess. I'm looking at he's had some time in the big leagues with both the Cardinals and the Nationals. 26-year-old. Big league results haven't been great in 30 innings, 6.23 ERA, but he's had some monster minor league numbers, so there must be something there that they like.
Yeah, and I think it's because the backfield a little bit with them losing Matt Seelinger, and Wasaku. So Zion Rose. All right, Baltimore.
Is that who? No, number 6, Zion Rose. That's way off the board. No, I like him a lot. He's I think he mostly played left field for Louisville, and he can really hit. Good athlete. They think he's a center fielder. Louisville just happens to have like a 70, 80 grade defender. I will say in our Discord points mock, I got Zion Rose at pick 33, so that's a plus 28 for me, and I'm feeling good.
This is what Baltimore does, man. Like
KC does.
This is the Royals.
They're Royals, yeah. Sorry, this is they. I guess outside of Caglione, like this is just what they have a knack for doing on a relatively consistent basis, which is it's very on brand to me.
Yeah, this is a system, by the way. The Royals don't really have a good system right now. It's kind of it's shit, really. I mean, to be honest, it's not that good.
Well, they had that crazy core of like 4 or 5 starting pitchers that were all in single double A-ish all at the same time 4 or 5 years ago, and now they, I don't know, most of them shockingly like that's why I guess that's kind of like my initial point with like the pitching and where to draft them from earlier, right? It's like we've seen that firsthand with a rebuild that was built around taking pitching in the first round and how that ended up shaking out. And then, you have a team like the Royals that was somewhat similar. Obviously they have, one of the best players in all of baseball at a premier position on top of that, but like they had a lot of pitching a few years ago and that thinned up pretty quickly as well.
So, I mean, so the Royals have also pick 30 and pick 56. And like Rose was a guy who's, let's see where he's ranked. He was ranked 30th on Pipeline's board and 23rd on MLB or Baseball America.
Hey man, get your guy.
Yeah. I mean, if you like him, take him. But I'm guessing that they're also getting a pretty decent haircut on him.
For sure.
And they're going to be throwing a whole bunch of money at somebody at 30, like at a Tyler Spangler or Archer Horn or somebody like this. But yeah, fun. This is like that's the mock draft destroyer, I think.
So let's go, Scott. What's your official prediction at number 22?
Yeah, man, it's hard for me to like just go away from the path of what the Tigers have done in the like Harris era, right? Like I don't know. It's like there are a handful of players I really like that I hope they. I mentioned earlier in one of the chats we're in. Like I really like Taj Marchand. I think that he's kind of jack of all trades, and he's one of the youngest players, if not the youngest player in the draft. Like you can really mold him to, I think, be a really solid all-around athlete. There's plenty of college guys that, again, I like. I just like, are they gonna like are those options, or are they just gonna like? My prediction is probably Ruiz because he's a lefty prep. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think it's tough to differentiate, at least for me, you know, the guys that I really like and that I've been watching for a while and I have really, you know, ranked really highly versus the guys that I think the Tigers. That's not to say they're going to take some like, you know, dog bleat player. Like that's not to say they're going to take garbage with their selection. It's just that they have a type in the first round, and it's very hard for me to see them, you know, this year randomly going off from that. But I do think, in the same breath, to talk out of both sides of my mouth, if there is a year to kind of go off of that path, I think it is this one, because you are at really a very important like fork in the road this year with like, do you trade or keep Mize? Obviously, do you trade or keep Skubal? Like you're going to lose plenty of players at the major league level. And then, you know, is that something that like direction, it could change the direction of the franchise, I guess is my point. So like, is that something you want to maybe take a guy you think can get through the system quicker and is in college because he's closer to, you know, he's further along developmentally than a prep guy that you would usually take? Or is this front office quite literally just, we separate those two entities entirely, and we care about, you know, with the draft, it's best player available, and it's our profile, and it's just getting the most talented player into the system, and be damned with how long it takes him to develop or what, you know, is happening at the major league level. And I'm not sure I fully know the answer to that.
Okay, that's a fair thing, fair assessment in general. Chris, before Gordon from Woodward Sports is on deck here in a second, but I wanted to make my. I'm gonna go before we get to Chris. I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna go unconventional. I think the Tigers may shock some people here and go with a pitcher. I think they really. Again, I could be totally wrong, and I'm fine with it. But I'm gonna go with my final prediction is going to be, if he's there at 22. I know it sounds like it's kind of like a maybe a stretch for him, but Jack Radell out of Notre Dame. There we go. That's
sure.
You know, why not? I mean, look, it's a guy who can come up really quickly, can make an impact. I do like guy out of Coastal Carolina, Cameron Flukie. I like that guy a lot too, but I don't think he's going to be there. If he is, if he is, I don't think the Tigers are going to, because his injury history, and the Tigers maybe. Then again, maybe the Tigers want that. I don't know. If they do go with Louise, as Stan mentioned, and I did put that in an infield piece because he's from Long Island. They have certain tropes already. Like they love the East Coast,
sure.
up, you know, like upper state New
Dude,
York.
he's just such a Tigers fan, dude. He's just, it reeks of this regime.
It's probably gonna be Adrian Ruiz. It's probably gonna be that. But again, maybe they just break rank for once.
Yeah. And like I said, I think this is the year to do it if they were to.
B-Foss, plug away. What do you have going on? And thanks for coming on. If you want to come back on anytime today, more than welcome to. But Corner of the Copa is your podcast. What else do you have going on you want to let the people know about, man?
Yeah, we do a show every Sunday recapping the week. We talk about the trade deadline, prospects, pretty much everything that's Detroit Tigers baseball. We also simulcast over on Bleachers to Speakers, which has our Lions, Pistons. We're a Detroit based show. We cover pretty much everything. Looking for a Red Wings guy, so we can add that to the repertoire. But no, I appreciate you guys having us on. We'll be around, and I'll definitely pop back on anytime you need me.
Oh, for sure,
It's
man.
nice, it's nice to finally meet you, by the way.
Yeah,
feel
you know
we've been
what?
playing Twitter peekaboo for like 5 years now, so
For sure.
I'm glad to finally actually speak to the man.
Yeah, until I started my own show, I was avidly watching. I still check you guys out every once in a while, but I try to center in on my own opinions.
Sure.
But I used to watch Locked On and Scott all the time, and of course I started out on Motor City Metrics. So
as we all did, the gateway podcast for us all, truly.
absolutely. So yeah, it was nice meeting. It was nice meeting everybody. Raj, we're familiar, but yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll all go to a game together sometime soon. But like I said, if you everybody in our audience, man, B Foster does a really good job on Sunday nights. Good show to check out. And yeah, we'll leave like I said, if you want to DM me any links or anything like that, we'll share it on the description afterwards. So yeah, feel free to come back on. Thanks, man.
Okay, yep, appreciate you.
All right. So next up on the list is where we're doing like a rapid fire thing here. We're having people on all day because it's like it's a marathon day. Gordon joining us from Woodward Sports, Woodward Tigers, Woodward Baseball.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, really happy to be here. Thank you guys so much for having me. Scott, good to see you again, man. I was hoping to talk to you when you were on the heavies, but the boys run a tight ship, and they kept my mic off. So.
Man, you can't get a word in edgewise with those.
Listen, man, they didn't want to hear me talk about rave about Howie Lee and Ben Malgeri. They weren't having it. So
no, I appreciate it. Man, you got the setup, the backdrop of the year. I mean, they put us all to shame. My goodness, man, what a rock that is.
All three of you guys have
really
very nice
appreciate it.
backdrops. And
Thanks, guys.
for years,
Thank
I've
you
looked
so
like a
much.
guy who just moved in.
Yeah. Shout out a couple of these are from Pops, a couple of these are from me. So we put our minds together and our collection together, I should say. But guys, just generally, I know we were just talking about Ruiz, and that's somebody that I was looking at number one just because he is such a prototypical Tigers pick. How I want to be interesting, and I want to say like, yeah, no, they're gonna go with someone interesting, like they're gonna go grab like a Cameron Flukie or someone fun, but I don't necessarily know. I think Scott Harris is such a creature of habit that he's gonna go with not the consensus like everybody thinks he should be drafted here, but he just fits the profile so well. I kind of wanted to pick your guys' brains on maybe some other guys that are around that range if Ruiz does get picked, or maybe you like a little bit more, but not too unrealistic given what Scott Harris likes to go out and get.
Who has to start with that? By the way, the Sacramento A's. I don't care. Screw it. I'm not going to do A's. The Sacramento A's picked Drew Burgess, the outfielder out of Georgia Tech. So that's 2 Georgia picks in the top 10. Beforehand, Eric Booth Jr. was drafted by Baltimore. Who, by the way, doesn't fit that blonde German type anymore. So congratulations for Baltimore breaking that stereotype. Sorry, remember that? Like we made jokes about that last couple drafts. Like they always had
exciting whites, man.
Yeah,
yeah.
So good for them. They're turning it around a little bit. But anyway, who wants to start with that question?
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. There's a handful of names there. I mean, that's the thing I was kind of alluding to earlier. It's so interesting that we all have the guy that we just look at and we're like, well, like, Ruiz is like, obviously he's a switch. He's not a pure lefty, but like, obviously that means he can hit lefty and it is an athlete and prep and all of that. But this is a really deep college year. And so that's what makes this kind of interesting to me, being, you know, past like in the back 10 picks of the first round and having a deeper class when it comes to the collegiate crop. I mean, if they wanted to go arm, there's a ton of options there, and prep arms are probably either going to be gone or just like plummet and end up going to school, right? Like there's not, you're not going to find a ton of prep arms in that, you know, like 20 to 30 range, I feel, on a consistent basis. But like, I'm not a huge like Justin LeBron guy. I feel like there's a huge question mark about like hit tool, but like obviously he's a really good athlete that plays shortstop. There's plenty that they could. I know one of the big talking points for a lot of people, is Gracia, AJ Gracia from Virginia. Like that's a really, really good player and a guy that had a fantastic season in Virginia. But I think there's also a real chance that, you know, he's not even on the board when the Tigers pick. So like
it sounds like he's going next.
Well, there you go. Then that that puts a fork in that steak. But like I just, it's very unique to be in a position where you're so used to what the Tigers profile is. I mean, like Zion Rose is another like really good athlete that hit pretty well at Louisville this year. Sorrell, we talked about a little bit earlier. I think there's questions about the swing and miss there, but like is you know, has a lot of in-game power, and you could throw him in the corner outfield spot and he'd be really good there. That'd be kind of a traditional like fear bat, like big guy in the corner. But it's just, it all comes down to what do they consistently do, and it's, you know, take contact high school hitters that hit lefty. So we'll see.
By the way, we were streaming live in the Erie Seawolves, not in the merch store.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, thank you, Christy.
Shout out.
Hello,
shout out to Christy.
It's Moon Mammoth Day, isn't it? John Oliver bobblehead day.
Yes, it is.
Outstanding. Hopefully they have a great turnout today.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, it's so hard to predict who's going to be here. It really looks like Jacob Lombard is sliding. I think teams might just want to let him go to college because of the swing and miss questions. And like, if you're coming into this draft expecting a top 10 selection, you're expecting like $6 million. So I don't think the Tigers would take a hit tool risk with $2 million over slot.
For sure.
One thing that we heard, well, last year around this time, like the final week leading up to the draft, was like, hey, some teams are really high on this Michael Oliveto kid. He's like a late pop-up. And that was one rumor that came out, and I'm like, huh. And the Tigers ended up taking him. And one of the late rumors that's coming out in these last week or so is this Illinois pitcher named Jack Slightom. I don't know if it's Slightom or Slightom. 6'5", 200 plus 215, super projectable. Was up to like the high 90s at the end of the season. Has loose arm action, a little bit lower arm slot. Like I was saying, the Tigers seem to like a little funky arm slots. Can spin it a little bit. Has a nascent changeup. Who knows? Like Scott said earlier, go get your guy. If there's a guy you like, that we know the Tigers don't care about like the public rankings. You know, Jordan Yost was in like the 70s last year, and they took him. And Oliveto was in like the hundreds, and they took him. And both look like pretty good picks so far. Oliveto's putting it on the ground a little bit too much, but whatever. Yeah, so like could be that. I thought for a long time Tyler Spangler was like a perfect pick. He was a guy who heading into the year was like a top 10 pick, and then he didn't play because supposedly of a lower back stress reaction. We also heard that he was got suspended for being irresponsible at some party.
That's putting it lightly.
Yeah, so
it's a heck of a claim, a rumor there. Yeah,
we'll see what happens with him. And he's a Stanford commit, and I think he might be a Boris client. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'll be honest, and this means they're going to take Aiden Ruiz, but that profile doesn't do a lot for me. Everybody loves a good defensive shortstop, but if defense is like your top tool, I don't know.
Agreed, yeah.
It reminds me of Nick Allen, the little shortstop from, I don't know, the A's drafted him like 10 years ago, and he made it to the big leagues because he's an awesome glove. But there's no bat there. And I know Ruiz has got good contact skills, and he's gotten a little bit stronger, but he's also old for the class. I think he's like 19 and a half.
Yep.
Which is, whatever. Okay. he gets the big leagues in 2 years and he's still younger. But yeah, that profile doesn't do a whole lot for me. But yeah, you guys all made good points. It does fit the Tigers.
It's also like you mentioned the glove first. Like the reason that those are, there are some organizations that love those is because they play the like what if game, right? Where it's like, well, he's already an elite glove. What if we can make him even an average bat? Then we're talking about a 6+ WAR player just because he's like a Andrelton Simmons 7 WAR season. Like, you know what I mean? Like if he can just be decent and be a great glove at a premier position, whatever. But I agree with you that I would like them at least to aim a little bit higher in terms of the bat. Like I mean, like Prosex, obviously a guy that, people love that bat. He's a little bit older for the prep class as well. I think he's an Ole Miss commit as well. I don't think he sticks at shortstop, which is like certainly something that, matters. But like, okay, you have 4 other ones like in the system. Like, I'm not really sure that's the end of the world, which might give them a little bit more flexibility to get a guy that maybe is a little more bat oriented because they know that they won't have to have him play shortstop long term. So it's all there's nuance to all of it.
Another guy too that I think kind of the problem, like I like to be somebody like maybe later in the round, perhaps is Jaron from Georgia Tech. But I know Bo Lawrence is another one that has been mentioned with the Tiger. I guess a
lot of people like Bo Lawrence. Yeah.
But for me, ultimately, a guy seems like who has a good upside to him is Andrew Williamson out of Central Florida. Lefty bat. He does in terms of he put up very good wooden track numbers in the Cape Cod League and everything. And I look at that. I listened to one of my outfielders. Not everybody, but a lot of guys who do put up really good operate like those numbers and wooden bat league stand out. He could play. He's a reliable defender. Could play all 3 positions in the outfield. That will play, and I think that he'll be a fast mover in the system. But I don't know if 48, if the Tigers would draft according to Baseball America, he's ranked number 48. Would that be too early for him? So I don't know. Like to answer your question, Gordon, that'd be like out of nowhere pick too. If they did with somebody like Williamson, because I do like his upside quite a bit.
Yeah, and I hate to come on here and just ask you guys questions, but if I'm being, totally honest, the world of prospects is something that I'm still relatively new to diving into and really getting into the weeds into. So, Raj, like Scotty, Chris, you guys are honestly some of my go-to sources for finding, information out about prospects. Then, I'll go to websites, dig a little deeper. Shout out Tigers Minor League Report. But yeah, guys, what do you think is like? Obviously, pitching is something that we're a little bit shallow in with this organization. Do you think that like we really are going to see a pitcher taken today, or do you think that's something that in the next couple of days here will be stocked up on?
Yeah, I mean, like I think probably at some point today. Like, is it the first round? Like, is it 22 overall? Like, I don't know. I think another fascinating wrinkle into all of this is like the reported link with like Ethan Bass and that. There's been just a lot of stuff about how the Tigers are like really like Bass and that he's, somebody that a lot of like scouts and front office personnel have like gone to see play and whatever. And it's like, okay, well, if I don't think that he would be the play in the first round. I don't think he's ranked high enough to be, consideration there. But if you can get him in, after that at whatever the next one is, 61 or whatever it is, if you can get him with your second pick today, that's kind of your prep shortstop. He's a righty, not a lefty, but like your prep shortstop that's a good athlete, has a hit first tool and walks, a decent amount. Like you can maybe, then is my point, like, okay, we're set on Bass with our second pick today. Let's maybe go with like a riskier, even maybe like collegiate arm with the first round pick, which again would be very off brand. But like, if you're going to get your on brand quote unquote guy, later in the day, then maybe that gives you a little bit of versatility to get crazy with it in the first round. But again, that's all like speculation and like me throwing around a bunch of hyperboles. Like I don't know. But I would imagine at some point today an arm is taken, even if it's with the last pick they have.
Yeah, definitely. Chris, what were you gonna say?
Oh, yeah, I mean, like I've put it in a couple different places. Like my dream scenario is they get Taylor Rabe, the pitcher from Ole Miss at 22, who's a college arm, and then they take the college or prep high school shortstop Elliot Lascelles from Canada, and a prep pitcher named Tyler Putnam, who I kind of fell in love with after the combine. So that's 2 pitchers and 1 shortstop, 2 prep guys, 1 college guy. It doesn't seem like the way they've gone. The Ethan Bass thing is fascinating because they could theoretically, like, he's lower ranked, so nobody else might give him $2.5 million or whatever. So the Tigers give him $3 million at pick 22. They save over $1 million, and then they can use that on if they like him enough, right? Like, I don't think they necessarily care that much about the ranking, and they just want to. The only problem with going that far, like under slot here at 22, is you have to have like a big pool of guys you like later on, because you're not picking for another 40 picks, and who knows, your top 10 choices might be gone by then. So, but I think for sure they're going to take an arm, but who knows?
It could, and I mean, to your point, they have what the 8th or 9th fewest like bonus money this year. Like they're in the bottom 10 in terms of like money they have for this draft. So I guess, like, to your point, Chris, that's an intriguing angle, is like, well, if you already have one of the lower like pool money, I guess pools in general in the sport, then maybe there is an argument for them, if they do like Bass enough, to go way under slot there, so that they can then go over the next 2, 3, even 4 picks and kind of make up for having a lesser amount of money this year that way. But again, I mean, maybe they hate Ethan Bass and it's all a lie. Like, I mean, who knows, man? It's gonna be an interesting afternoon for sure.
Well, I mean, it's tough because we know the Tigers don't tell anybody anything. So you have to go on like, okay, you've seen scouts at these games, or you've seen higher level guys, Scott Harris even, which is like, that's a good context clue. But at the same time, like, this is what they do. Their job is to go out and look at players. Exactly. They brought players in. We've got tips on guys who came in to work out, right? There was a guy who posted stuff on Instagram that was they did not want that.
That whole thing was so ridiculous.
Yeah. But yeah, like, it's fun to speculate, and then it happens, and then maybe eventually you'll find out the reasoning behind it. But normally it's like he was number 1 on our board. You're like, right? I don't believe that, but okay. Yeah.
I mean, for example, I got the call, the Zoom call afterwards, so that link. So I'd be interested to see the immediate. It'll be the first time. It might be Mark Connor. I don't know if Scott Harris is going to be even there, or Rob Metzer. But where I think I feel like the Tigers draft room is like, you have to put your handprint in there and like a whole secret code and everything like that for this to happen. But it's even like the pre-combine guys too. Like, it's just a lot of guys that are very obscure. Like the one, we had a grandfather who reached out to us, and Mickey Gallagher, Chris Hapoklan, Hapokian, I can't even say that name. Second baseman out of Texas A&M. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, what we've seen so far, and I think this is not necessarily shocking, it's what usually happens to a certain degree, is that a lot of the college players are moving up the board, and we've only seen 2 prep players taken so far, in Emerson and Eric Booth. And that, part of that might be that teams with extra bonus money in that, that comp round will start taking their prep picks there, and they may be saving a little bit on college players right here. But part of that is just like, you get down to draft day and it's decision time, and you go, he's safer. And you take Hakopian, who's one of the better sort of hit power combinations among college hitters in the class. Not a terribly good athlete. I think I kind of comped him to, like, imagine Max Anderson. Maybe, a better, better version of Max Anderson, but this is a guy you're getting for the bat, not for anything else. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be curious. The Angels here are always an inflection point because they love to. In the past, they've always gone like, let's get the guy who could get to the big leagues as quick as possible. And who knows? They just fired their GM, so maybe they'll go a high school player, which would be kind of funny.
Yeah. By the way, Brandon Day, fellow co-host on Tigers Minor League Report podcast. Well, I like the idea of he was saying Gio Rojas, the lefty out of Stoneman Douglas in Parkland, Florida.
Yeah,
prep lefty would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what made me think like, okay, these high school players are slipping, and it wouldn't shock me, somebody gives them $4 million in the comp round or something like that. But I could see them going here.
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I'm trying not to do that either, so I'm sorry about that. My bad. I'm trying to fix. But the what was I gonna say? Gordon, I wanted to get to you about I want to ask you about the Tigers' current run right now, and if you wanted to, like, just as far as like trading Skubal or not. I know that's a question that's the most obvious question, but you and I did a trade thing the other day about that, and now like they've won 6 in a row. They're 6 games under 500. They have Mize and Skubal the next 2 days against Sanchez and Wheeler. So yeah, or I think is Wheeler pitching today, or is that the other way around?
No, it's Wheeler Skubal is Sunday, and then
Okay.
Sanchez Mize is tonight. Yeah.
Oh, I know you're messing around with me. No worries. Shtick. It's fun. It's fun. But Gordon, where do you stand with this right now?
Yeah. There's a few things that I think is fueling this run for the Tigers, but I think one of the biggest things is starting to embrace the youth, and it all kicked off with getting Kevin McGonigal on the roster to start off the year. That was a huge thing that set the Tigers off in a positive trajectory. Obviously, all of the injuries may happen. A lot happened, but now the Tigers are putting themselves in a spot where they control their own destiny, and in an extremely weak AL, you should have always been a contender in this conference. At least looking at what your roster was going into this year on paper, and I guess the hindsight on how bad a lot of the AL has been. But the biggest thing for me is you aren't afraid to bring up a Malgiri. You have injuries happen, and you are the first guy up, Valencia. He comes up and makes the most of the opportunity. You have a Hao Yu Lee making the most of the opportunity. And I think it shows that the Tigers, one of their biggest strengths is that depth, that organizational, the guys that they have in Toledo. And yeah, shout out our guy, Nick. That's something that I think has driven the Tigers a little bit. I always wondered, one thing that had me curious, by the way, Jahmai Jones, Joey Cora out at almost the same time. I'm always wondering if Cora was sticking up for Jahmai, and then now that he's gone, they're like, all right, yeah, Jahmai, you're done. No, I kid. Obviously, I kid. All jokes. But I think that one decision, DFAing Jahmai Jones does show you a little bit of a shift in mindset. It's like, okay, the platoon guys might as well just be youth, because at this point, bringing in more of a journeyman, that kind of guy, like James Outman, sure, but he really is just a placeholder for Max Clark. But having those those guys just plugging up young talent is brutal for this for any team, but especially the Tigers. It's something that I think we saw in the past because we didn't really have the organizational depth. But now that we have guys that we can call up at a moment's notice, and they can give this team a spark, there's no excuse. I think the Tigers have the opportunity to do something really special here. And yeah, I mean, you're starting to see guys like Spencer Torkelson, Zach McKinstry, even Colt Keith heat up a little bit. Those guys that are kind of at the heart of your order, guys that have been in your clubhouse for a long time. When those guys are playing good and you're getting help from the back of the order, this team is absolutely electric. And that's what we've seen in the month of July as they have propelled themselves back into the wild card race.
So, by the way, you guys should check your. I just DM'd you guys something real quick here in just a second.
We're in the private chat or on the
Yeah,
Twitter?
no, yeah, on the private chat here.
Yeah, it looks like Jared Grindlinger went to the Angels, which is fun. Yeah. Oh, okay. I already know this. Which is funny. Like as we said, the Angels had this run of taking the guys who are closest to the big leagues, and now they've taken one of the youngest players in the draft and a two-way player whose development may take a long time. Although they drafted him as an outfielder, so they just like the bat. But that's fun. It's a fun difference for them. But yeah, I think without going into details, the Hinch the Hinch score thing was a classic difference in philosophies that happens sometimes when you're around somebody every day for multiple years. But yeah, with the Jemai Jones thing, I think it was just it did kind of mystify all of us why they kept giving him chances and how long. But we know that baseball front offices and managers tend to move at like a glacial pace. Like they it's such a long season that they don't necessarily react to it. I think it's part of the job. Like part of being good at the job is not reacting and living and dying with every single game, which is the way fans have, think it's
Thank you.
And also you're living behind, you see everything behind the scenes. So they know how hard Jemai Jones is working and they know how much he means to the clubhouse and stuff like that. So they want to give him chances, but eventually it's like, okay, well, this guy is not doing his one job. He literally, he's not a defender. He literally had one job. He's not getting it done.
Yeah.
Which makes me just on top of that, the thoughts of trading Skubal. And I understand some people say that you have to do it just because it's the smart thing and you can't get nothing from him. But there's the mental side of this that people always kind of disregard. And Skubal's injury coincided exactly when the Tigers went to hell in May. I don't know, you can't say that's why, but what does it do for the locker room if you trade? You're going for it. You're playing your best baseball, some of the best baseball in all of Major League Baseball, and you come to the locker room day and they've traded your two-time Cy Young winner, the ace of your staff, because it makes sense for the future. I just don't know if you go out there and it's tough to pull off.
Yeah, so the big thing that I've kind of been going over in my head is if you're this front office, you have to make a strong decision one way or the other. You got a fire sale, or you have to, this is the lane that I hope they go, is the buying option. And with the Jackson Joe back, with kicking a Kiter Montero back to the bullpen, all of a sudden your bullpen isn't quite as scary as it has been, but you still, you don't feel great about it. So you add a couple pieces there. Maybe listen, I don't think this will happen because I don't think we've ever seen it happen, but you could go out and get a bat at the trade deadline. Who knows? But I think if you buy, you put yourself in a amazing spot to contend for the AL in totality. Because we've seen how this team plays when they're hot, even against solid competition. They have one of the better records, against above 500 teams in all the AL. So I don't worry too much about them handling the playoffs. They have plenty of experienced players on this roster that have been to the playoffs multiple times. And I have a lot of optimism, but there is a significant amount of dread behind that as well, which is what if they take that middle road where maybe they, trade a Skubal, but they, don't trade a Mize or see if they can get anything for a Torres, or maybe they, mystify everybody and hold on to Skubal and get rid of Mize. Like that, I never really know what to expect from this front office, but I am really hoping for a strong decision one way or the other.
By the way, the St. Louis picked Trevor Connon from so that the idea of him going to the Tigers is gone. So good pick there for the St. Louis.
Maybe we're on a prep run now, a bunch of prep hitters now outside of the top 10 with mostly college players. But yeah, I mean, I like the idea of them buying too, right? you're close enough, go for it. Somebody, there's been a lot of speculation about going to get like Mason Miller, which is, iffy. But as you said, like, it would be nice to go into the ninth inning knowing you're going to win, right? Like, it's really sketchy.
You don't
like
feel that way with Kenley, Chris?
It's so sketchy, man. Like, they know no matter what they do, they have to upgrade the bullpen in a real way. They've done it slightly. Brandon talked about this. They've done it slightly with Montero, but he's going back in the rotation. They're going to come out with a 6-man rotation coming out of the All-Star break, at least for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
So it's so demoralizing to play a good game and then blow it in the final inning or two because you don't have a good bullpen. So
yeah,
if they go out and get somebody like that, I'm totally happy with it. I could see a scenario where they trade Skubal but not Mize, or they trade Mize but not Skubal, and you could theoretically, if you're not willing to eat salary, you might get more for Mize than you would for Skubal. Now, I would think that the Tigers would just, if you want to get the best return possible, you eat some of that salary, but I don't know. I mean, Skubal's obviously the better pitcher. Mize is making $6 million this year, $4 million, something like that.
Yeah.
And has pitched really well. And maybe you sell high on him, right? Like even if you're buying, maybe you sell high on Mize and keep Skubal and see where that takes you.
Real quick, that comment from Corey left me a little bit confused. If he's
just being joking around, like, yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah. Left me very
yeah.
confident is a way to put it.
We have a very spirited, very good audience here.
Sarcasm, yes.
Tony, by the way, like, I like the idea of him at 22.
I do too,
but I don't know if it's gonna happen.
He's another interesting one where, like, it's clearly a really good hit tool. He probably doesn't stick at shortstop, but like, you have a million shortstops. Is that really that big of a deal? Yeah, I don't know. He's a guy that's projected to go kind of after that too. So like, you might even be able to get him and not break the bank necessarily. There's rumors though that because Jim works for the White Sox, that's already like they have a deal done. It's already set in stone. He's going with their second pick. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I've been assuming that since they made that trade.
That's been there is a lot of rumors already swirling that's kind of set in stone.
Dude, what if the Tigers just do a dick move and go, screw your strategy?
Well, I mean, yeah, teams could do that. Like, say, hey, we dare you to turn down this $4 million, but
right,
his dad is Jim Tomic, who's a Hall of Famer. He can turn down $4 million. Yeah, I'm good. I'll go to college, or go to.
Dude, I'll do what Kumar Rocker did, bro. Catch me with the Long Lake Island Ducks for a year, and then I'll come back in the draft.
But look, here's a strategy. I was thinking about this for a while. Justin, we'll get to your question here in a second. That's a really good question. By the way, if you want to donate to the website, because a lot of this is just volunteer stuff, please do so. We begin some super chats. Thank you again for everybody, Charles and Stan, with the big donations today. I really appreciate that. Here's my theory. Here's what I think that a possibility that could do something here with. Put Jackson Jobe in the bullpen. Now, here's why this would. If you're not okay, here's the thing. But the Tigers do this. They're gonna say, "Hey, we added an arm by getting Jackson Jobe." That's what Detroit does.
Doing that. They did it with Melton last year.
Yeah, exactly. So my strategy is simply this: it's that they will say, "Hey, we're adding Jackson Jobe. He threw out the bullpen before. They're gonna hype that up a little bit. It's 100+ arm, the only one of the few in the system they have. Yeah,
only.
No, they have three. I said few. I said as in three. They only have three.
Right.
Three.
One of my biggest pet peeves with this front office, dude. They are allergic to velocity in the age of velocity, and they're like, "Why is our pitching shallow?" I don't know, man. Maybe because your whole bullpen throws 90. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. You have a guy in Moises Rodriguez who throws 99 to 100, but you don't know, but it's all flat. Then you have Marco Jimenez. What'd you say, Stan?
Yeah.
Or what'd you say, Scott?
I just said that's a whole different. But
so my thing is that they might just do that and go get a bullpen arm, like another arm, like that's. I just hope they don't go the old man route. You know what I mean? Like, get an arm that's intriguing. By the way, the Marlins, so the Marlins went with Jacob Lombard at pick number 14. So
in Florida,
on brand.
They love those athletes. Yeah.
So everybody's coming in with that there, but no, Jobe. Here's the thing. Like, I think that they would do something like that. Put Jobe in the bullpen, let it rip a little bit. If you have Montero back in the rotation, But as far as like trading Skubal goes, look, they would maybe, if they can get something for like we talked about this before, Gordon, about maybe trading Mize or Flaherty for something like that. But Charles, I hate to say this, but Charles is, I think this might be something like this. Job closer, Clark center fielder, and a small bat added. If Clark, the thing about Job is, can he sequence his pitches correctly to handle that kind of closing position? You know, like the order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They tried him at closer previously, and it didn't go great. I know they only, it was a little bit of.
But that was even a rookie, though, to be fair, though. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't know if we, are going to see that progression that soon, just, because of being hurt. Like, I don't know how much you can work on, a lot of like the very technical stuff like that while you're, recovering.
Well, there's a couple of different angles there too. There's the one of, well, you're coming off of Tommy John, so we don't want you to throw 8 innings, 7 innings anyways. So let's just throw you in the bullpen. You can throw 100 miles an hour every time, and it's honestly better for like the easing you kind of back into everything with that. Or there's the other angle of, we want you to be a starting pitcher long term. You're coming off of Tommy John. We are going to stretch you out and build you up and make sure your daily regime and your preparation, that's the word I'm looking for, is like consistently that of a starting pitcher, because you're young and then coming off a major surgery. So like there's two very different approaches and lines of thought, but it's both a result of the same injury. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see kind of how they, but I think Raj is, a great point there, where there's a very real chance that they just go, you know what, we're just going to throw him in the pen to end the year, and he can stretch out next year and be a starter. But part of that is also, if they trade Flaherty, Mize, Skubal at the deadline, then he's going to come up and start. But that's obviously, we'll see.
Yeah. One thing real quick I wanted to ask you guys about. So as we still talk about the Tigers potentially, buying, selling, if they do buy, a lot of people were talking about Mason Miller. I'm looking at somebody else on San Diego, Adrian Morejon. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah.
But that's a guy that I would love to see in the Tigers bullpen. I just kind of started recently going over what would be kind of like some of the best players that the Tigers could potentially go out and get, but he's somebody that caught my eye. What do you think about Adrian Morejon? I know that's like quite the sidebar, but don't mean to put you guys on the spot, but would that be, or that kind of a player be a solid addition?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take a lefty who throws 100.
I was gonna say, sure.
And he's also, he's a rental. He's a free agent after this year, so theoretically you're paying less for him. He could be, the best reliever on the market, though, so you may have to pay more of a premium than you normally would for a player like that. But yeah, that would be ideal.
Yeah, it's fine and dandy. But you twisted my arm, man. Yeah, I'll take a lefty that throws triple digits for sure. I think it's it's interesting because like we have seen the Tigers like last year were very clearly in a position where they should have bought and walked away with like Chris Paddock, and so like it's an interesting dynamic of like I personally, and I would love to be wrong, but like I'm not expecting a team that, for as hot as they've been, it is less obvious this year that they should buy than it was last year. And last year they added Paddock and Charlie Morton. Like I'm not necessarily going to go into this deadline just like, oh yeah, like they're definitely going to be aggressive buyers under 500. You know what I mean? And it's I don't know. It's a very fascinating conversation. I truly think there's 4 or 5 different right answers, if you will, but the front office and Harris would have to break the mold a little bit to surprise people to add some guys like that.
All right. So
true.
What was the question? I'm sorry, I was letting the dog out there for a second. What was the question, Burden?
No worries. I was just talking about if the Tigers do go out and buy, what are some potential guys that they could go out and get. One person in particular was Adrian Morejón that I was looking at.
Oh, from San
I really
Diego?
like what I've seen. Yeah, I really like what I've seen out of him. That's somebody that I would absolutely love to add to this roster. What do you think about Morejón or somebody similar to him?
I think he would be ideal because it would give them like with her. But the thing is though, is like I think him and Herder are almost the same, right? Because as far as like lefties with kind of like that sweeping action, right? He's a lefty, right? Am I thinking of the same guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is there a need for Tigers coming up or MLB drafts? Justin, this is a question. Thank you. I was going to get to that question here. Thanks. Is there a need? Yeah, we're going to get to that question in just a second. To answer your question, once and for all, I think he would be. But the problem is where you're going to you have kind of like a situation with Herder coming back there, and then Melton's been pitching, or not. Sorry, Holden's been pitching better. I rather them go with a kind of like a power right-hander instead, like somebody who's just going to throw strikes, just a kind of Padres are not going to always. I don't know if they're going to sell or not. They are.
Yeah.
They're in the doghouse right now. But yeah, to address Justin's question, is there a need for? So basically, how it works is teams will draft for the best players available. Sometimes it depends. Rarely, depending on the organization. For example, the Angels picked 20 straight pitchers a couple years ago. Scott, what was that?
That was every single pick the entire draft was a pitcher. That was 3 or 4 years ago now.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, but let's just put it to you this way, Justin.
They all sucked, by the way.
Yeah, they all sucked. So
Not a single one was good.
Yeah. So it depends on the organization. Bad organizations sometimes do that. They'll look at need versus best athlete available and then figure it out later. So yeah, it really depends on the organization. The better organizations know how to take whatever talent's available and make it into something. So hopefully that answers your question. So let's see here. Arizona picked Ryder Helfrich, catcher out of Arkansas.
Helfrich? Yeah.
All right.
Sure did. Ryder, baby.
Right,
it's a baseball name right there.
Speaking of Arkansas, just Hunter Dietz. That's somebody that I was looking at a little bit. I know he does not have that much of a showing, a body of work, at least not as of recently. But is that somebody who is talented enough that you would be comfortable for the Tigers taking a swing on at pick 22?
Yeah, sure. Right. He's a dog, man. I mean, he's that's a large human that throws absolute gas. I think right now he's probably a little bit more of a 2-pitch pitcher, but that's something you develop, right? You hope you can get a curveball or a changeup out of him, but the fastball and slider both are absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, he had his whiff rate down the stretch on the slider specifically because you have to sit on a really solid fastball, 95, 97 mile an hour heater. I mean, it's a good arm, obviously lefty too, like college arm. Maybe you can get him up through the system, relatively quick. Yeah. It's certainly a guy that's the thing, that there's not a ton of super wrong answers. There's a solid, especially when you're picking toward the end of the first round, the scope of, all the names you could pick is really large. You probably wouldn't have to break the bank, I would imagine, for Dietz either. So maybe that gets you the ability to go over slot there the next few rounds. But yeah, man, I mean, that's a guy that in a year or two could be sitting 98 with a nasty slider as well. Maybe a little bit of reliever potential there, but I feel like that's just every lefty that throws hard. People just say has potential.
Dietz would probably be a top 10 prospect immediately in the system.
Oh, 100%
for sure.
Yeah, I probably top 7 or 8. I mean, he'd probably be just outside of those bona fide top 3 or 4 guys. Yeah.
Real quick, one guy.
That's for damn sure.
Yeah. One more guy that I was looking at that I wanted to get the general consensus on, because this was pretty interesting for me. Colin Borthwick. Borthwick, pronounce it right. Yep. Plays both sides, right? Third base, and he's a solid righty. what do you think about these two-way players? Because it's something that never really works out. Like, if we're being completely honest, like it never works out.
I mean,
But
Cole Keith was technically a two-way player.
Jackson Jobe hit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean,
yeah.
Like that's just like especially at the prep level, that's just kind of I think Borthwick's a pitcher. I don't think there's any way that he's gonna stick as
Texas, by the way, go with Gio Rojas. So
there you go. Yeah, Rojas, the guy we talked about.
That dream
earlier,
is dead. Just let me cross him off right here.
But yeah, Borthwick is he's like 6'6", 250 and throws 100. Like he's a pitcher. There's
strikes. He throws strikes.
There's no chance that any team is going to draft him with the intent of putting him on the bat. So,
all right. So Nick, join us.
What's going on there, fella? Super Fire.
Hey,
are you down at Comerica? I think, or you're at home? I think we're having Gordon.
Man, he's at home. That's his spot right on Woodward there. He's got a great view for post games, but sometimes we run into the technical difficulties. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sure he'll be back in here in a minute.
Really quickly, I mean, we're speaking of two-way guys. The one like seemingly at least remotely feasible two-way guy, I think, is Grindlinger. I don't know. Like that's a heck of an all-around player that has a decent pitching arsenal, and it also like just turned 17 and he's eligible for like this draft. Like that's a guy that I don't know. He feels to me like if there's anybody, it might be him. But I to your point, Gordon, like I think there's a reason that Ohtani is as big as he is in terms of like
for sure
notoriety, and it's because nobody does it.
Yeah, it's
there's always one in the first round that people are like, oh, maybe, and then it never happens.
I remember being really high on Mason Wynn as a potential two-way guy.
Yeah. Hunter Green. I mean,
and Raj and I happened to see Mason Wynn's only pitching performance in professional baseball out in West Michigan, and he's just been a shortstop ever since, and a pretty damn good one. Mostly, defense first, but there is a kid from one of the Florida schools, a college kid, who's got a chance to do it. Is it Evan Dempsey? I think his name is.
Yeah. Well, even again, like Caglione was like the two. Like he's going to be the next. Like he's White Ohtani. Like he's going to be. And then like immediately they were like, dude, you hit the ball 150 miles an hour off the bat. Go grab some lumber. Like we're not screwing around with this. So like you know what I mean? Like there's always a guy, but you look throughout baseball, there's a lot of guys that at the amateur level were two-way, but it's hard to stick there for a reason for sure.
So by the way, you got Chris got comp to Sean McVay.
That's a hefty comp, Chris.
Yeah.
No. So I want to say happy draft day to you guys. Nick Koloff, Woodward Baseball host here, cover the Tigers for Woodward Sports. I want to say congratulations to Chris and Rogelio. Obviously, big news with the big baseball podcast, excuse me. And I'm super excited for you guys. Thanks for hosting us on the draft show once again. Shout out to Scott, obviously, baseball knower, locked on, and my host, Gordon Jones. Thanks for letting me pop on here for a quick second before I have to head to the field.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to be down at Comerica. I might go down there tomorrow. But, Nick, I really wanted to get your take. I know you sent me an interview, and we'll play in a little bit with Bryce Harper talking about Kevin McGonigal. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah, super exciting stuff.
Yeah, some good stuff there. I just wanted to get your thoughts on – not necessarily the draft, but just where the Tigers are right now. You've been pretty when we did our live stream at drawing a place at the really good food.
Art and Jake's.
Shout out to Art and Jake's out in Shelby Township. Fantastic food and service, and great place to do a live broadcast. But the Tigers were in a different state, but I know you've been kind of keeping the faith a little bit there. But where do you stand right now as far as the trade deadline goes? Where do you want them to do a full wholesale exchange of just getting rid of everybody, or you want them to go for it?
I for sure want them to continue to contend. I think they can come out of the American League. straight up, call me crazy. The way that this team's contending right now with their pitching and the way that their ability to hit without Gleyber Torres or Javier Baez in the lineup, call me crazy. But when you have two guys that stepped up that weren't here last year, aka this version of All-Star Dylan Dingler, and a superstar in Kevin McGonigal, you're talking about a team with, Gleyber Torres added to that lineup, a Javier Baez that can potentially add to the bottom of that lineup when that time comes. I think you're talking about a team through and through with the right additions to the bullpen could legitimately contend and come out of the American League. Now, the National League is loaded. Could they win a World Series? Maybe a different question, but anything can happen. I think that's the version you go. But if they do fall back a little bit, I'm 100% still trading Tarek Skubal to try to get a top 20 prospect in this organization to pair with McGonigal, the Max Clark, the, Riley Greens of the world.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it is the Tigers, like I said, they're in an interesting position right now but even there's other teams, what it gives me pause a little bit too, is there are other teams that are around the same. If you look at the standings right now across the board, you have Oakland, who's still technically, the A's, whatever the hell they're called.
Call them Oakland. At this point, man, who cares?
The A's are there. Astros are still there. The Twins, from some unknown reason, are still there. Guardians are going to be there.
Hey, they're buyers. Respect the buying Minnesota Twins, man.
Yeah, they're trying to increase payroll, but they also know,
respect and Minnesota Twins don't go in the same sentence.
No,
agreed.
Yeah, because I don't know about you, Scott, but do you have a good report of Locked On Twins? Because I feel like their podcast community looks down on us or something. They're like above approach or something. Like there's
they just got a new host and he's a really cool guy. So maybe that's previous. Maybe that's previous regime there. We'll call it. Because they had a long-standing host there for a while. Brennan Warren, and he is no longer host there. And the new guy this year is really cool. So
yeah, Warren's a interesting cat. I'll just leave it at that. Him and Stestros, these guys are interesting people. But no, it's it is weird. But that's why I was asking Nick, because just how many teams are close there and what have you. But the vibe last night, a couple nights. I mean, I saw you talking to Chad Smith yesterday, aka Will Ferrell. That was a pretty cool interview there with him.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was, by the way, a lot of people don't know that Chad, what's interesting about him is that he was in a lot of local bands. He was out of Livonia playing some really big bands in the early 80s when the Detroit music scene was kind of dying a little bit outside the Romantics. There was a couple of bands that really, the Romantics, there was Marshall Crenshaw, but he went out to New York. And that whole local band scene. So before that, he was out of Livonia doing bands here, and then he moved out to LA, and the rest is history. But the
big Token Lounge guy,
big Token Lounge guy, big
yeah,
yeah. So that was not, yeah. He was not too far from his neck of the woods. But what was the vibe like? Because last night that was again.
It's been unbelievable.
Yeah.
It truly has been.
Yeah.
It feels like the start of last season when, the Javi Baez walk-off home run against the Boston Red Sox. Like, it feels like everything that wants to go right can and will go right for this team right now, compared to, obviously, the month that shall not be named when you had billions of injuries and you found unbelievable ways to lose. So I'm super excited. It's been, remarkable the past, 4 games at home to open this homestand, 6 in a row. 9 of 10, whatever you want to say. This team's rolling right now. And I'm excited to see, the Tigers come up here and, add another lefty shortstop bat or, outfield bat to this lineup. I'm excited to hear kind of some names potentially that you guys want to throw around or have eyes on, because honestly, I'm not as locked in on all the prospects. That's why you guys are the number one place to go in, the world in terms of prospects. So we appreciate everything. So I'm super excited to hear what you guys think, because I had some names, but I want to hear what you guys are thinking. I'm just obviously going off the top baseball list.
Okay. Chris, do I start with some names we've given out already?
Yeah, we've mentioned a whole bunch of guys.
Just as Tyler we get closer.
Tyler Spangler, Bo Lawrence, a couple of left side infielders, left-handed hitting guys. We talked about our wants and likes. I think I can throw out a different name here that I think kind of fits the Tigers profile. He's a college hitter who actually didn't hit terribly well in college, but he controls the strike zone like crazy, and he makes contact in the zone. It's Ty Head from NC State. Mm-hmm. He's a lefty hitting, lefty throwing, no doubt center fielder with plus speed who makes a ton of contact and he's like 6'3", 200. He's got raw power. He just hasn't really tapped into it yet. So, I mean, he's projected. Most places have him as like the 50th, 60th range. So not necessarily here, but if the Tigers like that profile and they want a college bat, he fits. I think we've mostly been focusing on high school guys just because we think that's what they've done the last 3 years.
Or
sure. Trying to come up with alternatives. I mentioned Taylor Rabe, the right-handed pitcher from Ole Miss earlier, as somebody I might like to see. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be Aiden Ruiz probably.
I really liked, and I also thought that James Clark was like kind of the perfect, like, I mean, he's prep, but like Harris profile with an athlete that controls the zone really well, whatever. But now, an hour before the draft, he pretty much said, "Don't even bother. I'm going to play with my brother at Duke." So that's obviously something that fell off. But like even a guy, I mean, we haven't even really talked about. Like Bo Lawrence is a guy that a lot of people really like and isn't the, up the middle defender, right? I think your kind of best case scenario with him being like sticking at third. And if he continues to fill out and gain power, then he might even be, a first baseman long-term down the road. But like you could do a lot worse than an 18-year-old with a swing that the bat stays in the zone for a long time. Like he has contact and he has a lot of raw power. You translate it in game, whatever. He's a righty, not a lefty. So like maybe that's like sacrilegious, but I do think
they
that
will
there
not.
is. Yeah, right. I do think that there is there's been some rumblings about maybe them being somewhat interested in him as well, and he would be still like the prep bat that we're used to, but a little bit of a different mold. Like, okay, you have a ton of shortstops, even guys that you're confident can maybe even play shortstop at the major league level. You don't need to do that every single year. Maybe you get a corner prep bat that with a little bit of pop this year, but we'll see.
Just to interject, Lawrence is a lefty. He's a lefty hitting right thrower.
Then there you go. Even better. Yeah, I guess I was imagining him at third base throwing the ball, and I was like, yeah, that's a righty. But yeah, I guess in the batter's box, yeah, it's a lefty.
I think a lot of people tie him and Taj Marchand together because they're both from
Sure, I love
South
Taj
Carolina.
Marchand. That's never going to happen, but
he's a righty.
Love him. So
that swing, man, that Taj Marchand, just watching it, it's like usually you don't come away with like the same reaction if you see like a young guy throw like 100, 101.
Yeah,
everybody is just kind of silent in the room. That's the same reaction you see after he crushes a
he puts his
like,
everything into that hack, man.
Crap.
I adore him.
But the Cleveland, the Ohio back-to-back picks here. Liam Peterson, right-hander out of Florida. Fuck, I really like Peterson.
That's an interesting.
So you're telling me LeBron didn't go to Cleveland?
No,
Cincinnati. My bad.
Yeah, trying to. Yeah, we didn't really talk about LeBron, but he's one of the scariest players in the draft.
Yeah,
I've described him as he's going to get a GM fired either for drafting him or for passing on him. He could, he's got such a massive ceiling, but there's so many questions about the hit tool. But yeah, Liam Peterson is interesting because he's got huge stuff, but never great results, which is kind of unlike what the Guardians have typically done, other than like Gavin Williams, right? They take these guys who don't necessarily have stuff that jumps off the page and give them stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what they do, though. They're one of the better pitching development
for sure
organizations out there, so it's an interesting fit there.
Probably turn into a stud.
This could be where we see a run of college arms come, because they're kind of the more interesting players out there. We talked about Hunter Dietz. You've got Tegan Kuhn still out there. You got Taylor Rabe. So
Dietz is good.
My question to you guys, I wanted to pose. Obviously, you got a couple lefties, high school arms, which is surprising. Obviously, I made a prediction last year it was going to be Schoolcraft. Didn't go that route. There's another 6'9" lefty that actually had an elbow or already had an arm injury that probably slides for that reason. Could they potentially be in on a Bumilia or also an older one in Bowman? Do you guys think any of those guys are a possibility? Both of them obviously high school arms. I just don't know this team's philosophy besides taking left-handed prep, hitters.
Yeah. Well, both of those guys they both already had surgery on their elbows. We don't think the Tigers care that much because they've taken guys. They took River Hamilton last year. I don't think he had it yet, but they knew he needed it.
Yeah.
Bumila is actually heading for his second, which is a little bit scary.
Yep.
And Bolaman was a guy who coming into the year who a lot of people thought could be a top 10 pick. He was right up there with Gio Rojas.
Yeah.
And he just didn't have a great spring. I think his velo was down. So
Red flag.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I think both of those guys feel like a team's second pick that gets an over slot bonus. Some team who has a pick here in the comp round. But, we've talked about it a bunch. If the Tigers love a guy, they'll take him no matter what his ranking is or no matter what anybody else says. So it's possible.
I completely agree with Chris. I think the point you made about him being a team's second pick that you can maybe go over slot on makes all the sense in the world. But yeah, I mean, you're talking about a guy that at 17 years old was like 6'9", 250 and threw 100. Like somebody's going to want to get their hands on that, even with the UCL, injury and that's his second. Yeah, that's all. Didn't he have one like a year and a half ago? And
he had the internal brace, which is kind of like the half Tommy John, and now it seems like he's gonna have to do the full. It's I don't know if anybody saw the Pitching Ninja interview with him, but he is like Andre the Giant. He is. They showed him with his baseball in his hand, and it's absurd. He's just an enormous guy.
It looks like me holding a ping pong ball.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it was comical, but I mean, he was a interesting name. But it's a little bit scary, I think, for me. But who knows?
All right.
Where's he committed, by the way?
Who?
Texas?
I was gonna say, Tennessee or Texas. Somewhere.
Yeah, it is Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas.
Yeah.
Holy hell, that's a fit match made in heaven if he goes.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about that. One last thing for you guys. Just wanted to say, obviously, congratulations on all the success. Again, I got to rush out of here before the pick, but obviously the AL Central kind of stacked up there in the top 10, was it? So excited to see and compete against all these guys and see what the Tigers can do. But just want to thank, Rogelio, Scott, you do a great job always, Chris, our guy Gordon. If you guys want to hear any more of our Tigers post-game shows, exclusive interviews, make sure to check out Woodward Baseball. Subscribe to that channel. We just interviewed Bryce Harper and Chad Smith of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, which was just an unbelievable day. Yeah, so shout out to everybody. Thank you guys for supporting us, and make sure to subscribe to Tigers Minor League Report because they do a better job than anybody else in the game. So appreciate you, fellas. And
all right, Nick, I'll see you down there. You gonna be down there tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably end up being down there tomorrow at some point. So we'll talk soon.
Hopefully going for 8 in a row. Got to take care of Sanchez. Let's go, fellas.
All right. See you, Nick.
All right.
Red Sox go way off the board.
What do they go with?
Jake Schaffner, shortstop from North Carolina. Interesting profile. He's a hitter with a lot of speed. He plays shortstop. They must think he can stick there. Yeah, interesting. I assume it's got to be
definitely.
So we got 2 picks, right? 2 picks until the Tigers go.
Yeah.
We got
just the Padres, and then
San Diego, and then it's us. So very intriguing. Unfortunately, guys, I am gonna have to go a little while, like maybe 5-10 minutes after the Tigers are done here. But yeah, man, what anything that's like been a huge surprise for you guys lately? Obviously, we just saw Schaffner go off the board, but biggest surprise looking at the board right now.
I would say the biggest surprise right now for me has been what was it, the Garza going so early. I thought he'd be slide down a little bit, but yeah, Garcia, sorry, I thought he dropped out.
I had heard some Zion Rose smoke. It's going higher than you'd expect, but I think that was kind of shocking to see him go 6th overall. I thought maybe like 15. But other than that, the Schaffner pick is the most sort of like I'd seen his name a couple times, but not this high. So very interesting, very unusual.
Yeah, I agree. I think that probably is the pick that's the most the most off the board up to this point. Yeah.
If you want to, talk about somebody going against trend, it's the Angels taking Grindlinger, a high school
taking a
player.
17-year-old,
instead of college player. But
they didn't draft their college senior that they're going to put in the majors in 6 weeks.
Yeah, but we thought that was a possibility with a new GM, so it's not necessarily the world's most shocking thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's been an interesting draft for sure. And Tigers have a ton of options here. They were going to no matter what.
Yeah.
A lot of them are college pitching. They have a bunch of prep, like those prep hitters we talked about. Interesting. Might be a prep pitcher going to the Padres, which is not shocking at all.
Thank you again, Gordon, for coming on. Much appreciated, man. Look, who the Tigers are going to pick? I'm going to say a pitcher. I'm going to go. I know I said Mason Edwards earlier. I'm going to screw it. I'll just stick with Mason Edwards.
Nice.
All right, Mason Edwards is my pick.
Yeah, I haven't really locked in anybody. I keep
changing my mind. I keep changing my mind, but I'm gonna lock in with Mason Edwards.
If you'd asked me,
I'm gonna
Spangler, but
I'm gonna lock in Taj. I'm sorry,
Taj Marchand.
Yeah, I'm gonna lock in Taj Marchand.
Tigers are on the clock, apparently.
Yeah, they take Taj Marchand. I'm gonna pop a champagne bottle right here. In front of
yeah, draft the cocaine, awesome. Please.
Yeah. Look, if that happens, by the way, if anybody that's in the chat knows the pick ahead of time, please do not spoil it for everybody else.
I will be putting it in the private chat.
Okay.
All right, but
please do.
Yeah. Don't be a goofy goober.
They're saying Borthwick to the Padres. So
Borthwick.
Okay. Well, all right. There goes my guy.
They took Cruz Schoolcraft, and who's the other giant lefty that they took in the last 2 years? This is a righty, but they took two pretty large high school pitchers the last 2 years.
Okay. So
what am I thinking of?
Would you say went to San Diego? Borthwick?
Borthwick, yeah.
Borthwick. Oh, yeah, that's right. Borthwick.
That's
I am not a Schoolcraft guy either.
I don't think he's been great.
He hasn't. Yeah. Wasn't a fan on draft night, not a fan now. Yeah.
Let me see.
All right, so I have to update this real quick here. Coleman.
There's one other pitcher that who they take. Cash Mayfield was the one the year before. I think he has been solid.
I haven't heard anything of him since draft night.
All right, come on, let's go, Rob. Let's speed it up here.
Yeah.
All right.
So no weekend yet.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
So I haven't heard. Yeah, I mean this, like you said, all the guys we've mentioned for the most part are still there.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, Coleman, Borthwick. That's okay. All right. So yeah, you have a litany of guys to choose from if you're Detroit.
I'll be right back to
draft the.
Go ahead.
No problem. I was just gonna say draft the cocaine Tigers. You know you want it. Come on.
Let's see. Yeah. So we're all
Ruiz is on the board. Everyone.
Ruiz is, Lawrence is, Marchand is, all like Taylor Rabe, the college pitcher. Tegan Coons is still.
There's a lot of prep talent. They can either go. They have their pick of the litter of prep bat or college arm. I mean, to kind of our point throughout this, whichever direction they want to go. And again, if they have a game plan of what they're like with Bass or whoever it is that they are maybe eyeing for later rounds, maybe that does incentivize them to go arm here. But I don't know.
I have been tipped off here.
There you go.
And this is interesting.
Oh.
So, taking a guy kind of fallen.
Well, I mean, hey, man, yeah.
there's been some. He's been mocked a number of times, but
yeah, for sure. Well, that's we can just wait until like it is official, I guess, and then just break it down. But
yeah, we can wait just a little bit longer. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it really is a debate between like do you go for the arm? Do you go for your classic, left-handed bat? We'll see what the Tigers end up doing, but yeah, definitely an interesting decision, no matter what it is. And you can see Raj, he knows what it is. I think we all know what it is. So yeah, I mean, listen, they might be interviewing Homeboy here for a minute. Do you guys want to get after it? Let's just announce the people we got.
Roger muted. Muted. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah. Do not. Let's just wait. Let's wait. I want everybody to find out together.
All right,
and that gives me enough time to do what I'm doing anyway. So, which is anyway. So, what's going on, everyone?
Well, yeah. How's it going? How's the weather out there? I really haven't checked yet today.
It was, but the person. Okay. Anyway, it was a name I said earlier, but I said a lot.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't. We haven't talked about this guy at all.
No, but I think he's on my. You know what? I think he's on my
so
list.
on brand.
Yeah.
I think if this is the guy that we're talking about, I think I actually mentioned him earlier.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I just feel like we haven't really broken him down, or like we've mentioned a ton of names, but
oh yeah, no, we not specifically. No, come on, Tigers, let's go, Manfred, let's go. Come on, let's speed this thing up. We gotta.
Yeah, we have to. We got stuff to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see where my Canva thing go. Oh, come on, where'd it go? Come on. Oh, there. No, damn it. Okay. Anyway.
Very intriguing though. Let's see here.
In retrospect, maybe not the biggest shocker, given the main thing he's known for.
Right. Well, that I was complaining about earlier.
Yeah.
As it goes. Does anybody know yet? Okay, no, yeah. No one's see here it comes. Is it coming yet? Okay. Well, anyway.
Pick is in.
The pick is in? Okay.
There you go.
The pick is in. I'm doing dishes, so I can't check. Hold on 1 second, Tyler. We're gonna get to it. Don't you worry, but we don't want to spoil it for anybody. Yeah, Lombard, love you, bro, but like, come on, let's wrap this up. I know the technical director has to be in Homeboy's ear just screaming. Like,
let's go! Yeah.
Vamonos. Let's go.
All right.
There, it's on the draft tracker now. It's Cameron Flukie, the right-handed pitcher from
Carolina.
Ooh. All right.
Flukie,
who was coming into this year was considered one of the 2 best college arms.
Yep.
And then he barely pitched. I think he was out for most of the season with what was the injury?
He's a rib cage. It was like literally like stress fracture, whatever, like in his ribs.
So
all right.
Yeah, I mean he is a big, strong right-handed pitcher, 6'6", mostly known for his fastball, which reaches the upper 90s, and he's got a very vertical arm slot. Which I think results in a fair amount of IVB, which we know the Tigers love.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. I'm obviously, like 30 minutes ago, I was whining and complaining about how we have 0 velocity in the system, and then they go and draft a guy who could throw 100. So there you go. But I think
yippee!
Did I also say Flukie would be a good idea?
What'd you say, Raj?
I said, did I say that Flukie would be a good idea earlier?
Yeah, and I think that's. I mean, to Chris's point, obviously, like this is a guy that if he pitched a fully healthy season, there's no way he's on the board right now. But you are getting not necessarily rewarded because there's obviously no risk with the injury. But again, it's like it's a rib injury. It's not like he blew his arm out 6 times this year. Like it's not a throwing arm thing, as that will inevitably happen because he throws 100. But like, yeah, it's a really exciting profile. It's a really good fastball. Obviously, there's a good kind of because of the arm slot and everything. He's got a few different types of breaking balls. He was really good at Coastal Carolina, man. Like that, he was their Friday starter, and for a reason when he was healthy again. So yeah, I mean, if they can consistently get him to have that velocity in the strike zone, they're going to be really pleased with it. And I would imagine that he is now immediately the highest ranked pitching prospect in the organization now.
Yeah. Real quick on Fluky. The curveball was something like when I was just going over watching his tape, it was one of the bigger things that I saw. Like he got a lot of swing and miss with that. That thing just kind of falls off of a table, peaks out at the like higher 70s. But yeah, between that and the fastball, and he throws in the slider changeup as well. But I'm really high on this pick. I think this is a guy that can, obviously we got to see what happens through, the different levels. But in terms of raw stuff, he's got a lot going for him. So I'm excited to see, his good extension. He's got a big frame, and he throws heat. So we'll see.
They tried to post injury get him with the patented Drew Anderson kick change too. So we'll see if that can be anything once he gets into the system. But yeah, I mean the only concern here is obviously health and then just like, is he consistently enough in the zone to be a starter? But like he was in college, so I don't know why that would be like a huge issue going forward. I really think that he's again, like we just drafted a guy that now immediately 5 minutes after the pick is official, like he's gonna be the team's best pitching prospect in the organization, which is obviously a great get.
Yeah, it's
fantastic.
There's a reason he slipped to 22. And it's not just like there's the injury concern. It's also an unorthodox delivery, right? Like he throws a lot of strikes, so you don't have to worry about that. But it's a little unorthodox, and so sometimes teams are scared away by that. But it's 4-pitch mix, strikes, big fastball. I think it's a good starting point for sure, and we'll see what the Tigers can do with him.
The one of the cool things too is the when looking at Arsenal. It's really fascinating to me when you have a guy with that arm slot with 2 different breaking balls and throws both of them to righties and lefties. That's not something you see from major leaguers every day. Nonetheless, kids that are coming out of college, and I'm sure they'll tweak with stuff. And he might get told immediately, like, hey, don't throw the slider to lefties anymore. But like, I think that does matter too. Like that counts for something, right? That they're good enough. Both breaking balls and the fastball are all good enough to be thrown to either platoon side. I think definitely matters as well. And when you're pairing that with 99 on the gun and a fastball, you can be pretty darn good.
Yeah.
So guys, I wanted to ask you guys this: where does he end up? Like, is he gonna go to West Michigan? Is he gonna go lower, higher? Where do you think the Tigers
is he going to pitch this year?
Well, I don't think so.
They might tell him, "Hey, man, pack your bags and stay in a nice resort for the next 6 months. We're not messing with that."
I think this is an interesting case because it's almost always they do not have college pitchers pitch in their draft year, partially because they've been shut down for like 2 months or whatever. It's hard to ramp them back up, but they've typically brought in their JUCO pitchers and had them pitch a few innings because they don't have the workload. And Fluky,
he doesn't.
Yeah, Fluky threw 101 innings last year, 24 this year. It would not shock me if we see him in Lakeland in a month or so.
For sure.
Maybe 6 weeks. So it'll be exciting in that regard. It'll be the first time we've seen a Tigers pitcher that quickly. So, but also, it also wouldn't shock me if they shut him down, right? Like who knows? But I think this is for once that we might actually see the guy.
Right on. Guys, I do apologize, but unfortunately,
okay.
I got to get out of here. Got some other things going on today. Thank you guys so much for having me. Pleasure to be with you guys. If any of you guys, Rahilio, you started to become a little bit of a fixture on the Woodward Baseball, so we love to continue to have you on there. But Scotty, Chris, if you guys ever want to come on Woodward Baseball, we're trying to put out a little bit of content for this All-Star break. So I'd love to stay in touch with you guys. And I know we're a little bit of like the new kids on the block in terms of this corner, this niche of the YouTube, the baseball YouTube. But we really want to put a good foot forward and consistently contribute with guys like yourselves. So thank you. Like I said, thank you guys so much for having me, and very optimistic about our guy Fluky here. But yeah, thanks guys.
Yeah,
Appreciate you, man.
thanks for
Appreciate it. Nice
joining
to
us,
meet
man.
you finally.
For sure.
For sure.
And yeah, I always willing to hop on. So happy to.
Awesome, guys.
Enjoy.
All right, hey,
So,
See you guys.
have a great
See ya.
rest of the show.
thank you.
All right. Sorry about that, folks. I was just trying to update our various social medias. That's
Oh yeah. No, Rod, you're running a lot of things right now. Sorry, I'm up here chattering away, but
No, it's
yeah,
good.
not the pick that I expected, but also not terribly shocking. I would now expect probably at least one, if not two, prep players for the next two picks.
Yeah.
Like I said, my dream scenario was Taylor Rabe here, and then two prep picks. So they like Fluky more apparently because Rabe was available.
All right. So sorry, I was trying to. Yeah, I'm done with all that stuff. Can you guys hear me? Okay, my mic seems like be cutting out again.
Sounds
Oh,
good. to
you're
me.
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Scotty loves swearing too much on Woodward. You broke him. No, he can swear here. He knows that. But we try to get. Yeah,
We used to swear often, and depending on our guest, we would be swearing up and down. And then we got a bunch of people saying like, I listened to the show with my kids. We're like, what?
Yeah.
So all right. And now, I don't swear a ton in personal conversation anyway. So
See, I do. It's a problem.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
And
I
I have to force myself to calm down. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too, and that's By the way, I'm excited to look. Let me just give my analysis a pick. Love it, absolutely love it. I wanted them to go pitcher. They needed pitching really bad. This is a system again. Lack of pitching, AA, AAA right now. This guy, if they don't shut him down, can instantly go start the year and go to Lakeland right now.
He could end next year in Erie.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have any. They don't have any right-handers at all that can throw above 95 for Christ's sake.
Not starters, yeah. I mean, so it's it's definitely interesting, and it's I don't know. It makes it fun to be like, okay, well now you just don't automatically give them the top left-handed hitting prep shortstop, right? Like we probably still will. We probably will still grab a couple of those guys in this draft. They still
will, but
and again, like I said earlier, I have zero problem with that strategy because even when those guys don't work out as shortstops, they have so many
everybody
other
was a shortstop
options.
out of high school, man. This is,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like all the Padres rolled out literally 9 shortstops a couple of years ago in one of their lineups. Like everybody that's good is a shortstop in high school.
Yeah.
That's whatever.
Yeah, and so I mean, they took Jude Warwick in the 12th round a couple of years ago. He's playing.
Yeah.
He's a shortstop. He's mostly playing second base. I think he'll add center field at some point. It's nice to have options like that, but it's also nice to have right-handed pitchers who can throw hard and throw strikes. So, our buddy Brian gave a Logan Gilbert comp. I think there's probably going to be a natural tendency to compare him to Trey Savage, right? Like higher arm slot, same school. But
Does everybody in our audience want to see him pitch?
I'm sure that everybody would like that.
Yeah. All right, let's do that. Let's
I'm sorry. You Savage was East Carolina, not Coastal.
Mark, thank you for the $20.
Oh wow.
Thank you very much. Any
I
concern about his spin rate?
honestly I don't know about his spin rate right now. He seems to be able to spin a breaking ball fairly well. It is I don't think the Tigers necessarily target guys like, again, they like guys who have outlier traits, so they might go for a guy with a super high spin rate. But if he has a lower spin rate, but the pitches move well, it's fine.
Oof. There you go. That's a change right there. It looked like a change.
It might have been a slider.
Yeah, I think it was a slider.
Just wait, I faded there.
So
There's the 12-6. There's Uncle Charlie.
Yeah.
And this is the College World Series last year. This is like pitching in the World Series, right? Like 97.
Yeah, on the dot, on the corner. Oof, tail end action there. Yeah, there's a lot to like. I love his windup too. Like the kind of
that fastball has a lot of carry.
Yeah,
you see that thing just stuck there.
Well, again, especially for somebody who has the release point that he does, to also have then, you know, the carry and almost like off a mound when you're 6'6" and release the ball, you know, like 7 feet in the air. Like that's, I mean, there's going to be a lot of, again, like the IVB people are going to absolutely adore him immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I want to look. I'm sure there's been a lot of deep dives into his data at Baseball America.
For sure.
No, don't worry, Mark. I know you meant well. I know you meant what you were trying to say that there. But yeah, here's the thing. The one important thing, I always talk about this all the time, changing eye level. He does a really good job with that. Like that fastball, just rising, just some really good depth to it. Oof.
Again, heading into this year, this was a guy projected to go in the top 10. So, whether, I mean, there sometimes that, Jace Laviolette was projected to go in the top 10 last year, and he's looking quite bad this year. He slipped down. Sometimes it happens. But this one is mostly, he was injured. He didn't pitch much, and it's a little bit funky. But, this guy could be a top 50 prospect at this time next year.
For sure.
Pretty solid value.
Unnamed YouTuber user says it doesn't look like any of his pitches move east to west.
Well, from that arm slide,
you just haven't seen. He has a slider, but I guess that is the only one. He only has one pitch that is an east-west pitch. It's a fastball, a 12-6 curve, a changeup. None of those are east-west, and then he does have a little bit more of a slide, traditional curve type of thing too that he throws in there. But
no, that's not what I want to do. No, it's not. We're not watching SNL here. Okay.
Action News at 9, baby. Let's lock in.
All right, let's do. Here's some more. Who wants to watch more? All right, we're all down for more, right? I don't care about any other picks right now.
It's a long arm action. I don't know, the finer points of the game. How does he control the running game? How well do pro hitters see the ball with an arm action like that? But
man, that is a fastball, though, man.
And for a 6'6" guy, still looks like he's got some room to add some weight. Like
agreed. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, right-handed pitcher. There we go. That's another. But if you want to know a little more about him, Gordon, this is from Baseball America. He suffered a stress reaction. His ribcage kept him out until April. When he trained began ramping up his and abbreviated out his finish the season with 4.12 ERA and 24 total innings. At his best, he's a standout strike thrower with a high probability starter profile. 6'6", gamely right-hander with a lean and projectable frame. Throws a high-maintenance delivery that features a high leg kick, lengthy arm stroke, and aggressive trunk tilt in his finish. His fastball is a 95-96 four-seamer, touches 99 with above right, like which we're seeing right here.
I truly think that they heard high velo and elite strike thrower and just went, well, there you go. This is all we need to hear. He can throw hard and, not walk anybody. That everything else, they're like, we'll figure it out later. That's kind of all the Tigers needed to hear, I'm sure.
Here's him sharing his his MLB dreams.
Hopefully it's the play for the Detroit Tigers.
Nice.
Yes,
from
the audio.
New Jersey?
Yeah.
The 6'6" right-handed pitcher is on the verge of becoming a first-round pick in the Major League Baseball draft.
I feel great. I'm excited. I'm excited for all the opportunities ahead.
Before lighting up radar guns with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, Cam reached the radar of baseball scouts coming out of Egg Harbor Township High School.
Cameron Flukie is, to me, putting on a show. It was no fluke, Greg.
21.
He passed on the pros 3 years ago, instead pitching for Coastal Carolina.
Right at the letters.
Trey Ebel.
Flukie finds it when he needs it.
Where he started Game 1 of last year's College World Series.
It was
College World
Series.
Series.
You don't really realize kind of what you're doing until after the fact. You look at the College World Series now. It's like, wow.
Cam's got that wow factor now.
I'm sorry, this announcer's obnoxious.
It wasn't that way in the beginning.
When he first started, he was, freshman in high school, probably throwing low 80s. Obviously, like you could see the projection, like really tall, lanky, like threw a ton of strikes.
That's Mike Adams. Cam calls him a pitching guru.
I mean, it is awesome. His story went up to AAA, but it also makes you trust him because he's been through the ringer a little bit. That's what we want. And he knows what he's talking about. It's been awesome to see from young, like scrawny, lanky kid to like obviously, being a projected top round pick or top overall pick. It's pretty awesome.
Mike now runs the Baseball Performance Center in Egg Harbor Township, which has grown into one of the
Egg
top
Harbor
locations in the nation for developing top baseball talent.
We build an environment where we're trying to get the best players in here, so obviously they feed off each other and they continue to get better.
Cam is the embodiment of that. And while the draft will be held just an hour away, he says he's not planning to be in Philly to hear his name called.
I'm staying home, I think. Do a small one for my family, and then maybe hang out with a bigger group of people after to celebrate.
A low-key approach for a top talent whose draft dreams are about to become reality. But Cam tells us that's just the start.
It's just another stepping stone. I got a long ways to go until I really can complete my dream, like you said. But I'm heading in the right direction for sure.
All right. So that is him in a nutshell. I just wanted to share that give us a little bit of a break as well. I know the people wanted to see him pitch. So.
Yeah. Sorry. I was just keeping up with the other picks that happened. Trey Ebel goes to Milwaukee with his brother. And the Braves go way off the board with Carter Beck, a Canadian outfielder. But
no way.
Or no, he's not Canadian. Is he Canadian? He's from Canada originally. He's from Indiana State. Let me see. Why did I think he was Canadian? Because he's Canadian. All right. Oops, this got he just went to Indiana first. They're Eric Hartman, the outfielder who's blowing up like crazy, is from Canada. So maybe they're just that Atlanta to Canada pipeline is going strong. So, any concerns about a power pitcher with a stress fracture in his rib? Sure. It's better than a stress fracture in your elbow or shoulder. Again, it's a little bit of a funky look, so maybe that's the cause of it. But generally, you don't do a whole lot to change guys' deliveries, unless you want
also
to break
like
their arm.
I mean, what power pitcher in today's age doesn't have at some point it's just like, yeah, every pitcher that throws over 95 has injury concern. Let's just take one that we like. I think there's probably something to be said for that.
Yeah, and it's you like the arm, you trust your medical staff. Well, maybe the Tigers should not. But
right,
yeah, again, there's a reason he fell to 22 when he came into the year as a potential top 10 pick. But I'm sure the Tigers, got a good look at his medical at the combine and stuff like that. So we'll see. It's a pretty high upside pick for where they were drafted. He's probably not an ace or anything like that, but you might get yourself a solid number 3 starter, which is outstanding.
More than what you have on the right side in the system right now. So
sure.
Yeah. Look, I mean, he is now the top right-handed prospect in all of Tiger system. They don't have anybody that even right now. What Rainer Castillo was throwing 95, and now he's not even doing that right now.
I mean, Witherspoon throws 96, 98 or whatever, but he's so frustrating.
I'm sorry, man, at a higher level than.
Gotcha.
But no, you're right. Witherspoon is inconsistent. Like the other day, Chris, it's funny, Scott, sometimes Chris will just text me one word. He'll say something is
he gets
every
outing
20 whiffs one outing and then gets 2 in the next.
Yeah, it's and he'll have, it seems like at this point at least one inning in every outing that just goes completely sideways, and that happened his last outing when I was upset, and then he got out of it and threw like 3 more shutdown innings. So it's pitching development, all development, you got to have patience, but I think he's certainly got a good arm, but Fluky does too, and I think we'll move ahead of him just based on being a first rounder and the track record.
For sure. Yeah, he'll be the highest ranked pitcher in the org right away.
Yeah, then the question becomes is how high does he go? Is he 4th in the system right now?
I would put him 4th.
Would you put him ahead of Lorenzo?
Yes.
Probably. You're talking like Lorenzo and Yost in that area, right? And Witherspoon, Jacobs.
I'd probably have him ahead of Lorenzo. Yost is an interesting. He's just so young. Like he might skyrocket at some point, but like for now, probably. Yeah, he's probably 4 or 5.
Yeah, if Yost gets like the power bump,
you're right.
Then
it's he's gonna skyrocket if he can put on some muscle there.
But he has to do it right. Like it can't just dream on it. Carson Wiggins goes 27 to the Mets.
There you go. Wow,
that's another fun one. Some of the interesting pitchers going off before, like Tegan Kuhn still hasn't gone, right? The kid from Tennessee.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And I saw a lot of mocks with Rabe going to the Dodgers, so maybe there's some smoke there with the 40th pick.
I'll be catching up the banner or the banner here, the draft banner here in a second. I'm just trying to do a little of everything right now at the moment, but let's see here. Let it go. Somebody made a comment. Sorry, I just saw. Who cares how Harris? Wow, he's not great. He screwed up playing. Let's let it go, Chris Brown. He's right until they play up to the potential.
Wait, what? What did I do?
No, just something. It was when I said this Scott Harris thing about. Yeah, I'm doing a poll right now. So let me see. Yeah, you can do a poll. So vote yes if you like to pick, no for 2. So just put 1 or 2 in there, guys. If you're in the chat right now, just type in 1 or 2 if you like to pick. Thank you, Jake, for getting things going there. Much appreciated. Jake is a good contributor to the show. Always breaking news and stuff like that. So thank you, Jake. Much appreciated. So just vote 1 or 2 in the chat if you like to pick. There you go. So
who's going to come out and be brave and say no?
Yeah.
There's always got to be somebody who's like, no, I don't like it. I wanted Ruiz, right? Like,
yeah. So the votes are coming in pretty steamily right now. So we have 8 votes in so far. That should uptake here. Uptake in a second.
Astros get Raydell.
Ooh, nice.
All right, I'm catching up here with all the picks here. All right. So yeah, if you want to vote on what you thought about the pick, just vote 1 for yes, 2 for no. And I'm going to see if I'm going to be interested to see the no's if there's any. I don't think there will be.
Are we officially to the comp round now?
Man, it's moving pretty fast. Then.
Yeah, cool. Because there's only 26 first round picks. Like there was 3 or 4 teams all lost their first. So
yeah, Blue Jays, Phillies, Yankees, and Dodgers. I think
Yankees, Dodgers. Yeah. The Dodgers pool money this year is they have like $4, and they'll still get like they'll still walk away with it. We'll look back and be like, wow, they got 3 top 100 prospects with pennies. That's cool.
Yeah, it's like equivalent to like the 15th overall pick.
Yeah,
$4 million or something like
for the whole draft is literally it's crazy.
Yeah, Wiggins was a fun one to dream on as a guy who barely pitched, huge arm, ridiculous slider. His brother's in the Cubs system. Could be a monster starter, but probably a reliever just based on its 101 mile an hour fastball. But who knows? And Raydell was a guy that Raj liked a lot. Big up arrow this year, college pitcher. He got a couple ticks in his fastball. Right-hander out of Notre Dame. Very, strong track record. Made a ton of starts, pitched a lot of innings, and has his quality stuff. So
that's a good pick. That's a solid pick. That's for the Astros. Yeah, and the Astros don't really have a lot of pitching right now in their system either.
Astros don't have a lot of much in their system at this point. Yeah,
they don't.
Your Nyans, and they have that young international outfielder. Well,
let me ask you guys a question. As far as systems go, who has a system that's currently who's worse off right now, the Phillies or the Astros?
I would say the Phillies.
Well, I'm trying to think. The Phillies have Aiden Miller theoretically.
Mm-hmm. On paper.
They had. I'm blanking on somebody who was a decent pop up. Oh, Gage Wood, right? The right-hander from Arkansas. He's looking pretty good. Astros have Nyans, and yeah, I mean it's a. I don't know. I don't see a lot. Like we see Clearwater, and so I see a bunch of their younger players. Some of them are annoying. Some of them have moved up, and who's their catcher whose name escapes me, but it's kind of a funky name that has been moving up prospect lists. I have to look it up. Sorry. But yeah, I guess I don't know. Neither of them are strong farm systems, right? I wouldn't.
Yeah, as far as like potential trade partners go and everything, I know that Dombrowski usually likes to do something, and they don't. We were looking at the system the other day, Gordon and I was like, there's not much that really excites me.
That's what everyone's like. Oh, like Dombrowski will trade for Skubal. He wants to go all in. He's like, with what? What?
Yeah.
Well,
what exactly do you want from the Phillies system at the present moment that's going to be worth Tarek Skubal?
They do have Dante Nori and Arun Escobar, but who's the
Dante Nori, Northville's finest.
Yeah.
there it is. Alirio Firabus is the guy I was thinking of.
Where Nori land?
What's that?
Oh, Philly. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's
That's right.
I think he's struggling this year.
Yeah, he's not. He's off to. He's batting like 210 or something like that in Double A.
45, 2 homers.
Hey man, that's Team Italy's finest there in the WBC.
Forgot about that.
There's Carson Bolemon goes to the Giants. There were rumors about Spangler going there.
Yeah, Spangler. That's a.
I think. I mean, it's always tough with these Stanford kids. We'll see. He may go here in the next 10 picks, right? Like this is where we expect a lot of the. This is where teams have multiple picks and guys who get paid more like a top 15 or top 20 prospect.
Don't forget, by the way, thank you for liking and subscribing to our channel. We've seen an uptick, and so thank you for that. We're also streaming on the Motor City Metrics as well for regular listeners over there. Ashley is going to join us after the first round. I just talked to her, so she's going to be on with us talking about the draft. She did a really good job with this draft piece. You can check it out on our website. It was fantastic. So yeah, we are. So, and Tigers game will be starting at 6:10 tonight or 6:40.
6:10.
Yeah.
Valencia behind the dish.
Yeah.
We'll see. This is with Casey Mize throwing the split. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Phillies lineup.
Well, don't worry. Matt Vierling's leading off, so we're good. We're chilling.
Somebody asked me the other day, I think my brother or something like that, was like, who's the next guy the Tigers are going to pick on, or Tiger fans going to pick on? I was like, it's going to be Matt Vierling.
100%.
I already saw it. Yep.
Yeah.
Because McKinstry has picked it up a little bit, so it's Vierling. And it's particularly when he's getting starts against.
when he's leading off, yeah.
We'll see.
So there's Taylor Ray to the Kansas City. You guys just said that, yeah.
Yeah, somebody in the chat mentioned it.
Okay.
So yeah, they got a couple of interesting players there in Kansas City. Couple of college outfielder, college starter. But
Giants went pitching back to back, didn't they?
Who did they get in the first round? Looking. Did they have a pick earlier? Oh yeah, they went. Jackson Flora and Bolemon. So yeah, coming into the year, that was arguably the best college pitcher and arguably the best high school pitcher. So interesting. All they talk about, they made a trade too, didn't they, to get another pick? Wasn't that pick traded to them?
Yeah, I think so.
And people were like, "Oh, they're going to try to float Chalowski down," and it's like that doesn't happen. But interesting. Where are we going now? We've got look at the current round. So the Diamondbacks are on the clock again. So I wonder if we start seeing like the Bo Lawrences and Taj Marchins go off the board here.
Yeah, Lawrence kind of has comp round written all over him, I feel.
Yeah. And then the White Sox picking a couple picks and pretty sure it could be Tomei, but we'll see. Interesting. So they're thinking. Some people are thinking that the Braves are going to go underslot with both AJ Gracia and Carter Beck. So going to go spend money on high school players later.
Sure.
We didn't necessarily talk about this draft as a whole in a big conversation, but I like the more I dug into it, the more I liked players from like 50 to 150 in the top 30. It's a weird draft that way. Like I have a lot of guys I like a lot, riskier players with interesting tools that are going to go in the next 2 rounds. So it's a pretty deep in terms of high school pitching, which is
I think it's really deep in high school in general.
Yeah, and generally speaking, those are the groups that you can overpay a little bit later. You don't have to go like $4 million. You can give them $2 million, 2.5, 1.5, and get guys to sign with you. So, and I, as of now, I'm kind of predicting that's what the Tigers do. Go prep in their next 2 picks, but we'll see.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they did not go prep with their next pick here. But that's, again, more of just like reputation preceding itself. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, that's like we're all just waiting for it to happen. We all know that that's what they obviously love to take. What year the Texas Rangers did that the year? I think it was the Rocker year where they were just like, they saved so much money up top and then just got a ton of prep for rounds like 4 through 10 or something.
And
including what's his face from Orchard Lake St. Mary's that I always forget his name.
Yeah, and that has not gone well for him. His pro experience has not been great.
Has not been very good at all, unfortunately. Yeah, Brock Porter, that's what it is. Yeah, thank you, Mitchell. So yeah, like it's just it's an interesting strategy. I'm really interested to see if like the aspect is like actually like if there was actually smoke to that and it is the entire like plan that they want to do, and if he's going to be on the board or whatever, that'd be interesting.
So we have a question in here. Let's see here. Okay, get my bearings together. I've been running back and forth with the dog, and is there a chance we see them move on from Verley and ZMAC in 2027?
Yeah.
I mean, ZMAC for sure, or Verley. Well, I don't think it's for sure thing, but just the matter of guys they have, it depends on the.
Sorry, my dog.
Go ahead, Chris.
My dog got out. I got to go get him.
All right, go do you think?
Yeah, you should do that.
Yeah. No, it really depends on their output. I kind of hesitate with Verley because I think they still need. It's weird. Like Compost has fallen off the face of the planet. You don't know what he is anymore, I know, right? But thank you everybody who voted, by the way. They don't really have an outfielder right now. I mean, outside of Clark, excuse me. But you can make a case for Brett Callahan. I mean, Callahan. See, I don't know, Scott. Like, I love Brett Callahan. I really do.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
And it's like it's just where do you put him though? Do you put him? Is he a corner guy? Is he a right field? Like, you have him and Clark. So Callahan, what I worry about is like how is he going to handle spin at a higher level? Because sometimes he swing. He still does that, like swings out of his shoe.
Yeah. But I mean, Mel Jerry had to deal with that a little bit, make some adjustments too. For me personally, I think Vierling is a non-tender this year, and I think McKinstry's back just because he has 1 year of team control left anyway, and they love Zach McKinstry. Like I know fans have their qualms with him. The organization absolutely loves him. He plays good defense at a lot of different positions. He had 2 errors last game, so I guess ill timing, but he runs the bases really well. He's a lefty bat. And like they're not in a rush to. He also like he's hitting well now, and obviously in the first half of last year he hit well. So he's not going anywhere. I feel as though Vierling, barring a huge turnaround, I think Vierling's non-tendered. I think he's gone.
Yeah, the reason why I was kind of hesitant about Vierling at first is because just the development of where Callahan and Clark are going to be. Now, if they're ready to go, then obviously that would make a lot. Like to me, it would be a no-brainer because I like sometimes too with Verlander. Sometimes it's almost like when he swings, it's almost like it's like an afterthought kind of thing. Like it's like
he's chucking the barrel at the ball instead of swinging. It's the loopiest. Like it's. Yeah. And like he's made adjustments with it throughout the years and like he's had his hot stretches. I'm not saying that you know, he's a terrible ball player or that he can't find success at the major league level again, because we saw it before the injuries. But I don't think that's worth a roster spot, especially for what they'd have to pay him going into his 5th or 6th year of team control. You know, at that point in arbitration, he's going to be probably pushing, you know, 5-10 mil and a roster spot. I think he's gone.
Yeah. Yeah. Charles, you just said it too. He just throws it at the ball.
Literally what he does. Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of the tracker, because the tracker just seems like it keeps growing and growing, we're just going to show this from time to time. The MLB draft tracker as picks go in. So I'll.
When's our next 61?
Yeah, so we got time. So
okay,
if no one cares about me putting the other picks on there, you can. We'll be just keeping tabs accordingly. So is Charlie okay, Chris?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, all's well, thank you. The gate back to the pool area, the magnet is not working, so he apparently figured that out, or he was chasing his little plastic egg around and went through. So that was my neighbor.
I love that plastic egg, by the way.
My neighbor was calling me, letting me know he was in the neighbor's backyard, but apparently my wife had already taken care of it, and so I just went upstairs to get yelled at for a minute because I knew that thing was not working. I told my wife about it. I thought she fixed it. She thought I did something about it. So there we go. Oh, the Rays took Taj Marchand?
Yes, they did.
There you go. So he goes before Lawrence. Interesting.
And now he's a Ray, so now I just have full faith that he's going to be an absolute stud. I very, very high on him in this.
Well, you know, it's interesting. They had Carson Williams too, right?
Yeah, Chris in the chat. Chris in the doghouse, Charlie in the couch.
That's funny, Brandon. But get out here, Brandon. Or get in here. What's taking so long? But no, it's true. I am in the doghouse. Charlie does enjoy eating Brandon's face.
Yes.
That was going back to one of the first draft broadcasts. But the Rays do a good job taking players. But I'm curious to see how the rest of this goes. You know, I thought you had a lot of tie head talk about him going earlier. I mentioned him as a potential Tigers pick, and he's still out there. Daniel Jackson, the Golden Spikes winner, still out there. Aiden Ruiz is still out there. Spangler is still out there. Lawrence. I think we're thinking Tomei comes off the board right here, though, right?
Yeah.
I would be shocked if it was anything else.
No, and as far as here's the thing about the Rays too. It doesn't matter where they draft. They're gonna do something with everything they do. I mean, they're first place right now. They are one of the best development teams that we've ever seen. Just as far as just pure putting together a roster. They're competitive at every level. Outside, last year was the Rays and Tigers among the 2 best minor league systems last year, and so Tomei, to no surprise, goes to the White Sox at pick number 34. So there you go.
Yeah, everybody saw that one coming. But good for them. Again, he's different than his dad. More, not the gigantic power, but maybe a little bit more hit. And I don't know, but people love Jim Tomei. So,
quick rules question from Charles. I saw the Rays traded number 37 pick in last year's draft and trade for that player in the offseason. When could we trade Flukie? Would it be an option to trade August 3rd?
No, you have to wait until 5 days after the World Series now. It's the trade.
I think
rule.
It's when the re-signing period opens. Yeah.
Yes, it's I think 5 days. You used to have to wait a year to trade a player.
Not that long ago either.
Yeah, and then it became 6 months, I think.
Yep.
And now it's 5 days after.
Well, they wanted it to be originally. They were like, well, if it's winter meetings, that would be cool. So that's when they went from a year to 6 months. And then they were like, okay, this doesn't really change anything. We're just gonna make it right after the World Series, like literally everybody else. And so
And now we're finally getting the Yankees and Phillies first picks.
Yawn. I'm sure. No, but the Yankees right now have the best run differential outside of the Tigers in the American League. So the Yankees,
including the Tigers, right? Theirs is better than ours, yeah.
Yeah, just those two teams, years in that. But no, we'll be interested to see here with the Yankees. tend to what they're kind of like all over the place with their crash stat.
Yeah, they've gone college pitching recently. I think in the last few years, they I think who is it? The shortstop everybody hates now. They took him in the first round a few years back. Whoever their starting shortstop is right now.
What team? I didn't even.
The Yankees.
Oh, Volpe?
Yeah. Two fans hate him now. They took
Everyone
Lombard.
hates Volpe. Well, because now they have Lombard too, especially. Yeah.
So yeah, you could see him going. Spangler could see him going. Which college pitchers are left? It's Kate. No, Kate Townsend's gone. I don't know. We'll see. But Volpe, that's right, Charles. Sorry. Trying to update our. And Mason Edwards is still out there. Maybe they'll go for a lefty college starter.
And I'm shocked Bo is fun. I mean, we're getting into like territory of, at some point it becomes a tough sign if you can't go way over slot here. So
yeah.
And Dietz is still out there too, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Must be some medical issues there.
Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah.
I'm surprised Mason Edwards, who led the nation's strikeouts, hasn't been drafted yet. Although I could see him going here to Colorado, or the Rockies already pick.
I think we're on the Mets or the Yankees, right?
Oh, sorry. I thought who the Rockies picked just now.
Yankees, Philly. Did they pick anybody?
I was looking at the Rockies pick at 30.
They picked 37. Yeah, because the way the MLB Draft Tracker does this is super annoying because they treat instead of doing it in order, it goes back to the first round where the Yankees and Phillies pick because they had their picks moved. But
stupid. Okay, all right. So
I did see a bunch of mocks of Spangler to the Phillies, which would fit. It would remind me of the story with Owens, not Henry Owens. No, who am I thinking of? The lefty high school pitcher from 8 years ago, who ended up with he was considered like maybe the top prospect in the draft, but he had a really checkered, iffy, like family. His family was like dealing drugs and stuff like that.
Sweet.
And he fell like to the Red Sox, and Dabrowski like looked and was like, "Why is nobody taking this guy?" And they're like, "Well, he's like, is he the best player available?" And they're like, "Oh yeah." And then he's like, "All right, take him." And they took him. It hasn't worked out. And again, I'm blanking on the name, but I can go back and look. What year was that? 2017, maybe 2018. Let's see.
So we have a regular listener, Tristan Kuhn, said his stuff. He was talking about Funky.
Tennessee's, yeah.
Stuff is absolute electric. Comes out of his hands like absolute rockets. Got to watch him 3 times going live to Appalachian State, and man, I never seen greatness like that. So
beauty.
Yeah.
He said he has Scooble's fastball, Joe's slider, and JV's curve.
Well,
here you go, guys. Biggest surprise of the draft: the White Sox just took Landon Tomei. I know you're surprised. I hope you're all sitting down.
Yeah.
There's Hunter Dietz to the Yankees.
There you go.
Pick 35.
Chris has ball knowledge. Not trying to spoil.
Wait, what did I do?
Yeah,
you know what's funny? So I have to admit something earlier. Somebody said I look like Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Right. Which I made a face because in my head I was thinking Timothy McVeigh. And I was like, "What? I look like a Michigan militia bomber?" Jay Groom, thank you very much, Brandon. Outstanding. Yes.
Oh, Jay, I remember. I don't remember the draft night story about all of that, but I do definitely remember Jay Groom. Yeah,
that was stuff we heard later on about why he slipped and why.
He was a top 100 prospect even after that. I mean, he was. Yeah. People thought he was going to be really good.
I think he blew out a couple times, but yeah. Another name that seems to be falling is Logan Redeman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which is not necessarily surprising because he was injured and then came back. I think it was a flexor. I don't know what's happening here. Oh, I see. Yes. The Timothy McVeigh. In any event, Yeah. So we've got the Phillies and then the Rockies, and then it's the Blue Jays and Dodgers. So
here's a question: has the Rockies improved themselves at all with all these change, like in terms of changes to their system, anything, or are they still kind of?
I think it's early returns to really know. I feel.
Okay.
I think getting real adults in the front office helps, right? Like not just having family members do everything. That's a great start. It's tough to say, like who did they draft earlier? I'm looking.
I don't even remember who they took this year.
Tyler Bell, switch hitting, shortstop from Kentucky, solid player. Kind of reminds me of Brooks Lee from a couple of years ago. The Twins took. I think Lee had a better track record of hitting, but Tyler Bell is just a draft eligible sophomore, so who knows? But not a bad pick for them at all. And do they have another pick already, or is this just it? Do they have a PPI pick? Stupid tracker. No, the Braves and the Astros had PPI picks. Rockies have the next competitive balance pick. So.
What pick are we at number wise?
I think 37.
Okay.
36. The Phillies, right?
Yeah, we're at the Phillies right now. Yeah. All right. So for those
Phillies are taking Spangler.
They're taking Spangler. Okay, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
There's another one.
So there must have been a lot of smoke there.
Charles, recent Sean McVay picture with his wife would have been a nice compliment for Chris.
Oh, his wife's pretty attractive, isn't she? Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently.
Yeah. I like that Spangler pick, man. That's another guy like the same story with Fluky. Like heading into this year, this was a top 10 prospect who, for other reasons, fell.
Right.
And could see him as a top 100 prospect at this time next year easily. He's a little Bryce Rayner shaped. I don't think he has Bryce Rayner's insane raw power. Which
he's
nobody does. But
Dabrowski.
No, it makes sense. And now then it will be the Rockies. There's Spangler. Yep. I wonder if he's going to get overslot there. I think he has to, but maybe not. Oh, yeah, they're saying. No, I don't know. I mean, Aiden Miller has a back issue and he's barely played this year, right? And so that's the story on Spangler is the back issue. But was that at all true? I don't know. Looking
that way, Spangler, of course, for those with Ghostbusters references, that was Egon Spangler.
Egon Spangler, yeah. There's been some other. I mean, Fluky's gonna. The headline writers are gonna have some fun with Fluky.
Yeah.
He's not a fluke.
Yeah.
Fluky goes to Detroit. It's gonna be everywhere.
That's gonna be a Lynn Henning headline.
Yeah, I want like commission from the Freep when they use that. No, I'm sure I'm also like the 12th person to already make that joke.
Yeah, it's okay.
But I'm trying to hop it over here, just looking at like I said, our Discord mock.
Yeah, how's that looking so far?
Well, so far, it's tough to do it without. I'm looking. So you've had. Well, it's not looking great for you, Raj.
He didn't even get as far as to say the actual number. He just went, it's not looking very good, actually.
Well, so I mean, you had Gio Rojas at 5. He went 16. You had Fluky. You picked Fluky 12. He went 22nd. You had Rabe. Rabe, you had 28. He went 30th. Tomei, you had 37. He went 34th. So you got 3 there. But Bo Lawrence hasn't gone yet. He was 21st. And Contreras 44th. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But you're not the only one who's not, who's not had great luck so far. There's some people who, like, I've had 4 guys go. I had 4 guys go in the top 15, and then nobody since. So,
just got my Detroit Tigers email listing of Cameron Fluky. Welcome to Detroit. So there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will be doing a press conference at some point, right?
Yeah. So
or a Zoom.
Yeah. They're doing a Zoom call soon after the team's final pick of day at 125. Tigers.
Oh,
baseball
so
people.
fourth rounder.
Yeah. So
let's take a stab at the fourth rounder right now, guys.
Yeah, right. From the pool of 300 people, it could be.
I like Trey Broussard, the outfielder from Houston.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Let's see here. Fluky Pickles. I like that. All right. There you go.
There you go.
That's a good way to change your name. Yeah.
Dookie Pickles to Fluky Pickles.
Yeah.
It's slightly more appetizing.
All right. So.
Wait, do we have the Rockies pick yet or no? Yeah, Daniel Jackson. There he goes.
Daniel Jackson?
Yeah. That's a fun one. They've it's interesting. They've taken, they got Hunter Goodman blowing up right now, right? But they took Cole Carrick a couple years ago, and he was like a really athletic catcher who is now, I think, playing outfield. And he's off to a good start. And there's some people who think Jackson can move to the outfield, although I would think you'd want to develop him as a catcher. What do you have, 25 home runs and 29 steals this year? Something like that. Won the Golden Spikes. Let me look.
All right, I got that email. Yeah, I'm just looking now. Yep, there it is.
32 homers and 26 steals. Daniel Jackson, the catcher from Georgia, had 26 steals.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
I mean, just the state of Georgia was just, breeding catchers kind of left and right this year.
We didn't really talk about it, and maybe we shouldn't, but Von Leckie is a black catcher, which we haven't seen in the majors in a long time, since like the 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
Which I think
it's like Charles Johnson, right?
Yeah, that's the last dude I could think of. And obviously, for a long time, that was, Josh Gibson, you had Roy Campanella.
Right.
It was a key spot for a long time, and I don't know. We don't care that much, but we want to see more young, black athletes in baseball because that's good for the sport.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So, but growing up in the 80s, we rooting for Darryl Strawberry and Eric Davis, and do those guys even make it to baseball now?
For sure.
I mean, Darryl Strawberry was 6'6", could probably be Randy Moss now. Anyway. Oh wait, no. The Rockies have 2 picks in a row. Those jerks.
From what?
Logan Redmond. There he goes.
How did who did the Rockies lose or comp? Like, how is that even, or is that just like competitive balance and then comp and?
Well, remember they were garbage last year, but they had been in the in the lottery for a couple years in a row, so they couldn't pick in the top 10. So their first pick was 11th or 10th.
Yeah.
And then they had a comp round A pick for being a small market, and now the first pick of round 2.
Are the Cardinals still getting
a
comp? Golly, it's my least favorite tradition in sports, dude. Every year the Cardinals have to pretend like they're not a big market, and so they get a comp round pick literally every year. It drives me absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
They picked 32nd. Their comp round pick. That was Tegan Kuhn.
Every year, man. So ridiculous.
So now, let me see. Now the White Sox are back up. So
is this their third pick already?
Yep.
3 in the top 50.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, we see this every now and then, right? Like where a team that was really bad for a long time, it finally clicks and they're playing pretty well, and then they still have high draft picks.
Right.
It happened to the Tigers back in 2006, right? They were
for
suddenly
sure
awesome, and they got Andrew Miller, and it was like, oh, yeah. You never know how
Andrew Miller did help the franchise, just not in the way that we assumed on draft night.
Absolutely. And it ended up being one of the better relievers in baseball. It was like a decade later, but lasted for a while. So, take the talent and do what you got to do. And now the Blue Jays get their first pick. Who do you go with if you're the Blue Jays?
John Verberg is not a fan of the pick. He said, and I quote, "I see him pitch. I like him. Just thought there'd be better options and more upside picks available."
I mean, you could certainly argue that there was, if you like other guys more, I think as a value it was fine, but we'll see. I mean, for the most part, college starters don't offer a ton of upside. The paint is usually pretty dry there. He's pretty skinny still. Like, it wouldn't necessarily shock me if he's throwing, sitting 98 and touching 101 or something like that down the road. But no, I mean, John has good opinions, and we'll see what works out. Some more college outfielders slipping. The guys were projected in the first round a fair amount. Caden Sorrell, Sawyer Stroh-Snyder, Aiden Robbins. And more of we still haven't seen more of the prep bats like the.
Yeah, I thought there might have been another run in kind of like the comp.
Yeah, you would have thought it would have been this era,
but
I wonder too about some of these. If the people had to draft changes when some of these guys were going back to school, like the LSU, and maybe they kind of had to scramble a little bit.
Well, I mean, that's a good point. And somebody asked very early on, like, has NIL changed the draft? And it clearly has. They're not just, I think JJ Cooper had an article about it on Baseball America. It's not just these high school guys getting to campus, but more sort of 6 to 10 round college guys are just going back to school because they can get a couple 100,000 or whatever, and as much as they get in the draft and they're staying in school, maybe they can improve their stock. Who knows? So it's definitely had an impact. I didn't think James Clark was going to campus. That shocked me.
Dude, that one still makes me so sad because I would have been all over that pick for the Tigers. I think he's a high walk rate, really good swing decision athlete. Plays up the middle, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I mean, he wants to play. He has a twin brother also committed to Duke. It's hard to be like, hey, no, don't go, don't go be teammates and whatever, college roommates or whatever you're gonna do. Like, don't go, with your twin brother for the next 3 years, whatever. It is what it is. But
sounds like so. Cole Carlone went to the Blue Jays, which is interesting. One of the. He had, I think, a velo dip late in the year, but he was a hard-throwing lefty with people say one of the better sliders in the draft. He slid a bit in the draft, but and it sounds like Bo Lawrence is going to the Dodgers at 40.
No way.
Yep.
Oh my god!
Embarrassment of riches, man. Jeez,
you gotta be kidding me. They're gonna blow their entire pool money on him. They're not gonna be able to pick anyone the rest of the year or the rest of the draft.
Tigers are up next at 61, by the way. Just I'll be. You know what? Let's see. I should share this real quick because I haven't done this in a while. Well, we're on round 2. No, we're on the round supplemental, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's still technically the first round with the Dodgers making their first pick, and then we're going directly to the second round with the Rockies.
All right. So this is where we're at technically right now.
Yeah.
It's very confusing for those who are doing this at home. For those who are doing this at home, it's very confusing.
It's very dumb. I don't know why they do it this way.
So we can talk about the Tigers lineup tonight if we want to do that a little bit because there's the Tigers and Phillies here. Very premier pitching matchup tonight. Tigers and Phillies starting at 6:10. The lineup looks like this. Verling, as Scott mentioned earlier, is leading off. McGonigal at second. So Brainer, Dingler, DH tonight. Batting third. Cleanup Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green, Eduardo Valencia, we mentioned earlier, making his debut as catcher. Hyu Lee at second base. Ben Melcheri in right field. McKinstry at short, batting ninth. Casey Mize will be taking the mound. Yeah. Oh, so Jason Beck. Let's see here.
I saw that clip that person's referring to. So.
Nice.
Let's see here. Let me go with the Jason Beck here. All right, let's see here.
It was just Scooble's literally in the middle of an interview. He stops, takes one look at a fluky pitching, and then with the velo, and then he smiles and he goes, "Yeah, we're all right," or whatever.
Scooble has a very like ADHD way of in his interviews. I think back to when he just stopped to ask about Raj's hat. But no, he's I don't know. I think he's I think it was a good pick. We'll see what happens. but I'm not mad at it. They didn't.
I like it.
Reach. They didn't go like something wacky. It's an organizational need. Not that you draft for that, but I think it's good.
Yeah. No. By the way, that hat. I've gotten more mileage out of that hat than anything else I've ever worn in my life. Like I get more compliments, more just questions about it. Like, remember, was it Artie, former
Artie Lang?
Not Artie Lang, the former Tiger coach. He's still with the Brent starts with the B. There's a couple of people, like I've gotten former lefty or Andrew Magno has said something.
I miss Magno, man.
Yeah, me too, man. I do.
What a dog. What an absolute dog.
Big loopy curveball. Missed that all day. I was gonna draw a blank on who I'm thinking of. One of the coaches in the Tigers was on the London. He was on. I have that hat and my London Tigers hat are the two hats I get the most compliments on, or somebody says something. For whatever, I collect all the minor league hats. There's a few I'm missing still throughout history. I'm trying to talk about here. We're talking. There's a team in Niagara Falls that was around in the early '90s. That was a double high A affiliate. It was the New York Penn League, the Rapids or something like that. Something generic about Niagara Falls. But yeah, there's a couple of hats out there. Evansville needs to bring back the damn triplets hat, and they don't for whatever reason. I don't understand. Anyway,
I love it when they told us the triplets. Yeah. Somebody's got a question for Scott. I assume he's talking to Scott. Not
can open that to the floor and to everybody. Certainly, I don't know. I've said since the beginning of the season, I think it's slim to none, and I think this is a weird instance where actually the better he pitches, the more unlikely it becomes. I'm at a point now where I would be very, very surprised if Mize is here next year. I think he's pretty much as good as gone.
Yeah. I think the same thing. You insulted his intelligence with the Rays thing. Not giving him that little extra money. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think he's coming back.
Yeah, and I think there's the injury history that's a little bit sketchy, right? Like he's.
And thank you for $5, by the way.
3 or 4 times.
Career year and a contract year is always.
That's always. And pitching is so hard to come by. I'm sure they'll be happy to give him the qualifying offer, such as it is. And if he gets somebody who's going to give him 4 years and $80 million or something like that, I don't think the Tigers would do that.
And that's more of my point, even than like the Rays and the almost going to arbitration for that or whatever. Like I think it is far more to do with just perceived value. I think Mize's market is going to be pretty decent. He's going to want a decent contract going forward, probably 4-ish years. And I mean, I think he would probably bring in 20 plus AAV at this point. I mean, he was an all-star last year and he's been even better this year. So I just think he's going to play himself out of what the Tigers, they're not going to, for a guy that would keep going to arbitration. Sure. Obviously they'll keep him around. He's been great, but to commit long-term past year 6 to keep him under contract long-term, I just don't think they're going to pay. I think they'd rather use that money for a plethora of other things than a mid-rotation starter. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're going to need arms, but
for sure.
But you've got Fromber signed, but he's not going anywhere. Almost certainly. Yep. Melton is looking.
Joe back next year. Olsen back next year. Montero if you want him.
You got Madden and Gibson Long as depth if you keep them around.
Sure.
So
the money then you don't spend on Mize, you can, there's none that says you can't get a low end starting pitcher free agent or 2 next winter as well.
Yeah. Wait out the market.
We'll isn't Baez's contract coming off the books next year too? Next year
after next year.
Yeah, after next year. Yeah. So
I mean, they are kind of entering the zone where they might eat the contract, but they still seem to value Baez.
I think he plays it out. Yeah,
same here.
Because even if he, I agree with you, Chris. They currently they value him, and I mean, based on how some of his replacements went this year, rightfully so, it seems. But I think on top of that, you have you have like next year. I mean, how bad would he have to be for them to buy him out mid-season when he's just off the books at the end of the year anyway? I mean, they'll probably just bite the bullet at that point.
And it is interesting. There's been kind of at least in my perception, there's been kind of a shift in the public view of him. I think partially because of
I completely agree.
How good he was last year in the early part, but I think it's gone from because he's no longer like you're not expecting him to be your star hitter now. Now he's
expectations
just a role player.
Plummeted, and now people like him. Yeah,
he's a role player making star player money, but people don't necessarily care, and so it's like and he has like the clutch gene, right?
For sure.
As much as it exists, he seems to always come through when you need him. Not always, but more often than not. So there's an interesting question here from Bulls Turn _1. Who drafts Rocco Maniscalco? Thoughts on his projection at the next level? Fun name, very young. I think he might be the youngest player in the draft. Switch hitting shortstop, who was kind of a darling at the combine because he threw 99 across the infield, and it looked really smooth. Like he looks like a legit, no doubt, shortstop, and he's built like he's strong and muscular for 17-year-old. Seems like the big question with him is hitting, which is not a great place to be. But if as a 17-year-old, you get him in the system really young, and if you think you could fix his swing, that's a very interesting player down the road. As a no doubt shortstop with he's got some raw pop, and it's just a matter of ironing out the swing.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell you a landing spot for him, but there are a lot of teams that he would seem to fit. Like it wouldn't shock me if he goes to the Padres right before the Tigers.
Or I could see him too. I don't know why, but I could see Cleveland taking a chance on him too.
He does a couple things that they absolutely love, right? He switch hits, and he can play the hell out of shortstop. So they do tend to like guys who can put the bat on the ball, and I think there's some questions about that. But yeah, he fits. He's exactly like all the international guys they signed.
Yeah. By the way, I got to change the. Well, no, it's there's golf on, so I'm going to change the Peacock.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier. I went to the TV earlier and changed the channel, and it was Steph Curry making a putt or missing a putt. They're like, Steph has to make that. And I'm like, no, he doesn't. He's a basketball player.
I despise the draft layout this year. I think they had an opportunity to have a really, really good thing going with the whole event, and it's this, you have the big stage like the other drafts and all that. And then they went, we're going to put it on 3 different streaming services at different times, all ending and starting throughout the span of 4 hours. I just think they completely fumbled that.
Interesting. So the picks have begun again, and the White Sox take Cole Prosek.
There you go, Prosek. A guy. I mean, we even talked about him at the end of the first round. So
they take him as a second baseman, which is interesting. Because most people seem to project him as a third baseman rather than he's a high school shortstop, like we said earlier. Everybody plays shortstop. But interesting. One of the better left-handed bats in the prep class. So White Sox doing some work, and that actually completes Josh. He's the first one to complete his set in our points mock. From Tiger Cirqumoil, and his total score 0. Got it just right.
Ooh.
So,
that sucks.
Well, I mean, 0 generally ends up being okay, because a couple of us will end up with guys who don't get drafted, and it's just negative $1 billion. I'm really starting to worry about my Caden Sorrell pick at 32. That's he doesn't get picked here in the next 10 or so. It's really gonna deflate me. Not that anybody cares about this.
The picks are going pretty fast now. Chase Brunson.
Yeah, from outfielder from TCU. I didn't expect him to go before Strohsnyder, I believe is his teammate. But I guess there's another guy with swing and miss issues sliding.
Well, that's what a lot of these rounds are the guys that, he raked, but you know what I mean? This is the kind of the who was the guy, dude? Who was out of Florida and was supposed to be a top 10 pick, and then
Judd Fabian?
Yes, Judd Fabian, dude. Just the most disgusting whiff rates I have ever seen. And he was supposed to be, there was a point where they were like, this guy might go 1-1 in his sophomore year at Florida. Yeah, man, just that's, and then he ended up going to Boston in like the second or third round, his senior year. So,
but he didn't. I think Boston took him and he didn't sign, and then he went back and Baltimore took him, and he was solid until he got to Double-A. I'm looking right now; he's hitting 198 in Triple-A.
There you go.
After hitting 183 in Triple-A last year.
What's that K rate?
30.5% last year, 31.6. So it's not just the K rate; it's the lack of contact.
Right.
And
K rate over 30% with an average under 200 is not a great not a great combo you want to live with.
I mean, he's walking at a 17% clip, but it's
there you go.
Like, that's not going to work because
throw the ball in the zone, fellas, and you should be all right.
But so
I was so surprised. That's why I was surprised. Was it Baltimore that picked him?
Yeah, in Baltimore, somebody did a rundown of all the college outfielders Baltimore has taken in like the last 5 or 6 drafts, and across the board, no good. It's like Keston Hierstad had some moments.
I will never forget that draft where they took him. I will never forget the like shockwave of him over who was on the board. That is still a wild pick to me.
I believe that may have been the first big splash in the pool, Raj.
Yeah. No,
Damn it. I have a kiddie pool, but I'm not jumping into that.
I'm looking. So, all right. I'm looking for the Orioles here, the outfielders, college outfielders they've taken. Kyle Stowers in 2019. That's arguably been their best one. They took Zach Watson.
And not for them.
Yeah, in 2019. So that's 2 college outfielders in the top 80 picks. 2020, it was Heston Kierstad, who went 2nd overall. They also took Hudson Haskin. I remember liking him a lot. He's never made the big leagues out of Tulane. Yeah. So that's 2 college outfielders in the top 40. 2021, what did Baltimore do? Colton Cowser, he's been solid, but having a rough year this year, I think. Reed Trimble, John Rhodes, Donta Williams. That's 5 college outfielders, or 4 in the top 5 picks.
Tough.
Yeah, and they just keep doing it. Dylan Beavers in 2022. He's been up to the big leagues, not a ton. Judd Fabian that same year. So 2 in the top 70. It just keeps going. Enrique Bradfield and Mac Horvath in 2023. Neither of those guys been in the big leagues.
I don't even care if he's never a major league player. I love Enrique Bradfield so much. Oh, just one of my dude at Vandy. He was the coolest, like the most electric player in the country when he was at Vandy, man.
Yeah. And there goes Aiden Ruiz to the Pirates.
Oh, there you go.
Guess that's for when they move Griffin to center field.
Yeah, for sure. He's out for the year, close to the year.
I think they said about 10 weeks, 12 weeks.
Okay,
so it's
close.
Pushing it, yeah.
That'll be the Pirates' year.
And 2 years ago, the Orioles took Vance Honeycutt.
I remember that, yeah.
Last year, they did not until RJ Austin in the 3rd round. But so, yeah, anyway, like Orioles tangent.
By the way, Brandon Day is going to be joining us here shortly. So we'll have.
There goes Ty Head.
Ty Head.
John really liked that.
Ty Head. But I'm going to put this. I think you guys will appreciate this. I just text you, Chris. I'm going to text Sky here in a second because I can't get it in our chat. But I love this number. I just sent to you guys.
69.
Oh no.
Oh, sorry.
We're out. In terms of views right now, we're beating a national website, so I'm pretty happy.
Nice.
Yeah. Not just baseball. Baseball. Our fine friends over at Just Baseball are just, we're good. We're good. Yeah.
Thank you to everybody tuning in to hear us ramble about the draft.
Yeah, thank you. Seriously, that's awesome. Sincerely.
So that was the Orioles taking that college outfielder. They can't quit. I wish I knew how to quit you. Like I said, I like Ty Head a lot, but we'll see. Now we got the A's.
Mason Edwards. Damn it! Damn it!
Mason Edwards. That fits perfectly with what they've done. They let Gage Jump get to them. They let who was it? Jamie Arnold. Mason Edwards. This will be interesting here with the Braves because they took those two underslot. We're assuming underslot college players. Maybe they go huge here. I don't know what that would mean, but I don't know who's out there that's giant for them. But let's see. Where did Mason Edwards? Mason Edwards went. Somebody took him on our. Oh yeah, Go Blue took him 26th in our draft. He goes 47th. That's a toughie.
All right. So, by the way, for those scouting reports that we did that came out, that's all via the write-up came on Baseball America. So we'll be doing our own. We'll be doing our own come in a couple days or so once we get some tape on them and go from there.
Yeah, in years past, we've tried to have try to have scouting report ready right for the draft, but I think last year taught us that like you just can't. You could write up 50 scouting reports and it might not be the guy, and it's like and we'll give Fluky a nice long look and find some video and some live actual game starts, and the last couple of years we've also done like a YouTube channel or whatever you call it playlist of all their draft picks if we can find video of them. Last year was a lot harder for me to find video on guys. Jerry
just texted me this, and he got some fluky data from a couple starts ago, or a couple starts last year. I was told his extension is usually short, so he's probably closer to 7 feet of extension. If he's hitting 98, 20 IVB, 7 extension with his fastball, he's going to be extremely fun.
He's getting 7 feet of extension with that arm slot?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So yeah. The IVB, I think, was pretty obvious just from watching it. I think we talked about it.
Correct,
like that fastball just kept going, the clothesline. Again, it's as somebody pointed out, like it may be hard for him to get a pitch that moves horizontally. They may try to add a cutter. Maybe they just.
You think the Tigers are going to add a cutter?
Maybe they lean into like you talk about the changeup. Maybe they go split with them. I don't know, but yeah. It'll be fun to track what they do with him. Caden McCarthy goes to there it is. That's the money. Caden McCarthy, very interesting. He's from Vermont, and he's only like 6 feet tall, but he's throwing the high 90s, and it's like super athletic.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Ashley.
Hello.
Caden McCarthy.
Caden McCarthy. Ben Blair. So, how do you feel about the pick?
Yeah.
I like it. I feel like And not that, you draft necessarily for need every time, but I feel like we do need to stockpile some arms. And this is a guy who's going to be obviously major league ready a little bit before a high school arm would, but good. I looked at his delivery. It looks like he's maybe a little bit of an open strider, kind of an upper tempo delivery, lean, projectable, which I love. Hopefully he can add on some strength still. Nice high release point for deception, spins it. Love it. What do you guys think?
I'm liking the data. I'm reading some data right now. I'm liking.
Yeah, all that.
Nice.
I like.
Do you want to share with the class?
Yes, I'm sharing it right now with everybody. So it's coming.
Yeah, I think we talked about one of the things to like about it is that heading into this year's draft, he was considered, or at least into this year's college season, he was considered probably a top 10 pick and arguably the best pitcher in the draft. And because of an injury, he didn't get to pitch much, and there's a little bit of concern there, but you could have been buying low on a very talented player. That's one thing to like. Just looking at him, yeah, there's this, like you said, the size and the fact that he's 6'6", but like lanky, means that he could gain a lot of weight and muscle. And like we said earlier, he might be sitting 98 and touching 101 down the road.
I mean, look at Joseph Zerwa. Like he was with MSU last year. He was super lanky. He put on some weight, and he's been super consistent with the velo. So.
His spin looks good too. I know we got a comment earlier about like potentially low spin rate. That spin rate looks fine to me.
So it's interesting. It's 22.79 on the fastball. I'm seeing. Is that what you guys are seeing?
Yeah.
Which is kind of average-ish, but
thank you to our source. Or thank you to. There's a source. I'll tell you guys who. Well.
Oh yes, I got this as well.
Yeah.
Probably from the same person.
Shout out to him.
But yeah, like
Brandon, I'll send you in a second. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries.
I don't worry too much about the spin. It's like the breaking balls don't have a terribly high spin, but when it's a different arm angle and with extension and the pitches are moving, it's fine. Like, spin can be a fun thing, but it doesn't necessarily tell you a ton on its own.
A guy I talked about who I really liked, and I literally just went down. I was on a different podcast, went downstairs to grab something to eat, and ran back upstairs. Ben Blair already got picked. I wanted him. Damn it, Tampa. Oh,
it's a Tampa fit too. Yeah,
he was another he does fit. He's another kind of
Rocco to the
guy.
Cardinals. By the way,
I
Rocco
fell in
to the
love with that
Cardinals.
delivery. I'm sad.
Yeah.
And
Ben Blair.
Rocco to the Cardinals.
Yeah. But Ben Blair reminds me a little bit. Who is it Ryan Johnson that the Angels took a couple years ago? Where it's like he may have also been Liberty. Maybe he was Dallas Baptist. It's like a really up tempo, kind of relieverish look, but he just throws nothing but strikes.
Mm-hmm.
And Blair's got another guy with a lot of ride.
It's like a low effort thing too. Like it's not a high effort delivery. If you look at somebody like Will Vest, super, like he's got a lot of fall off. Like Ben Blair doesn't have that. Like for his unusual delivery, it looks very easy for him.
Well, Brandon joined us, and I don't think you've been able to weigh in yet on the fluky pick. I would like to hear what you have to say, Brandon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm very happy too. I was kind of begging for Spangler there. I really didn't think they were going to take a pitcher.
I was too.
So yeah, I was just like, please Spangler, not Ruiz, and so yeah, I'm stoked. I mean, Brian Sikowski kind of the first comp he mentioned physically is Logan Gilbert, and that's not a bad frame wise, and sort of arm path wise comparison as well. I kind of don't I'd love a little more arm fold. I'm always scared when guys extend their arm away really early, but they can totally work, and they can work on that. And he does look like he could get stronger in the legs, which is really the only other thing you could think about to really help him command everything really well. And if he's working on a kick change, that makes sense, or a split from that arm slot would be good. Obviously a north-south guy. And yeah, I mean, I don't mind if the spin rate isn't high, because if you can learn to throw it a little, Alex Lang's spin rate wasn't necessarily that great, but when you're throwing a 85 mile per hour, basically curveball, it's going to work either way, especially with that fastball. So yeah, the fastball traits all look good. Yeah, kind of a different type of arm for the Tigers to take too. He sort of has Matt Manning frame, but all the things that went wrong with Matt Manning, he's already he's just not
don't
that,
talk ill of your boy like that.
I mean, I'm not going to talk ill of him, because I love Matt Manning, and I always thought it was going to work out with the athleticism. I figured he'd figure out the slider sooner than he did. I wish they would have started teaching him a slider sooner than they did. But yeah, water under the bridge now. Just didn't quite work out there. But yeah, I'm very happy with Fluky. That's a really good pick, and he could move really quickly, which is nice. We probably are, obviously not going to see him this year, the way the Tigers do things and coming off the stress fracture or stress reaction injury. We won't see him till next year, but hopefully he runs right to Erie in months. And we see him there next year. That would I think be a pretty reasonable goal for him.
Yeah, I agree. I think Erie, even if it's by the end of next season, I think that makes a lot of sense. And that's he's immediately your best pitching prospect, I think, which is another thing. If you can walk away from the draft with a new top right-handed arm like that, I mean, that's you can do a lot worse. And they now, I mean, depending on once we get a slot announcement, I mean, depending on that, you can also now go and do your your prep, go over slot on a prep shortstop or something. I know the brass thing, everybody is.
Maybe they'll still get Ruiz.
Right. Yeah, right. Ruiz is gone now. So
is he? Okay, I missed that.
I'm sure it was a stab in the heart to them, but
yeah. Oh, actually, I actually had a question. I mean, at scouting school, do they talk much about arm path that way in terms of command projection, as far as early extending or anything along those lines?
Not really. And because I'm somebody who didn't play, I'm not even super familiar with that. I'm still learning things like that. Obviously
I played 35 years ago, so nothing I knew that matters anyway.
Yeah. Well, you've been watching longer than me too. So I'm actually still learning all of that. No, they really just taught you kind of how to scout the tools, how to scout the tools, how to project the tools, what they're going to be in the future, how to evaluate their body, how to they're honestly, at scout school. There's like not a whole lot of analytics, which like was pretty surprising to me. But I mean, like we sat at batting practice and I remember like one of the old school guys was like, you hear that? That sounds different. Like that's when I say old school, that's what I mean.
Yeah. These guys are looking at these dudes' girlfriends like, not pretty enough. I don't know. He lacks confidence.
That's Moneyball. That's what, you know. You see his girlfriend? Jeez.
Oh man. Yeah. Well, Colt Key should have like 50 homers. So.
Well, there you go. A couple things. I know that we were talking about spin rate. Going back to that, Dan Dickerson has a standby that he loves to go to when talking about spin rate, and he talks about, and I've forgotten his name, the closer for Houston, lefty.
Oh, Josh Hader.
Oh, Hader.
Josh
yeah,
Hader. Hader has a low spin rate on all everything he throws, and he's been awesome for a long time because of other things, arm angle and IBB and things like that. So
yeah, Scooble doesn't spin the ball, well.
For sure.
It mattered so much when StatCast first started because that was the big data point that we had to kind of work off of. And I know I did, and I'm sure a lot of other people did, is, start overestimating the how much that matters. Like, oh my God, this guy has a 3,000 RPM curveball. He's going to dominate. It doesn't necessarily work that way.
Plug your ears, spin rate, not necessarily.
I mean, Cater Montero, Cater Montero, even in like short season A ball, was like spinning his curveball like 2,900.
Yeah.
And, I was losing my mind. And it's
remember
it's
Carlos
a solid pitch, but it's not a great pitch. So
remember Carlos Guzman, the former shortstop, became a pitcher down in Connecticut. Guzman was throwing spinning the ball pretty well too.
Yeah, he had a good change up. And then the other thing, and you may be right, Brandon, given the Tigers pass, but I was speculating they might actually have Fluky pitch this year because he missed 2 months in the college season.
That's true.
So he's only got 25 innings on his arm this year. He threw 100 last year. They may want to. It's been a couple months since he's pitched, or it's going to be a couple months. And ramping guys up is always a little bit scary, but it wouldn't shock me if we see him in Lakeland at the end of the year.
That'd be fun. I'd love to see a few starts. Just to close out the year.
It used to happen back in the day. Scooble got like 29 innings, I think, after he was drafted.
Yep. Ethan Kleinschmidt.
I thought, Kleinschmidt was he reminded me of Grayson Grinsell. Maybe they're both because they're Oregon-ish, but it's like a funky lefty with low velocity but interesting secondary stuff.
Yeah. How much do the Tigers love projection too? I was going through the last 3 drafts to do those draft reviews, and I just kept coming. I was like, oh yeah, huge extension guy. Christensen, Wetwiska, like even some of the guys who are further down the board, it's all like 6.5 feet, 7 feet. They definitely love some extension. Love a long, tall drink of water.
Main thing that stands out about Caleb Lace, really honestly, it's like 3 average pitches, but 7 feet of extension.
Yep, he's right in your face.
So
Houston right now, we're up to pick number 58. So Tigers are up here.
Close here.
Yeah, we're getting close. Wes Mendes, Florida State pitcher, was picked up. Houston. Yeah, Houston went back to pitching again. Before that, Kansas City with Jack Slytom, a pitcher from Illinois. Yeah,
he was the guy that I had mentioned 3 hours ago. Was like, hey, what about this guy? He's climbing up the board. 6'5", like 215. Has been up to the upper 80s. Looks like he's about 12.
Yeah.
Upper 90s, not upper 80. So yeah.
Who had a worse career, Dan Rich Manning or the NBA, or Matt Manning?
Brandon, take it away. Your call.
I'm not that familiar with Rich Manning's career, but I mean, Matt accumulated 2.5 WAR or 3 WAR or something like that.
Look at that. He's got it memorized, folks.
That's all you need.
You can't teach that.
He pitched part of a no-hitter.
Hey, what better than my Wilmer Flores love? I'll say that.
There you go. Yeah, but Manning, he's shelved for the year in the KBO. Yeah, Tommy John.
Yeah. Finally got him. Manning was actually another one. Just to go back to the previous topic. I mean, he had 2,600 RPM curveball coming out of high school, and we thought a lot of that too.
Well, then I don't even want to go down. I'm gonna get mad, dude.
I don't want this to be the Matt Manning show.
Yeah, for the way that they handled his development, has given me gray hairs, like legitimately. I just
that was when I learned
ridiculous.
That was when I learned that sometimes, just because they have this guy who's been in there running player development for a long time, doesn't mean he actually knows what he's doing.
100%.
I was like, you know what? Maybe I do know a few things, because man, Dave Littlefield is just killing me. Manning needed a slider or a cutter instantly, and we all said it, and they got around to it. It was like Feder in 2022 finally you know what, maybe we should really work on this slider. I think he really needs.
Well, then he had. How about you just throw 70% 92 mile an hour fastballs, and then it not only did they were like, hey, just do that, it worked on top of that. It was like, all right, well,
I kind of thought he was going to turn into being like, just cutter, four seam, sinker guy, and that would be it, and he'd just dump a few curveballs in, like Lance Lynn or something,
My favorite moment is watching Jim Leland lose his mind in Toledo. Remember that, Chris?
Yeah.
When he was
I know
like,
this story.
it was damn fastball. Chris does a better impression, but
yeah, no, he's like he just upset with him for throwing pitches that weren't working.
Yeah,
pitch that did work.
Yeah.
Jimmy Smokes cutting right through the chase. Just throw the heater, kid. Give him a heater.
Pretty much, yeah.
A mouthful of mashed potatoes in his mouth.
Eric Becker went to the Reds at 58. So the Tigers and Logan Schmidt.
Logan Schmidt goes to the Guardians.
So the Tigers are coming up.
I don't like that for them or us.
Yeah.
Pitcher for the
Guardians.
Yeah, both the pitchers the Guardians picked. I'm like, oh no, that's gonna be a problem.
So here we go. Yeah, 2 picks to the Tigers.
Woo.
Some interesting names still out there. Let's look at who the highest ranked remaining on the board are. Sawyer Strohsnyder, Brody Bumilla, Aiden Robbins, Caden Sorrell. So all these college outfielders. Will Brick, Andrew Williamson, Archer Horn.
Horn. You know what? I wouldn't mind that either. Archer Horn would not be a bad idea.
Another California shortstop. He's a righty, I believe, which would be a little bit off. But I think there's a fair amount of athleticism and some projection there. So, but probably expensive too.
I've got too much data in front of me to even think right now. Like going back through everybody else's draft boards, like, oh wow, these guys were really long. This was wrong. Fangraphs was wrong. BA wrong. But it's just so hard.
So now we get to see how legit the Ethan Bass stuff was too.
Yeah.
Oh man, damn it.
Oh no, I liked him. I'm whiffing on this article again.
Elliot Lascelles. Yep, that was my dream pick for 61. I wanted Taylor Ray, Elliot Lascelles, and
I liked him too.
Yeah, so we'll see what the Tigers do here. Now this is a lot of
maybe knowing Preller, they'll trade him to us in a year.
Canada, yeah.
Yeah, look, Archer Horn would not be a bad idea here. Man, that sucks.
I'm kind of at a loss now, actually.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's lots of interesting players out there. The best undrafted are all college outfielders, at least by the rankings. But that would not be terribly exciting. But who knows?
Not very Tigers-ish.
No. We're all just waiting with bated breath here to see.
Maybe this will be the great pitcher draft, and they'll just keep going. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
I mean, that the system could use it. It's not really a bad thing.
Who was that? That Colorado, the high school Colorado pitcher that was kind of moving up.
I forgot the guy's name.
Not the best name for a pitcher, but
yeah, it was. I think it was a guy. Was it the guy that I think it was in my write-up? I think I can't remember now.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Walksman from Grandview, Colorado, 6'5". He hit
like
100.
That's right.
Tyson LeBlanc.
Tyson LeBlanc. Oh, college shortstop. Very interesting.
What?
Wait a minute. I think I put him in the article. Oh my gosh. I'm 1 for a million.
Let's go.
Let's go. Now, if you look at this, so where is he? He's ranked 113 on MLB Pipeline. So you could be saving some money here. But he's an interesting guy because he transferred up to Kansas, didn't he?
He was a JUCO transfer. Yeah.
And it just hit. He just performed. I don't think the tools are crazy loud, but
hey,
very interesting.
Might end up at second or third base, but plus arm, he'll probably have plus defense if he moves to second. So,
and a right-handed hitter.
Yeah,
I like it.
Out.
I like it.
Yeah,
decent place to knack for making contact. Proved himself with wood bats in the Northwoods League.
They like that. That cued him on Oliveto last year. So
also a 10% in zone miss rate and a 16% overall miss rate. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Beauty.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's a Tiger's bat.
They
right
love
there.
their under the hood numbers.
Yes, they do.
There goes Caden
Control the
Sorrell.
strike zone, my guys. Yes.
Yeah. And that
Sorry,
ruins,
you guys go about things, I'm just going to be doing stuff real quick here.
Yeah, Tyson LeBlanc. They couldn't get the Canadian, so they went with a guy with a Canadian name, French Canadian.
I'm French Canadian too, so I especially love it.
Couturier. Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's I don't think anybody would have pegged the Tigers to go college, and even these two players. But
not.
I'm telling you, man,
maybe too quick to decide things or tendencies after 2 or 3 drafts. Maybe. Never know. It's all about the draft, right? It's all about what's there.
Yeah, and
this is why this is what I'm saying. Like all the speculation about who was going to go there, I was like, it doesn't matter. No one's got it right. So
yeah, so Baseball America had him,
but I did. No, I'm just
kidding. You did.
I'm kidding. I'm joking. That's gonna be on my resume now, like forever.
Yep. Nailed the LeBlanc pick.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you wonder. Maybe he's a little John Peckish. I don't know. Like,
he's peckish.
He's peckish. He's very hungry.
You're all peckish. You've been sitting here for 2.5 hours.
True. I could go for some food, but just in terms of because John Peck did not have great college numbers, but he made a ton of in zone contact. Like the behind the curtain numbers were there, and he's not like super athlete, but he's average to above average at everything else.
The Tigers do seem to believe in their ability to develop bat speed, and they're showing some proof that they can do that. So yeah, they've definitely seemed. I mean, it's all good to be super contact oriented and good zone judgment, but they seem to have made that bet a bunch of different times and kind of starting to prove out. Not that anybody's like exploded or anything, but Wenzel Perez was a tiny little slap hitter at one point, and then finally at 23 like got to average raw.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, and obviously Callahan, Peck, good examples of that.
Well, that's obviously what they hope they get out of like Jost too. I mean, that's kind of like what they're preying on with a profile like that.
Yeah, and I think they will. I don't know if they'll get the average, but probably close. So.
Yost is at least projectable. Like if I remember right, I was told by a scout that like the parents or at least like his dad had like broad shoulders. So I mean, that's something scouts look at body wise. So let's just hope.
Yeah, he's not as pencil thin as as Peyton Graham necessarily, or someone like that, obviously. So
did you get a look at his girlfriend by chance? We should add that.
We did get a pretty up close look. Like we were down for the Futures game or the spring breakout and talking to Yost a little bit, and it's one of those like sort of noticeable things when you see him how broad his shoulders are for his frame. It's like this is like Dwight Howard. Like he always had those weird like rectangular shoulders. Obviously he's not Dwight Howard's size, but it's like it's an athletic look. You just look at it and you go, yeah, that's an athlete. So I think he will grow into more power as he gets bigger and stronger, but probably like Brandon said, probably not close to average. Maybe more like 12 home runs a year, but plenty if you're playing shortstop. But LeBlanc seems to, how many home runs did he hit? 25 this year? Not bad in the Big 12.
25 home runs, 12 doubles, 12% walk rate, 16% K rate.
6 feet, 200.
And the Tigers are picking again very soon. Oh, Caden Bogenpole goes to. So Sean Duncan went to the Yankees. Who it's interesting, lefty who was hurt. I think he's had Tommy John from Canada. So I don't know.
Didn't they take Arkansas too?
Was there a Canadian Tommy John?
Yeah, I think they did take Hunter Dietz. So yeah, they don't seem to
Dietz,
be too
didn't they take Dietz too? Yeah.
And then Bogenpole was the guy who put up a 119 exit velo at the combine. He's an enormous outfielder, I think, from Missouri State, something like that. But
I can't believe Bo Lawrence is a fucking Dodger, man. Golly.
Of course.
And we are on to the second round.
I'm still mad about Ben Blair. I'm going to be mad about that for a while. And Lascelles, is that how you pronounce it? Lascelles. I'm mad about him too. Lascelles. Yeah, I'm mad about him too.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Don't mind me.
Yeah, still. The Brewers are up now.
We had a quick turnaround here too, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these picks outside
starts
of the
moving.
first round, they start going.
Let's see here. Ashley, I'm promoting your article again because you did write about him.
Thank
Very
you.
nice.
Oh, yeah.
Nicely done.
Let me retweet that. Sure.
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah, it's always fun to find a clip of Tyson LeBlanc on Twitter doing something fun.
I retweeted something. I think it was from Joe Doyle. Yeah.
Boo. Jojo's a tool. I'm sorry. I don't care.
Well, he was ahead of everybody during the first round, so I was just on his Twitter, like refreshing.
Yeah, he was wojing.
I'm sorry. I said that out loud. I'm sorry. I don't care. Just big time, everybody, every time. Sorry.
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
He's a fellow Scout School alumni, so I gotta be respectful.
Yeah. No, I mean he knows his stuff.
He does.
Yeah, kind of thing.
And he's kind of made his way. All right. Well, here I won't.
Sawyer
provoke you,
Strohschneider, there he goes. Oh. So the college outfielders are going now. Strohschneider finally goes at 66, and Owen Hull, who's a fun player, not Owen Hall, Owen Hull from North Carolina, goes 67.
Oh yeah.
So it's just the Cardinals and the Tigers. Tigers third pick of the day, and then they don't pick again until the fourth round. So this would be their, presumably they'll take prep bats later or prep players later. They've done that every year. It's one of the things we've noticed about them over the last in the Mark Connor era is they do a great job of scouting. In that they go and find out which kids want to play pro ball.
Yeah.
So they'll get some guys who maybe are a little bit lower ranked, but high school players who want to play. But I don't know if there's
I actually enjoy watching the lower ranked guys because I feel you watch them and you wonder like, what did they see? What did they see in him?
Yeah.
And then it's fun to like dig into it and then you learn.
Mm-hmm. Yep, for sure. And then when it's Meridian LeFew, sometimes you're just like, I love this dude's name, and he's $164,000, and he's a prep shortstop, and you're just like, you take all the prep shortstops you can get for that, for that price probably.
Tigers are on the clock.
All right.
Andrew Williamson. There's another college outfielder. So 3 in a row. And we'll see. It'll be interesting. Last pick for a while. Anybody that you want specifically right here?
We're out of my reckoning now. I have no idea.
Yeah. I'm in maybe Bonds. Are Bonds go already or no?
No. Horn is still out there. Jensen Hirschhorn.
I'll take Hirschhorn. Hirschhorn. Yes, please.
Blake Bowen, Ethan Bass. Denton Lord. And Ethan Waxman, Trey Broussard. Some fun names. Brody Bumilla is still out there too, if you want to take on that risk. But let's see. We're just waiting again. Update, damn you.
Do it.
But so college pitcher, college bat. What other demographic do they explore?
Catcher. Here we go. No, I don't know.
Evan Dempsey.
The catcher. I think they picked the kid in New Jersey.
Evan Dempsey. No, Evan Dempsey. They went. The guy that I talked about earlier is possibly being a two-way player. Florida Gulf Coast, but they have him as a pitcher, not a two-way player. Another interesting arm. Obviously, a good athlete.
All right.
Elite spin rates north of 3,000 RPM with his breaking stuff.
Spin rate matters so much.
Spin rates is crucial.
It's the most important.
It's the most important single thing you can actually look at with an arm. I've always said that.
That's so well played. Nicely done.
So college. They brought back Al Avila and David Chad for this draft.
Not big enough schools, unfortunately. Al Avila's not messing with Coastal Carolina. Let me tell you. if you don't play for LSU or Rice for some reason, you're not getting taken.
Or you're not if you're not from Wichita State. The Tigers had a run on that guy for a long ass time for whatever.
Arizona.
And New York's been a big recent thing too. It kind of looks like Michael Massey a little bit. This dude does.
Yeah, it's
as far as how he looks.
It's interesting taking these guys like Nolan McLean was a two-way player in college, right? And so was Carson Benj. And so there's some thought that you get this guy and focus him on one aspect of the game, and you can get more than you would normally from a college pick.
Yeah,
so
it wasn't
interesting.
DeGrom too, right? Wasn't DeGrom a high school shortstop or something? Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I think Florida Gulf Coast, of course, is where Chris Sale came from, and I think the only home run that DeGrom ever hit in college was off Chris Sale.
Nice.
To tie it all together.
He didn't know he was going to remember that one as much as he does.
Let's see. Evan Dempsey. Interesting. Hit 335 this year with 10 homers, 15 steal. And also pitched 88 innings. Yeah, I see you, Colin. I don't know. Raj dipped out.
I'll be right back. I just want to finish up doing the graphics real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. So, yeah. Colin, can you hear us?
Go on work meeting.
It looks like he's maybe not.
Oh, there we go. Oh, no.
I mean, we heard you. I don't know if you can hear us.
Colin, are you out there, brother?
I guess not.
All right.
He said 1 second. He can't hear. I can't hear him. Can you guys hear him?
Oh, no, I can't hear him. He can hear us, I think.
I heard him earlier.
I heard Ashley.
Yeah,
okay.
I can hear him.
I heard that part at least.
You guys hear me?
I can hear you, but can you? Yeah, but it's a little
You heard me?
quiet.
Yeah, I can hear Ashley. How's everyone doing?
Pretty well. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Really good. For some reason, Ashley's the only one that I can hear.
Oh, that's weird. I can hear everybody. It seems to be functioning all right, even without our
Ashley,
esteemed
go ahead
leader.
and ask him his thoughts of the pick so far, Ashley, please.
What are your thoughts on our picks so far, Colin?
Well, hopefully everyone can hear me. I think it's interesting that they're going the college route. First of all, I heard the bit about Al Avila because Avila, whose only picks high school were, I believe, Riley Green, Matt Manning, and Jackson Jobe, and Scott Harris hasn't taken college players yet. It's his 4th draft, and it's not just like one guy in the first round; it's their 2nd round pick as well. And I thought Scott's comment about Coastal Carolina was funny. Al Avila did not dig deep in the bag in terms of college teams. It was his picks were very, like, depending on the school, were very slim for sure. But I like the idea of them getting a pitcher first round, their first pick. Scott Harris hasn't done that yet, and I mean, you draft based on who's best available, and you had a guy who kind of slid a little bit. And I think a college pitcher works out well because next, Tigers are losing a decent amount of pitching next year, and it's pitching in the system. It's been very scarce. It's you've had a lot of hurt players, and it adds a big piece at the top of the prospect rankings for sure.
Which one of these does he like the most?
Which one do you like the most?
Good translation there.
Right.
Maybe he can't hear you now.
Colin, can you hear me?
Oh, no.
Oh, he's frozen.
Yeah.
He's frozen or he's doing the mannequin challenge.
Is that
You're dating yourself with that.
Yeah, I don't. It really is. I mean, it is just kind of fascinating and a good reminder that, nobody knows anything, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, and I wrote that in the article too. Like I said, like the past is like not really indicative of what they're going to take. Like if it comes down to 2 picks, you're looking at a high ceiling guy, high floor guy. They're going to look at like, what do we have a better chance of developing? Like you can guess as much as you want, but the draft goes weird directions all the time, which is what makes it fun, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you always have to have like a whole bunch of different trains of thought and different options everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And there must be so much that's important. I mean, it's hard to parse exactly what it is. Sometimes like we pick up the traits that the Tigers like seem to value a lot, but there's obviously traits that they think like, okay, we know exactly what to do with a player like that. And the more guys you can pile up like that, where you've kind of instantly got the development path laid out for them, the better.
Mm-hmm.
another thing too that's and obviously this isn't like case, each pitcher is different, each player is different, whatever, but it is kind of fascinating to me that with the first round they go with a guy who's one of the most like over the top arm angles in the draft, and then Dempsey's basically he's as close to a pure sidearm as you're going to see with whipping the arm around, and so it is interesting to kind of get several different just like attack angles and release points kind of in the system all at the same time. You mentioned the spin earlier. The other thing with Dempsey, he where do I have written down here that he saw like 2 or 3 ticks up in velo just from last year to this year too, which obviously is a big deal, especially if you're throwing, from an arm angle that's close to the side like that. If you can sit mid 90s from the side, you're gonna, feel like maybe a reliever. But hey, if you get a damn good reliever and with your 3rd pick of a draft, that you're gonna take that as a win. So.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting the arm angles too. It reminds me of the around the clock thing that the Rays did with their bullpen a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah. Yep. One from every slot if possible. Yeah.
Yeah, which is fun. I like it.
Yeah. Yep. For sure. Yeah. Even like if you just think of like the Tigers lefties in the bullpen, like Holton kind of gets up a little higher, but then you have Herder with like super long arms coming from way outside, and then Drew's more of like the snappy 3/4 guy.
Well, even I tweeted yesterday about Waga's pack is like literally the 3rd most over the top pitcher in all of baseball so far. Of everyone that's thrown one pitch as a righty at the major league level this year, he is literally the 3rd highest arm angle among like anyone. So like even
he's like
just getting
1 degrees or something. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So even talent, whatever, like we'll see water finds its level or whatnot, but just having different angles of attack and getting, a handful of different guys that you can kind of have fun with there is really interesting. And again, if you're pumping 95 from a sidearm spot with good spin on your breaking stuff, it feels like more of a reliever to me, but that'd be a win. Like if you get a good MLB reliever out of your 3rd pick in a draft, that's a win.
Yeah, Pipeline is kind of talking about his arm slot kind of getting out of whack sometimes and getting more over the top, and like that, teams might want to just work with that one way or the other, and like the idea of changing him. But they're also kind of talking about the fact that he's playing outfield, and that some people think if he's just 100% locked in on but if he's just locked in on pitching, and not playing the field and not throwing around in the outfield every day, that he might be able to build up some more from there just based on that alone.
And
relatively size frame though too.
Relatively young for a college pick. Turns 21 in a couple of days.
He's like 20.
Still, yeah. Oh, I love that. That's the Gage Workman angle. He's just that like half a year younger than everybody.
Well,
else.
If he's in Gage Workman combos, golly.
Yeah,
I believe
it is funny.
Torkelson was 20 when he was drafted.
Was he? I know Workman was. Let's see. We can look. Torkelson's birthday is...
I don't believe Torkelson turned 21 till August of 20.
Yep, you're right. Torkelson.
Okay. I didn't realize that.
So, yeah, he's August 26, 1999. So
they did rush him through the minors.
Yeah. It's an interesting. Like I said, there's a lot to like there. Like, just the idea that this is a guy who got like 300 at bats and also pitched 80 innings. Like. Like you cut one of those out and things might skyrocket. So
right, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's got to be part of the thinking, right?
100%.
And one thing we touched on earlier, but not really like dug into is it, this is the lowest bonus pool the Tigers have had, I think, in the Scott Harris era, right? Like,
it's like a little over $9 million, dude. It's down there. Yeah.
Last year they also picked in the 20s, but they had the competitive balance A pick, so a pick in 32 or 36 or whatever, so that added a little bit, so that allows you to get a little bit more creative, and maybe just not having as much money this year made them, I don't know, maybe they're saving $250,000 on a couple of these picks and going to use it on prep players later, but we'll see.
Yeah, it is tricky because this is definitely a bulk buy type of draft for them now, because losing the 3rd pick and having the comp B round pick, it's just a lot different ball game this year.
The Cubs took Miles Bailey. That is fun. If anybody's familiar with him, monstrously powerful first
Oh, the
baseman from
Reds
Florida State.
took Lavu.
Yeah.
Didn't even notice that. I really like Lavu. He's beautiful, 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 gorgeous left-handed swing.
UCLA. Yeah, I think Chalowski said he's the best hitter in the country.
Yeah, he probably is.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's-
I said that earlier this year, actually. I said if I had like a do or die situation, would I want Chalowski or Lavu at bat? Lavu. No offense to Chalowski. No offense to him. But Lavu is more of a pure hitter, whereas Rock is power over hit.
Yeah,
She said, let me make it clear. I'm not trying to offend anyone.
No. We love Rock in this house, but
I think the question with Lavu is how much game power, right? Like that's why he's here instead of in the first round.
But he's such a pure hitter that he's
Yeah.
going to get to it either way. And if not, he's going to hit doubles and triples. Something I always like to keep in the back of my mind, too, is like last year, Zach McKinstry got to plus slug. And he got to that because of taking extra bases, because of doubles, because of triples. So if you can get to plus slug by doubles and triples, I'm not going to complain that it's not over the fence.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. Whenever generally outside of the top 5 picks, top 10 picks or whatever, there's always things to like about a guy, and then things like, well, this isn't ideal.
Right.
And even guys in the top 3, right? Like there's people who are doubting Chalowski's hit tool, right? Like so
That's just prospect fatigue. Like, that's just crazy. I saw that, like, oh, the swing's not going to play. Oh, is that so? I would like to save that tweet and go back to it in 2 to 3 years.
I want to save you making that voice you just made, and we can just play that whenever anyone talks nonsense. We can just play that.
It just came out of me. There's a lot of personalities.
You
in here.
and Raj, you guys with your mocking voice. I mean, the two of you, yeah.
Everybody, you mean this voice? Was it the? There's people out there.
We could make a skit show just going back and forth with
My wife hates when I do that laugh. By the way, Ashley, I'm going to save that sound. That's going on the board.
Okay, perfect. Love it. Tell me more
thing-
ridiculous things, and maybe you'll summon another personality out of me.
Yeah, we just spew awful takes, and we can see.
Yeah.
Is it? You said is it?
Max EV was 104. I mean,
where did we see that?
I'm not going to say great, but I did say that he's probably going to get to power. I think more in doubles and doubles, extra base hits more so than he will with home runs.
All right. I wanted to share, by the way, a little bit of Evan Dempsey for those who are not familiar with his pitching. So, take it away here.
He's yelling.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Emery picks up double digits. That's
only him.
A little bit of Witherspoon in there, actually.
Yeah. This is him playing the outfield, I believe.
Probably.
Wow.
Might be him hitting.
Yeah. Ooh. All right.
Yeah, he was a pure two-way, so there's probably a lot of
yeah.
Yeah.
a lot of him at the plate in there too. Yeah, look at dude. That's like whiplash. Like the release is it's all from the side, and at the last second it's a whip.
Yeah.
Yep.
Call me crazy if you want to, and I'm fine with it. But it looks like he's not using his legs nearly as much as he could.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of stride there for sure. But that's kind of what Witherspoon is like actually too. Like neither one of them really drives down the mound that much.
He looks awfully fiery. I like that.
Yeah, I do like that too. That had some plane on it too, to the top of the zone.
Could use another. Oh, that was a nice pitch there.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, there is though. I mean, even on like grainy YouTube footage, like you can even see that there is very clearly like multiple different release points. Though that is not consistently. He is not throwing the ball in the exact same spot or letting go of the ball in the same spot for all of these. Like
he's an athlete, but yeah.
Is it just me, or does he give a Tyler Matson kind of vibe to him a little bit?
Man, I was thinking Colehep a little bit.
Yeah, Colehep actually.
Maybe Colehep there. Colehep, there we go. Colin there. All right, Colin. What's your impression on him so far? On Donovan.
Sorry, on who?
On Donovan.
Gibbs.
Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm sorry, not.
Ashley, why don't you ask him what his opinion is of the
What his opinion in it is on Dempsey?
Yeah. Dempsey. Evan.
What's your opinion on Dempsey, Colin?
Oh, I can hear everybody. Sorry, my phone keeps overheating.
Okay.
Classic.
It is toasty out.
Turn your AC on high and like stick the bottom of the phone where the holes are. Like
I'd start up
stick
my
it in
car.
there.
I mean, just another college bet, you know. You guys mentioned the low slot amount, and that's why they're going towards these college bets. So you don't have to overpay on a high school player. Like last year, you know, they took Yost, but he was more so a lower slot, and that allowed them to get Oliveto. I don't have much of an opinion on Dempsey per se, but like that's another weird school. Scott Harris has been going through the depths to get these players. Like last year, Christensen's from Central Arkansas State. I didn't even know that was a school, honestly.
Oh yeah, somebody here says y'all got Dog and Dempsey. I like this. From Gulf Coast Eagles Best Coast. I like it.
He looks doggish on the mound. At least his personality. What was that?
Weren't they Dunk City in their March Madness team, right?
Oh yeah, was that Gulf Coast or Atlantic? That was Gulf Coast, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Atlantic was where Dusty May was.
Right.
Mark said he can't understand a word of this.
I'm sorry, Colin. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I appreciate Colin taking the time to talk. Real quick, I was gonna say something else, and now I'm trying to put train of thought. What you think of what do you say? He said something about Fluky, right? Yes.
Well,
I think he liked the Fluky.
Okay. All right.
Cool. Yeah, no, that's a great pick.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we're all pretty stoked about the Fluky pick for sure.
Okay.
I'm because everybody knows this is his first college draft pick, also a college pitcher. You guys think that Fluky will pitch this season? Are they going to approach that?
If they're going to approach him pitching this year,
we've got a mix of opinions there. I think he will.
Yeah, I think Chris had good points there. I usually don't expect them to do that, but yeah, since he didn't pitch very much, assuming he's healthy and they can ramp him up without anything going wrong, yeah, maybe they will. Let's hope. It'd be fun to see him in Lakeland and get all the metrics and the goodies.
Yeah, by the way, it's free Slurpee day today.
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. I totally forgot about that.
Raj, I don't know how you coordinate all this stuff. I'm literally editing an article and giving directions to people and can't barely pay any attention to any of the three things I'm doing at once.
No, I'm right. Well, right now I did those two graphics. I busted out those graphics real quick. That's why I stepped out of the way. I'm about to pull up a Tyson LeBlanc video here for us to check out. Although it seems like it's more of like a no, it seems like they did a PowerPoint. So I'm trying to find some actual footage here. Oh no, here we go. There's a footage thing here, but yeah, and I also busted an article for Roundtable, and our article side of things was going to be that's gonna be tomorrow. I'm not gonna like people don't expect us to knock that stuff today. The way we've been talking.
Head over to Bless You Boys, where articles are popping up immediately.
Yeah, there we go. We're trying to do the best we can. Like, yeah, but
I'm just giving you crap. I did like this whole stream over to the front page and everything. So hopefully we're getting some traffic from over there too.
Oh yeah, no, we are. We're well over 2,000 people watching at the same time. We're actually. I was Brandon. I think you're gonna take some pride in this. So will you, Ashley? I was telling Chris and Scott about this earlier. We're actually beating Prospects Live on their prospect coverage.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
take that, Prospects Live.
Yeah.
Love
take that.
Love it.
Yeah. Take that. Certain person
to
work with. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Yeah. Anyway,
I'm keeping an eye on the Flying Tigers game, but
okay,
not a whole lot's going on there. I don't know if you saw it. Just Cale Whitwiska had one of his best outings of the year last year. The Cale Whitwiska transform into Troy Melton plan is coming along nicely.
Yeah.
All right, here's
now can we give Fluky Drew Anderson's changeup, and then
there we go.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Then we'll be cooking.
This is LeBlanc.
Yeah, this is LeBlanc right here.
Drew
Toolsy.
Anderson's changeup is more like a screwball.
Yeah, Yeah, it really is. I guess that's maybe why he hangs too many of them, fortunately, but tricky to throw. But man, when it's on, it's good. Ooh.
He's got some power there. Okay. That'll do.
Yeah. That's pretty juicy.
Yeah, Big 12 is a good conference. Of course, the Tigers are notorious for going to the Big 12. So is this kind of on brand for the Tigers, right?
Yeah, I mean, even under the they still are going after guys from the breadbasket of America, right? Even under the new leadership, going back to Max Anderson, and that's where they get a lot of their JUCO guys. We talked about with Wiska, we talked about like Cash Kuipers from that area. Who am I forgetting? Other players are from that area.
Oh, well, Peyton Graham. That was
before the
yeah.
No, but anyway.
So, and Matt McIntyre says, "Listen to you guys on my deck, enjoying the summer day with some good devil's lettuce." Thank you, Matt.
Now, wait a minute.
Have a day. Let's have a day.
We can't condone that type of behavior without a sample sent to us.
No, I think make sure you wash that lettuce first because
exactly. If that came out of a Crunchwrap Supreme, you need to be careful.
Got me, man. Oof.
Yeah, I've been. By the way, Taco Bell is selling everything without lettuce. So, Tyler, thank you for joining us in here today. Colin, is there anything else you want to plug in or get out there before? I don't want you to sit in your hot car and boil. I don't want you to sweat. Off.
I will be writing articles next week. I'm just going to go over every draft that Scott Harris has done, 23, 4, and 5. Check in on some of those players. Now that we have a few years under their belts, like McGonigal heading to the All-Star game, great, good for him. Going back to Delco, his home area. And then there's some players that just haven't pitched yet. Like Massey hasn't pitched yet. I don't know what's going on with that. The 24, it's weird because all the healthy players basically got traded for pitching wise.
Yeah.
Like Sales and Ashman. And then pretty much everybody else is hurt. But I'm just gonna do a recap of those drafts and see where they're all at.
All right, awesome. Well, again, Colin, you can follow Colin Arthur on Twitter, and he's writing for us. Colin, I will be touching base with you shortly, my friend.
All right. Thanks for having me, everybody. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Thanks,
See you, Colin. By the way, he's going to Ohio. I have a lot of pride for Colin, man. He's he got out of JUCO. He's going to Ohio University. He's studying to be in communications, and he's been a steady contributor for the last few years. So props to him. So I told him I give him some more mic time. So
good follow on Twitter.
Yeah, good follow on Twitter. Taco Bell lettuce has been DFA'd. Thank God. Yeah. So, but yeah, we're in hour number 4. I can't believe it's actually kind of flown by a little bit, right? Am I just imagining?
Yeah, it's because it's not 2 a.m. So it feels great, dude.
It does get hectic though, and the whole point of moving the draft was supposed to be to put it into All-Star week, so we didn't have a game coming up. So I'm looking at a really long day here. Like, can't we just bump this thing to All-Star week and hold it then when we get 100% focus on the whole day on it?
Yeah, is the Futures game today?
No, tomorrow I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
During the rest of the draft, yeah.
So we'll see a little Max Anderson there. We're going to see Eduardo Valencia behind the plate tonight for Casey Mize. That'll be interesting. See how that goes.
Dingler's back in the lineup.
Dingler back in the lineup, though. Yes. Ooh. Thank goodness. Yeah, that was a scary moment.
I just found out the other day.
Why don't they put the right hand back? I don't get it. Anyway.
Yeah. That was
I could go on for a while. Okay. There's a lot of that along with the single knee approach. There's a lot of
I like the single knee. I just don't know why you wouldn't put your hand, like on the side of your right.
If there's nobody on base, I agree. But when there's somebody on, people like to cheat.
Yeah. Gotta have that quick transfer. Sorry, Ashley.
Shout out to the Erie Seawolves who are still broadcasting us in their lobby. So thank you for doing that. Yeah.
Who's starting for Erie tonight?
We started for Erie tonight? That's a good question. I think I retweeted it earlier. I like to think.
Let's see. It is Hayden Minton.
All right.
Hayden Paul Wilson starting for Lakeland in game 2.
Somebody go find Peyton Graham for me and give me a high five.
I like that they've got Hayden Minton starting for West Michigan as well.
I don't
think he's going to pull that double duty, but we'll see.
Talk about versatile. Let's go. Somebody was mentioning Andy Dirks. Oh, Andy Dirks will be proud. You know what's funny? I just wanted to bring this up because Andy Dirks has turned out to be so funny, and you wouldn't think that he would be. You know, like if you just like watch Andy Dirks' career, and you know, all of a sudden he appeared on the broadcast, you'd assume he'd be kind of like stoic, hard ass, you know, former baseball player, and instead he's a complete goofball, and I love it. It's just been a delightful surprise. We had him on the Bless You Boys podcast like 5 years ago, and Ashley and I were talking to him, other Ashley, and had, you know, we're just like, damn, this dude is personable. Like I just never would have foreseen that this would happen. And now Daniela Bruce has him doing skits on Instagram every day.
Man.
Yeah. By the way, Mitchell from Prospects Live joins us. Mitchell.
How are we doing, everybody?
Good.
Good to see you guys.
Dude, we're out streaming your live stream right now, man.
I guess so. I've been working all day, but
he came in to shut us down.
I've been paying attention.
Thank you.
But everybody, by the way, in the private chat, I sent you guys a message, so let me know. I'm ordering food for everybody. So who's been participating?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so let me know what you want.
Wait, oh, you're ordering it to our house here?
Yeah, DoorDash.
Oh, dang. I'm all set. I actually, literally, the reason I took long to get on here because I was like, all right, I'm going and I'm eating, and then I'm going to sit here for the next 4 hours and cover baseball.
Yeah, Scott, let me know if you want anything. And Chris, same thing. Ashley, you too. Mitch, you just eat or no? You good?
I'm all right. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. You're too kind.
Okay. All right.
I already ate as well, but if I could pick, I would go with La Cocina Cubana in Lansing.
It's so good. I just had that place a couple weeks ago, and I'm going back on the 18th because I'm watching the Lugnuts play. So next Sunday I'm going to go, and my buddy Ray is hooked. He was like,
oh my gosh, La Ropa Vieja, so good.
Coño. Yeah, anyway, all right.
Are you in Lansing or anywhere near there, Ashley, or not? Or
I used to live in Lansing, and so I used to actually DoorDash from there like all the time.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like if you're in the Detroit area, that's a gnarly DoorDash fee, but you can just contribute my money toward that. Yeah.
If you're in the Detroit area, try Rey de las Arepas. It's the arepa, the Venezuelan arepa place, like Southwest Detroit, I want to say.
Yes,
it is an 80. It is an 80, and I don't give out 80s. It is an 80. It's so good.
Yeah.
Super friendly staff too.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I need to try this then. Yeah, it's okay.
All right. Well, at any rate, yeah, if you guys want something, let me know. Scott, you good, man?
I'm chilling. I got a dip actually. Anyway,
Okay. Right.
I'm on hour 4. I have to go do my own show.
Yeah,
and,
I was gonna say,
write up and everything.
Do you guys,
but I appreciate you all. I think I've been here for literally every one of these.
Yes, you have.
Yeah,
so
the live ones. Yeah, that's where we met the first time.
Thank you. But
yeah,
Scott,
I appreciate. I mean, we've been the first year I was still living in my dad's house. The first year I was on here. Then we did a year in the studio, and like, I mean, we. You know, wherever you guys go, I follow is pretty much the impression here. So no, I appreciate you all. I love you all. Thank you. And I'm pleased.
Let me buy you dinner. Let me buy you dinner.
Dude, we haven't had lunch or anything like that in a while anyway.
Yeah,
so.
but like, if you want me to buy you dinner, just shoot me a text and I will DoorDash you food for real. Like, thank you for doing this.
I got a fat rotisserie in the chicken in the oven at the present moment, but we'll you and I are overdue to get last time we went to catch up. All right, I appreciate you all greatly. Godspeed. Right. Good luck the rest of the way.
All right, thanks, Scott.
Scott.
Yeah. All right, Scott Bentley, Locked On Tigers host, man of the people, one of the nicest guys on the face of the planet. Love that dude. Absolutely love that guy. So, Mitch, what did you think of the pick, man? With the first pick.
I can't hear anybody.
Can't hear anybody? Oh man. No.
His sound was connected to Scott. Interesting. They still haven't restarted the draft yet, have they? Damn them. Round 3.
So we got a question about Zach McDonald. Is he falling off his hot start?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can.
It seems to me he hit out his 14th home run the other day, but it seems to me like he's really taken to heart the idea of cutting down on the swing and miss.
He's trying.
So what has come with that is fewer home runs.
Yeah.
And so it's a matter of like maybe trying to find a happy medium at some point. But yeah, like it was a lot of fun watching him hit a bunch of home runs. But if you have a 35% strikeout rate in low A, there's not much hope for you. So he's got to do something to make more contact. But
yeah, and this isn't his first year, so yeah, it needs to start happening. So.
But, I was just looking at the rookie ball scores from earlier today. Real tough day from Owen Hall. 6 walks and 1 strikeout.
So
as long as he's pitching, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Just get reps. But yeah, it hasn't been great yet. That's for sure. Yeah, Zach McDonald is an interesting case because I mean he's fast and I mean 114 exit velo and you know it's definitely pretty powerful secondary tools. But yeah, we'll just have to see if he can cut down the chase and make more in zone contact because he's gonna have to move real quick from here. Figure it out pretty quickly.
So, Mitch, what was your impressions of Fluky at number 22?
I was a happy camper. Obviously, I was expecting the prep bat like everybody else, but I think they were kind of in like a sweet spot of the draft where there wasn't really the top prep guys still around, and I think it was kind of like a perfect fit. Seeing a college pitcher go there, it's definitely something they need in the system. So I was pretty happy with the pick overall.
As far as where the Tigers are at right now, pitching, like in terms of the farm system right now, the biggest emphasis was pitching. It just seems like this is a team that does like the draft strategy this year was like, screw you guys. You guys got to figure this out. We're gonna flip the script. And is that how the vibe has been? Because I feel like everybody projected to do this and they didn't do any of what they were saying.
I totally thought that it was going to be a prep bat in the comp B round or in the second round, but I like the picks. Dempsey's fun with the two-way stuff, so obviously he's only going to pitch for us, but still good athlete on the mound. It's a pretty fun tool set.
Looks like the draft. Was there some issues with the draft, Chris, still, or?
Oh, did they shut it down?
Sorry, it was. I'm assuming they're taking a break between the second and third rounds or whatever. I was just grabbing Jude Warwick hit a home run.
Sorry, go ahead.
Jude Warwick. Keep an eye on that kid.
Yeah. So it looks like the Cubs have just turned. Is the Cubs just drafted? What's going on? I lost track of the draft tracker because I went to go do something else, and
it looks like that was the last pick, Miles Bailey.
It's been a minute since they picked too,
but they haven't updated it.
Bailey is a fun pick because he's completely like it's like if you hit on Bailey, he's Kyle Schwarber, but obviously not as certain about that because you don't take. Kyle Schwarber was a top 10 pick, but yes, I think arguably the most raw power in the entire college class. So that's fun.
I kind of remembered him coming out of high school. He was kind of the same thing as he was now. Big power. It's a fun guy to add to the Cubs system for sure.
Sometimes there was one or two people who were kind of on the Tigers really hunting pitching. Maybe Kylie. But yeah, in general, I think we were all pretty surprised. Definitely was fearing Ruiz and kind of hoping for Spangler at that point. And they surprised me. But yeah, really like the Fluky pick though. Pretty happy with that. This is going on.
Just curious,
where you
guys think Fluky would be behind Briseño in prospect rankings, or you think it'd be pretty like number 4?
For me, he'd be behind him, but I can understand like people moving Briseño down a little bit after the wrist injury and kind of waiting to see how it comes back. And he probably is a first baseman. I mean, I think we all kind of know that the bat's just going to move too fast for him to take like another 2 or 3 years trying to develop as a catcher. So, he's kind of a back of the top 100 guy, but I love me some Josue. So,
yeah, I think he starts right. I think he's going to be right behind Briseño. Ashley, where do you have him, Flunky, going in?
I mean, honestly, I don't know enough about him. I feel like to accurately rank him, I'm gonna have to do some research. But from what I know, obviously, like Briseño is the more developed prospect at this point, but that could change. So,
yeah, they could do a few little things to clean up, Fluky's delivery, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this guy's definitely the man. But
yeah,
I don't know if we'd put him in top 100 territory right off the bat. So. And for Briseño, I still would. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's going to be I think the best right-handed prospect the Tigers have because they don't really have anybody right now that can throw that kind of velocity.
Yeah, I mean Kelvis Salcedo, but he's still got to prove he can hold up to a starter's workload. He's a long way away. So Witherspoon has the velocity too, but it's just sort of like I don't know. It's like such an all or nothing proposal right there. You know, it's like, yeah, this dude could pitch in the league tomorrow if you like command everything really well, but doesn't seem like that's on the cards. So,
well, like I said, it's I'm just hoping that Briseño. It was funny. The one thing that we posted Job's outing, everybody was talking about how bad Briseño's framing was. That was the biggest nitpick. Do you see that, Chris? You know what I'm talking about?
I did see that too. Yeah.
I did see that,
Yeah.
and
I mean, he was scooping some balls up, you know, from the bottom really hard, but that's usually not where guys are best early on in their career either. So, you know, it wasn't that surprising, but it was exaggerated for sure.
But I think people don't realize that the Tigers teach all their catchers that way. They teach them to frame everything because there's no downside to it. You don't want to be so exaggerated, like Brandon was saying, but like all the guys, they have their catchers with it, like they hold the glove almost like vertical for some reason, and then I guess it's easier to move up and down. They have interesting ways of teaching catching there.
You've got that elbow hinge that, like, you know, it does so you don't deflect off to the side as much, I think, is the thinking behind that. But yeah, Tigers teach catching pretty well. So if someone's going to become a good catcher, I figure the Tigers can get them there if they have it in them.
Mark Paget says the 4th round starts tomorrow. I believe they go through the first 4 rounds today, and then it starts at the 5th round tomorrow. So the Tigers have one more pick today if the draft ever gets going again.
Yeah, it's supposed to get resuming here in 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I was like, why are none of the national reporters like telling us why this is stalled out? But maybe this is all part of the plan.
This is where, you know, the Tigers are calling all the prep guys to see how much money they want.
Yep. Lakeland's so nice, sending out, you know, the brochures and stuff. come down here. Weather's great. Play pro ball. You don't need to go to college.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. You know, you'll have a chance to play here and live in a dorm. Don't live at home.
You'll get the college experience without all the, you know, all the boring homework, and then you know we can always go send you back to school later.
But no, it's they don't have a lot of, the slot values will continue to plummet here. So,
did we hear anything on the numbers at all? I haven't seen anything.
I haven't seen anything.
What they're expecting to pay these guys?
Yeah, at least for like Flukey's number or anything.
I assume Flukey's going for slot.
Yeah, seems like it.
I think that maybe LeBlanc would go under a little bit, but we'll see.
I see. I
think don't the numbers come out like within the net, like after the entire draft is done? Usually,
yeah. It's just sometimes people have an estimate, but yeah, you know, or like someone hears something. I was just looking for rumors.
I mean, I've got my little spreadsheet where you can play around with it and, you know, predict, you know, if they give this guy this much, how much this is left over. But yeah, my guess would be that, and maybe even Dempsey's below slot too. But it's tough to know. They usually don't. We don't know until they sign. All I know is that it's going to be $2,500 under what the announced figure is, because the Tigers do that, because you get a $2,500 signing bonus that doesn't count toward the pool, so the Tigers claw that back every time.
Yep. Well, no one decided to do the insane, like, we're just going to sign everybody we want and spend a fortune on all these guys, and it would have been fun just to see what would happen, just to see if everybody would lose it. That was a fun theory.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't going to happen, but
apparently Tarek Skubal approves of the Fluky pick.
Yeah, somebody who else was
saying
that?
Good. Jason Beck tweeted it.
Yeah, that's right.
That he looked up and saw some video of him and was like, "Oh yeah, we're good." Well, you're not going to be here anyway. I don't care what you think, Tarek. You're already breaking my heart. Like if you want to stay, tell us you want to stay, buddy.
At some point, yeah. So Mitch, in terms of where you stand with Tarek Skubal, do you think he's gone essentially?
They're starting to reel me back in day by day. They're reeling me back into some hope, but realistically, I think it's probably good as gone, unless they keep this up for the next 2 weeks. Is that the deadline? So
it's like August 3rd, I think, is the deadline. But yeah,
if they can keep it up, maybe. But as of right now, I don't know. I think learning from the Angels losing Ohtani for nothing is kind of is a good lesson. If they're not going to go the whole way, it might be worth it.
I mean, they committed this year, to the idea that they were going to try to win with him. And so I think if they think there's any chance they're just going to get in, even a wild card slot, that there's a pretty good chance that they keep him, even though I think most of us would all agree that, that's a really dangerous move. They could really restock themselves with pitching or whatever they want in the, I don't know. It's just hard to know, but they still have Casey Mize. They can theoretically get in even if they traded him anyway. And I wish they would think about it that way. Like, okay, we're going to trade Scooble, but we're going to get stuff that we need now, and we're not, giving up on the season. Like if they can find a way to thread that needle, that would be probably ideal. But I don't think Scott Harris wants to trade him. I think Scott Harris is terrified of how that deal is going to look one way or the other because Alavila got crucified over the Verlander deal forever. And he didn't even get that bad a return at the time. It just did not work out. And, we're in a very different situation now where they don't necessarily need that much out of that. Like if they just kept Scooble and ended up with a qualifying offer, comp pick and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's not ideal, but they're not doomed. Like the team is still in good shape going forward. You got Clark coming. They could go get pitching. You got Job coming back. So I don't know. It's a super tricky spot. I would love to know if there's a specific number in Scott Harris's head, like we have to be in this position by this date. It'd be interesting to find out how they're thinking about this.
I feel like it would come down to the package that they're offered as well, because I can see Scott Harris being super stubborn. If they lose the next 10, hopefully not, but say they lose the next 10, and Scott Harris doesn't get the right package, I don't think he's going to trade him. I really do think it comes down to that. It comes down to we can get the right package and we think that it is going to help us win within the next couple years. Cause realistically, there's no reason to do another rebuild. So if it can help us win within the next couple of years, do it. I mean, we have Troy Melton, who's looking like an ace. We have Casey Mize. We have Kader Montero. We have Job coming back.
Fluky's in the fold.
There we go.
What was that?
Fluky's in the fold. Yeah. We got
yeah. But I mean, I can see a scenario where, obviously I don't want this, but I could see a scenario where we still make a playoff run without Scooble.
Mm-hmm. Because the biggest value of a guy like that is in the postseason, the being able to go out and just win you that game. Whether we give up, 1, 2, or 3 runs in a start because you have Casey Mize pitching or something, whatever, is not as impactful in the regular season. So it's tough. It's a really tough decision. Because if we're in good shape, you want to keep him, but then you also maybe have more leverage because they know that you have reason to maybe not trade him unless you're getting everything you asked for. I want Suzueta and Sirota or whatever, But so I don't know. It's tricky because if they're losing, then teams are going to look at him like, oh, well, you have to trade him anyway. Don't BS with Scott Harris. We already dealt with you with Eduardo Rodriguez. We saw how things can go. So very, very. I don't envy his spot on that call at all. That's going to be crucial.
Just let the Dodgers, Braves, and Brewers all bid against each other. Personally,
There you go. Three-team trade that gets us Mason Miller and Christian Zazueta. That's what I want. Give me Mason Miller in the steal somehow.
Chris, our guy.
The picks are coming. The root.
Oh yeah.
Draft is restarted. You got Jack Natilli going to the Rockies. That's their second catcher, I believe. Joey Volchko has a really good arm, but
they love some catching down there.
The White Sox, Luke Williams goes to the Washington Nationals at about the range that I think people projected. And then Ethan Waxman was the right-handed pitcher from Colorado. We talked about a little bit. Goes to the Twins. I think he got up to 100 at the combine. Some stuff to deal with there, some work with, but this is. I talked about earlier, this draft is weird because most of my favorite players are somewhere in this range, which is probably not a great way. It's probably a good way to lose your job as a draft, the head of a draft. But as for me, I can do whatever. Jason DeCaro goes to Pittsburgh, the College World Series hero for North Carolina.
Yeah, I liked him too. I had him on my arms list. I thought he'd be a good guy later in the rounds. But Pirates stashing up there. The White Sox, by the way, the White Sox, I'm telling you, it's with the Joey Volchko pick. Yeah, Volchko. White Sox, although I thought they had some pitching their depth is like they don't have as much depth as I thought they were. So
I think Hagen Smith has turned out to be kind of a bummer for them. Like he's probably going to end up as a reliever and maybe a really good one. But when you look at who they took there and who else went after that in that draft, it's a little tough to swallow. And Noah Schultz has been good but hurt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Grant Taylor was a great pick. It's kind of the classic like, oh, what if this guy is he was really talented but barely pitched. What if it works out? And it did. Although they still haven't settled on a role for him. Seems like he's mostly reliever right now, but not closing. But yeah, I can't think of a ton of pitching in the system outside of those three guys.
Yeah, I thought because their rotation has been talked about. What was it? Burke has been talked about the next ace, but he hasn't taken it to the next level. But I don't know. They've done like I said, at least their farm system is interesting now. But
it's really good.
Yeah,
can trade a lot out of that system right now.
Brandon, are they going to pull a White Sox move one day again?
I don't know. They're definitely on the right track now. And no offense to Mr. Reinsdorf, but he is getting older.
Yeah.
So maybe the curse that has haunted them for so long since maybe it just all went back to Chris Sale cutting up those jerseys. I don't know, but the vibes in that organization have just been bad for so long that I just never trusted them to get good. And now I even kind of like them, even though I hate them. But it's a fun team. It's a fun team. They've gotten a lot better at developing pitchers, and they finally got kind of like the right collection of bats all at once instead of piecemeal. And obviously Murakami's, that's frustrating because that would have been fun. Like him, and then we use Torque in the Jahmai Jones role, and then we're just rolling. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, Murakami's fun. I'm glad he's going to do the home run derby. That'll be cool.
Yeah. They need the more they can make something exciting, the better. I mean, outside of having Chris Berman go back. I mean, he doesn't do that anymore, thank God. But
no.
Oh God.
Is he alive? I shouldn't even ask if he's alive on air, but is he alive? I don't even know.
No, he is. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That is a classic RI possible. But no, I was looking. Aiden Robbins is still available as a guy ranked in the top 30 to base MLB Pipeline, Texas outfielder.
Really?
I don't know where he was. Let's see, where is he on Baseball All America?
Oh, I got it right here.
28. So yeah. This is where NIL could come into play too. Like he was a good performer for Texas this year, and maybe they pay him to come back.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he has, according to Baseball America, says he's below his overall contact quality is below average, and masked by his excellent college performance and career 17.7 strikeout rate, but issue could be exposed against higher level pitching.
Yeah,
that's what
there are question marks about him, but maybe he's fallen a Nick Dubino thing, and the Tigers in like the 7th round. Which I got to get a Jesus Pinto double real quick.
All right, go for it. No, but yeah, we're in for 4 hours and 35 minutes. The Tigers game is about to start here in 10 minutes as well, so we'll be probably simulcasting that on the side here. That'll allow us to pass time. But thank you so much for everybody who's tuned in today. It's one of those days where sometimes I dread it because it's such a long day, but then once it happens and over with, then all the draft knowledge, all that stuff. Whew.
Yeah, we just get into the flow of it, and it sweeps you away. Did anybody take Keon Johnson yet?
Keon Johnson?
I guess not. Nah. I'm just wondering.
Let's see. Keon,
balanced skill set.
Keon Johnson, you said, or Camden Johnson? I'm sorry.
Keon, yeah. Keon.
Oh, no, not yet.
Nope.
No, I haven't seen him. There are a bunch of names that we looked at earlier. Jacob Duden goes now. Let's see. I'm still kind of crossing my fingers for that Putnam kid, but we'll see.
Oh, Jensen.
Hirschhorn went.
Damn it, to the Braves, dude.
Yeah.
Really like
their money.
Yeah.
They were underslot with their 2 first picks.
Yeah, those two. Yeah. Well, definitely the second one, right? Like.
Yeah.
Gracie is probably a little bit under, but Beck was way under slot.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And by the way, we had some donations earlier. Again, thank you to Stan and Charles for those donations. That was clutch. Thank you. That was really, really unexpected too. So thank you. Well, great gratitude for that. Next year's draft will be much more of a thing when my Scooble and McGonagall get top picks.
It is, if the system
Not
stays the way
impossible.
it is, the Tigers could have like 6 picks in the top 50, right? Like it could be wild, but
Dax Whitney.
There you go.
Prophecy.
Yeah.
A couple years late for Chris.
Forgot about that one. Gavin Geese just went to Tampa. The pitcher.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. Yeah, but that's what Tampa does. Yeah. There's again, somebody might have known who would have been in chat. So
nice, cool pitcher.
Yeah. Dana Hills.
Yeah, looks interesting.
Yeah, and Erie's about to get underway here as well. Let's see. It's Moon Mammoth's night out there. So thank you for everybody who's listening in Erie on the merch floor. I'm starting to get hungry because I'm starting to stutter, but I ordered Domino's for myself, so it should be here momentarily.
I asked Tara, and she said no. The what delivery is it?
DoorDash.
DoorDash. She said the DoorDash people are gross.
All right.
That's a very sweeping statement there, geez.
Well, so I mean, I don't know if it's generally the people in the same area, but my stepson and his girlfriend ordered DoorDash not that long ago, and the people who showed up were like, it was like total meth mouth, like.
Oh God.
Yeah, so it was like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
So,
I don't want this person casing my house, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. No. By the way, I have a buddy of mine that who works for Hungry Howie's in Westland, and everybody hates the DoorDash folks because they've stolen orders and they don't deliver them. They just straight up steal them, and a lot of them are sketchy characters. So, Mark, thank you so much for the $10.
Oh yeah, thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Off the Frickers building.
I really got to cast a game. I'm blacked out of 3 markets. I'm gonna do cast a game as in I'm gonna put the MLB Game Day app on because
we can't show it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to withdraw myself from this if you're gonna.
Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble.
It.
Yeah, we can't. Unfortunately, can't. We'll have the Game Day app up right here.
I do not have the express written permission of the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, exactly. I do not want to get yelled at by them. But we're going to cast the game as in this is the viewer you're going to see. Well, I'll show it to you in a second. DoorDash has been like Tigers and Lions forever. My DoorDash experience has been very, very sus, and a lot of times, even at 7-Eleven, I'll just go I just rather go pick it up. And at least with Domino's, you can know full well they have a driver of their own. So
yeah, I have a rule for myself, which is that if I'm not actually willing to go pick the food up, then I don't even deserve it. And I should just eat crackers and cheese and salami or something.
Yeah, but the only reason why is because my wife is gone. She's at her dad's right now, and B, I have the dog right behind me, and so the producer Lucy is producing.
There's the producer. Yep.
Aw.
She's out
sleeping on the job.
One dog who didn't escape.
Yeah, the one dog who didn't escape the show.
Because
I had to lock my dog out, or he would be barking at the screen.
Oh yeah. What are all these voices? What's happening?
Yeah, the dog.
No, he would see himself on the screen, and he thinks that there's like an animal in the room, and he panics.
Attack the Tigers.
He's actually started when we watch the Tigers. He has started when he hears like either the ball hit the glove or the ball hit the bat. Like he'll watch and then he'll hear it, and then he'll look at me like, "Do I need to get excited?" I'm like,
"You're not playing." Yeah.
Right.
It's like a kid in the crowd, like throw me the ball.
Exactly. He's like, "I don't know what's going on, but if you get excited, I'm getting excited."
That's good.
Yeah, I like what Dave's saying. I'm a pickup guy, order guy. I like these on my terms. Like I said, if I wasn't doing this right now, I go pick it up myself. But
yeah. No one's criticizing you, Rod. You're fine.
Oh no! I know. No, I'm just saying. Like normally, I'm with you guys. Like I don't like my son DoorDashes everything, and then he will complain about it. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah,
somebody
driving
around in Nissan.
I have a strong aversion to being the old guy who's like, oh, the way the kids do things these days. But yeah, the DoorDash thing does kind of get on my nerves a little bit with my niece and nephew. So you guys don't have any money. What are you doing? Dropping $20 to eat Taco Bell?
That's what I'm saying. Like he spends like $10 more than he should have from Taco Bell instead of just going to get it.
Yeah,
I mean Taco Bell already is
just
expensive.
Get good food from an actual restaurant and then go pick it up. Bam.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The only reason when I lived in East Lansing, I used to DoorDash all the time because with a student account, I had like half
Oh,
off
yeah.
a Dash Pass.
Yeah.
And when
Oh,
my
nice.
friends and I would leave the bar at 2 a.m., we'd be like,
That's also a good reason.
that's the
Yeah,
only reason.
That's a
Yeah,
great.
no,
That is a great reason, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got me there.
Yeah. Not to mention, it's hard to navigate
Ooh.
Lansing at that time of night. So what happened?
Demula.
Brody
Demula
Mumula to the
Rangers.
Texas. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. For $900,000, it's slided at. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
he's going to get more
slotted
than
at.
that.
Oh yeah.
So
Interesting.
maybe not too much more. Maybe 1.5, maybe 2. It depends on what he's willing to take based on the arm injury.
How bad is his arm?
You figure Geese is going to make some money too. His dad was like the Yankees director of pro scouting or something for a long time. He knows the business.
Yeah. I by the way, I do like the pick from Texas Tech for Peyton Bond. Peyton Bond goes to San Francisco.
San Francisco. That's
Of course.
pretty cool.
Go figure.
Yeah,
Go
that's
figure.
fun.
Yeah. That's
Buster got involved there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. My draft tracker's behind a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Peyton Bonds to San Francisco.
It's kind of going in fits and starts where all of a sudden it'll drop like 3 or 4 guys in there all at once. You know?
Yeah,
I'm just going to run, take a break for a second. I will be right back though.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Ugh. All right. The Tigers game is just about to be on the way here, but
Oh, what the hell?
what happened, Mitch?
What? I don't know. Did you lose sound again?
Can you hear me, Mitch? Yeah, it looks like you might have lost sound.
No.
All right, you lost sound. Okay. So, Ashley, you were talking about DoorDash. What was the most insane or thing that you were like, I wish I would have just picked it up, but you had to DoorDash it?
So when I lived in Okemos, there was a Thai place that was like right across the street from me. But to be fair, it wasn't because I was lazy. I would DoorDash because they would give deals. It would be like, oh, 50% off today. So I would DoorDash and it would be cheaper than it would be had I just gone across the street to go get it.
All right, that makes sense. All right.
Fair reason, right?
That's a reason. Yeah. One time, like during I think it was when this is right before like DoorDash became a real big thing. It was it was Uber Eats. No, it was Uber Eats. So we took advantage of the coupon thing, and we really wanted dim sum, and we ended up ordering. The only place was like 45 minutes away, so we waited an hour and a half for dim sum.
But I mean, I would rather DoorDash than like have to drive an hour and a half to go get it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
45 there, 45 back.
Yeah, it was just like, I was doing the math in my head. I'm like, I don't know if I wasted more money than that, but Tigers Alliance Forever. He said you can buy 13 quarter-pound patties at Walmart and make burgers at home. For me, I'm really particular about the burgers I make. I make them by hand. I do all the whole seasoning stuff and all that. So, Max Veal. That sounds like a German. Yeah,
Maxiel. Yeah, it's interesting. He's listed as a senior, but I guess he missed the season for Tommy John surgery. So,
okay.
So
there goes Robbins to the Mets at 92.
All right.
That's,
future Met. Damn it.
That really hurt pick in our draft.
Did it, or what do you have him going?
He took him 27th.
The Mula hurt me, so I.
Oh yeah, that one killed you. Yeah, -64 is gonna hurt. But in your defense, that was before the UCL.
That was true.
How am I doing, Chris? Am I doing?
You are a +5 right now, but Joseph Contreras, you took 44th, and he has not been drafted yet, so you are going to be at least a -40.
Ooh, man, damn it!
Oof.
I thought Contreras was gonna get picked.
He's a Vandy commit. He may go there. He may go here in the next next round or two. I think he's projected somewhere in this range, so we'll see. Still waiting for Archer Horn and Cal Scolari. Those are the only Contreras, Horn, and Scolari are the 3 players we
Scolari brothers.
I'm surprised Horn hasn't gone yet.
He's a Stanford commit, so
yeah.
Keon Johnson.
Oh wait,
Keon Johnson,
yeah, because wasn't it he and Tyler Spangler were both okay? Then okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So Keon Johnson, by the way, just went to Houston.
Yeah. Now, if I'm the Stanford coach, I as soon as Spangler gets taken, I call Horn and say, "All right, we're giving you all the money we were going to give Spangler."
Yeah, Valencia's behind the dish tonight. That's a good thing. Speaking of which, I'm going to put the Tiger game on in the TV. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Valencia as a catcher passable. Like he works with the pitchers well. I think he's a great dude. So he's gonna call a decent game, I think, and he's an okay receiver. His hands are a little bit stiff, and arm is average, and he's not very mobile, right? So
I'm gonna turn the game on right now. I want to watch him.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Mize pitching to him. So Keon Johnson was the guy that Brandon was talking about, right?
Yeah, that was
Gatorade's Georgia High School Player of the Year. Ty Horn, a different Horn.
Nebraska.
Yeah, picture there. So, yeah, we're in that middle, getting up to the 100 range now. Where some of these, if we've done a lot of research, some of these names are familiar, and some of them are like, if I didn't single out that guy out, I don't really know much about him. I'm keeping an eye on the Erie game. It's Josh Randall is pitching for Harrisburg, former Tigers third round pick, I believe.
Old friend.
Maybe Randall will be our 4th round pick.
Cal Randall.
The UCLA reliever.
I think that's a guy that Raj likes.
Yeah, he's got a really nice fastball.
I like the fastball a lot. One of the best fastball qualities in the draft.
And this could be the range where people start taking those pure college relievers, because it's maybe low upside, but you're going to get a big leaguer.
I haven't seen the Texas senior
Rojas? No.
Yeah, is he gone yet?
No, I thought he might go in the second round just in general, not even to be like a huge money saver. So
I'm with you. I don't think he has eligibility, right?
I don't think he does. I don't think so either. Yeah, I think he's. Let's see.
I'm surprised at this point.
Yeah, he turns 23 tomorrow.
That seems like a fun guy at this part of the draft.
So 2 years at UTSA, 2 years at Texas. Yeah, it's it's not like crazy stuff, right? But he knows how to pitch.
I kind of before in all the little mock drafts I would do, I kind of thought they would take him as the money saver in that comp round with 2 preps.
That made some sense. So you thought somebody would do that, right? Like we're to the point.
Well, I have to wonder where Gasparino hasn't gone yet, right?
Oh, Chris Broussard.
Yeah,
Cleveland, of course.
Cleveland took the upfielder. No, Gasparino has not gone. That's another guy with
which is really not a surprise, honestly.
No.
When I watched him when UCLA played MSU, I didn't have any notes on him. Like I watched him and I had no notes, which to me I was like, okay, nothing really stood out about him. I feel like he stood out more at the beginning of the season, and then it was just like, eh.
He was on a crazy heater. It was like a home run every game to start the year.
Yeah,
I just don't feel like the bat's going to play. I don't know.
He strikes me as a guy that'll get into the Dodgers system because that's where his dad works, right? And they'll get him for, in the 5th round or whatever. I don't know when their next pick is. And figure something out.
He's a good center fielder.
The Dodgers many years ago drafted a big giant center fielder who I actually liked, and he ended up with the Mud Hens for half a season, and now I've gone and forgotten his name because it's so long ago. I think it was like the 2015 draft. I have to go look it up. But he was actually like 6'5" and like 240 pounds. Gasparino's pretty skinny, I think.
Mm-hmm. Has Julian Garcia gone yet? I don't think he has. Has he?
I haven't seen that name. Let's see.
That was an arm I liked too.
No,
high school
he's
righty.
Still out there. John Bosco, same as Clark, I think.
Kind of
same
like
as Clark
Jake
and
Clark.
Boston's.
Wasn't that
pick here.
where Cervantes? Did Cervantes go there?
Angel Cervantes, yeah, the
He
Pittsburgh
did,
pick
yeah.
who didn't sign. I think Madchinsky was an interesting guy, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah, he was a prep shortstop from Wisconsin. He's got really good arm strength. I think it was up to 99 across the diamond or across the infield.
That'll play.
They did. They went underslot big in the first round, right? Or they kind of went.
Yeah,
off
that was
board
they went.
with-
They went with a North Carolina shortstop, right?
Yeah, yeah.
a
little bit of a
shocking.
surprise.
In as much as you can be surprised by the MLB draft, yeah, that
true.
was.
This is true.
I mean, yeah, like I don't think anybody had him as a first rounder. Was it Schaffner?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, Josh Randall picks off Seth Stevenson. Boom.
I feel like James Tronstein will go higher than people thought he was going to go to.
Yeah, he's a name that I heard getting some helium. He's Harvard Westlake.
Yeah.
Yes, he's same spot as Rayner. I read from McDaniel that him, Contreras, Joseph Contreras, and one other guy were asking for a lot with signing bonus, so they may end up at campus.
I mean, he's hit exit velocities up to I think like 114, which is crazy. I mean, if he's doing that with ease at his size, like I'm afraid.
Yeah,
I'm afraid you should probably take him.
that California, Los Angeles area baseball is the best in the country, probably. Right?
Oh my
Just
gosh.
so
I
many-
wish I lived in Southern California and could watch all the SoCal guys. Go to the area code games.
Oh yeah.
So the
Carson
big giant
Jazz
center
ball.
fielder, big giant center fielder I was thinking of was DJ Peters. DJ
Hmm.
Peters. So 6'5", 225, legit center fielder. Made it to the big leagues for 70 games. Hit 13 home runs, but batted 197. But and then was on the Mud Hens for half a year.
Ethan Bass is still out there.
Yeah, I mean,
Prosty's still out there.
They're going to take
Norby?
a high school player at some place, right?
Yeah, that's I
No.
keep thinking.
That would be funny. Just 20 college players.
Yeah, just completely blow it up for us. Oh, we didn't know these guys at all. Well, Valencia looked all right behind the plate. I'm kind of watching a Tigers game as well.
My guy Blake Bowen hasn't gone yet.
Yeah.
Outfielder?
I'm sure we can't pay for him anymore, but that would have been a fun one as well. He's kind of a Straw Snyder, Bogenpool,
Oh yeah.
but as a prep, just big time power. Little bit of hit tool concerns.
Yeah, I do wonder like what the Tigers have left to spend here. I was trying to think about that while I was running around.
Well, I'm look at the 61st pick is a slot of 1.5 million, and that's where they took LeBlanc, right?
Yeah, I kind of figured they're in for like 5 million at least already. Probably more like 5.5, something like that.
And then 59 is 1.2, 1.25. I could see them. I'm assuming Fluge's getting slot. I could see them cutting 250 off of LeBlanc, maybe half a mil even. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Oh well, did he go to the combine? Let's see.
LeBlanc,
He
I
probably
think
did. Because there's that rule that you have to if you go to the combine and do your medical testing, they have to give you 75% of slot, which would be
I didn't know that.
I did not know that.
It's the Kumar Rocker rule.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He went to the combine, so the least they can offer him is 1.1427.
Oh, okay.
So they could have saved a few $100,000, and it wouldn't shock me if that's what they give him, or I don't know. We'll see.
Two kind of interesting picks. Brendan Brock, the speedy catcher out of Oklahoma to the Yanks, and then Rojas to the Phillies. Yeah.
Which makes sense because the Phillies have Spangler and they took another.
I think they took Bogan. Let me check.
Yeah, Bogenpool. So yeah, Spangler. They're gonna have to save some money, I think, because he's gonna get more than the 2.75 slot. I think he might be close to 4. I think 3.5, 4.
It's kind of a fun draft class from Dombrowski.
Yeah. Bogenpool is just a huge, I think I mentioned 119 exit velocity at the combine. That's insane
great.
for.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not coming. That's off BP, right? That's not coming off somebody throwing 95. So, yeah, just keeping. I don't know how many people are still with us as we ramble and.
Yeah, the game is on. I'm sure some people are starting to move on with their day here, but
there's one more Tigers pick.
Hold on.
Ethan Taylor to the Mariners.
I went to look for the combine participants, and it killed my draft tracker.
I know I've got so many tabs open right now. I'm afraid to touch anything.
Well, it's normally, man, when I'm doing clips for the minor league stuff, I'll have 4 video windows open and 4 game day windows open, because those are usually like 15 to 30 seconds ahead. So it'll tip me off. I want something's happening, and surprised my computer can handle it. Down here, Nathan, yeah, so. We got the Brewers.
Just kind of locked into McGonigal versus Sanchez here. Fun matchup.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. Maybe the Tigers can treat Sanchez like the Royals did. Seems unlikely, but.
Yeah, probably.
Burling got a hit on that changeup.
Yeah, Burling did get a hit. That'll lead off.
Yeah.
Oh, he just got picked, though.
Did he?
That was a great move to first, though. Holy smoke.
That's going to make me happy.
Matty V, you're about to become the whipping boy. You know how this works. They got rid of Jemai. They're hunting for the next one.
In our Discord, somebody, Burling, you effing idiot.
Yep. That's the only base runner we're going to get all day, and he wasted it.
Oh, Kansas City did hit Sanchez pretty well, so we'll see.
Yeah, he's not completely infallible, but
yeah.
Well, I remember it was Sanchez versus Morton last year on Sunday Night Baseball, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Sanchez was just down on it.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Burling is. We were saying this earlier. The way he swings the bat, it's just been.
Yeah,
I mean, watch lately.
Yeah, his time I think is finally coming up. I mean, when they got the best out of him in 24, and then he was hurt all last year, so you kind of figured like, all right, we'll see if maybe he can kind of get back to that guy, but I'm not sure he was ever that guy. McKinstry is kind of a little bit more of the guy that he should be, like the guy we saw last year was a little bit much, but like just give me the 90 WRC plus, be scrappy, play all over the place. I think people forget too, like McKinstry, tore some muscle off of his hip bone back in April, and then he came back like 3 weeks later. It was like maybe that's why he wasn't exactly tearing it up to start with, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think we learned from Glaber last year, right? Like playing with an injury sometimes is
not
a
worth
lot more deleterious to your skills than people seem to realize.
Yeah, deleterious. Oh,
I like that, Chris.
Word, Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
We apologizing for using
Well, I'm looking it up to make sure I used it right.
No, you did.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah,
I'm the English guy. It's fine.
I just, sometimes they pop into your head, and you're like, huh? Yeah.
Tommy Lepore. I like that idea too.
He's was somebody calling for him, or
somebody. Let's see here. Oh, they have as an idea as a pitcher idea.
He's the LSU guy, right?
TCU, I believe.
TCU. I'm sorry. Yeah. Throws hard.
I think Baseball America had a mock to the Tigers beginning of the year, but
Ryan Cooney. I'm sorry.
No.
Swint. Okay. Oh yeah. If the Tigers could use a reliever like that's fine. So who's right now? It looks like the end of the third round just happened, right?
Yep, just ended. Yeah, right. Ryan Cooney to the Blue Jays.
Are they taking a break in between third and fourth? Probably just keep going.
I would hope they keep going. They took such a long break between second and third.
Yeah. Hopefully they just push through here. Yeah. What time is it supposed to end? Because it's 6:30. Yeah, it seems like they just kind of have to push right through the fourth here and call it a day.
Yeah, you can't really see the TV, break. Unfortunately. I used to have a TV in my office. But
fourth round started, so we're no pausing.
All right, okay. Sweet. So the Tigers will be on the board here pretty quickly then, if this way it goes. Rockies already made a pick. Ben Davis out of Mississippi State.
Yep. Another pitcher. 4-year senior pitcher. Oh. Should save some dough.
Let's see here. Dingler strikes out swinging on a changeup. And the Tigers go quietly they go down 1, 2, 3, but might as well say that.
I'm just glad to see our West Point captain back in the field with a bat in his hand. I was very, very worried about him.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the stitch marks on his hand after that foul ball. I was like, oof.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully there's a little adjustment, like ball your fist or do something a little different. I just don't like that hand just sitting there on your inside of your right thigh. That's not the spot.
It was kind of a freakish thing too, right? The ball came up, right?
No, it went straight down into his hand, like
Oh.
literally like right into the meat between the thumb and the forefinger.
Oh man, horrible.
Yeah, catching sucks, man.
Oh yeah,
much respect to catchers.
Erica Seguda.
I got beat up, and I did not like it.
Oh, my knees are not what they were because of catching for almost 6 years, and then run cross country. That was a bad idea. Don't catch and run cross country, folks.
Oh yeah,
if you're a young athlete, do not do that.
That's tough on the knees for sure.
Yeah. All right.
Although I've always heard cross country was better for you than just like flat ground, or like running on concrete, all that kind of stuff. But
no.
Because there's all the different movements, Rod. You're balancing.
Well, yeah, but but you know what I'm doing for like when I did my miles for the week, I ran on streets.
Oh yeah. I mean that pounding will do it for sure.
Yeah, my buddy Chris, who's a marathon runner, can't run anymore. He had hip surgery.
Oh really? Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's grim.
Yeah, so
I've known a lot of people who had a lot of injuries already. I don't know how I've escaped things for so long. I think it's because I was built like a little willow reed until I was 40, like 140 pounds was like my top, and I'm 6'1". So maybe that helped. But yeah, it seems like everybody I played sports with when I was young, when I finally run into people or go to a reunion or something like that, it's just like the walking wounded out there, man.
Mitch, you played football, right?
Yes, I played football and basketball in high school. I couldn't hit growing up, so I didn't make the little league team, and I was a sore loser about it. But I enjoyed playing football and basketball in high school for sure.
Nice.
Any injuries, any concussions or anything like that?
No, I did. Best injury story: I dislocated my elbow diving for a fumble, and yeah, it was not fun, but. It was good. Yeah, all my buddies said it was the grossest thing they ever seen. I passed out and got up like the Undertaker and ran off the field, and it was flying the other way. So, but it was all good. It was
you just needed one of them to just grab you by the hand and just pull your feet really sharply. You'd have been fine.
Yeah, it was fine. The doctor was like, "I'll put it back in 3," and then just did it right on 3 instead of counting me down. But
yeah. Oh man,
yeah.
Dan there, a goalie and a catcher. Yeah, that's double duty, man.
Wrong drop. Sorry, I meant to play.
There goes Tommy Lepore to the Twins.
Damn it!
Exquisite.
Thank you, Dan. No, I played street hockey too. I was a goalie a little bit, but it didn't. I don't think it affected my knees as much as I thought it did. But anyway,
I quit all sports in 9th grade to pursue drugs and alcohol, and I never had any real bad injuries other than car accident injury. And one time I broke my hand punching a video game.
Oh yeah,
the boxing game or just
the boxing game.
Yeah.
The one where you're supposed to punch it as hard as you can, and I took the glove off, I'll do it harder without my glove, and it was a boxer fracture, they call it, which apparently, there you go.
Oh yeah, yep. I pursued similar pathways in late high school and early college, and yet I was on the golf team, which I thought was a hilarious combo.
I knew
what about you, Ashley? Did you play any sports?
I had to bring punk rock to the golf course a little bit.
I was a cheerleader, and I did gymnastics for a while. But okay, to be fair, when I did cheerleading, it was the competitive cheerleading. So we were forced to do gymnastics.
You're getting tossed around.
I wouldn't consider necessarily the sideline a sport, but the competitive for sure.
Because there's a lot of things that go with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was
doing
a lot
of injuries. Oh man. Yeah, there's a lot of injuries in that. It's crazy what they do. Honestly, those routines are nuts.
I surprisingly never got injured. I don't know how.
Need the right giant bear of a dude down there throwing you around and catching you. I guess is the only way.
We had
a good gig for the big dudes, offensive lineman in the fall, and then
Andrew Giles goes to Pittsburgh.
He's an interesting guy. High school bat out of Nevada, I think the Las Vegas area, who is not very big, but apparently projects for a ton of power. And it's probably a corner outfielder, but something about the bat just jumps, or the ball just jumps off his bat. So
from basic high school.
Yeah, basic high school. I was gonna say we had cheerleading and the pom squad at our school, and the cheerleaders were the relatively good girls. And then the pom squad was just they were the girls who this was their the entree to pole dancing later on.
Wow.
I was wondering where you were.
Harsh assessment. I know. I could not find where that was going to land.
No, I mean they were dancing. They were doing some freaky stuff. We're like, oh, geez.
Oh yeah,
The cheerleaders were kind of barky. I don't know. They yelled. But anyway, Ryan Lujo.
I was a nice cheerleader. I wasn't mean to anybody.
You didn't have a pom squad at your school?
We did, yes, we
Oh,
did. We
okay.
did have the pot, like the dance squad. Yeah.
Were they the whole bags at your school too?
You know what? I don't know why I don't remember anybody that was on that team, but probably.
There you go. Sounds good. Anyway,
Yeah, maybe that's just how it goes. Yeah.
baseball talk.
Dan, I can sympathize with you. I've got some concussion trauma in the background as well, but that's just all from mountain biking, not actual sports.
I have 2 concussions. Well, no, I'm sorry, one concussion. I did play soccer my freshman year. Go for a header against Town Park, and I got hit in the back of the head against the goalpost, and I went fine. So I might have another one. The reason why I think I might have 2 is because I went to go to the dentist. This was not too long ago, and they were. Well, no. Here's what I was explaining. So.
We're going to get into injuries, and we're going to get into dangerous animals that we would prefer to be killed by in a minute. Like where the topics are starting to roll up here.
Yeah, no, but it was. He asked me if I had any trauma based off where my jaw and my teeth were. I was like, just that one concussion. He's like, you might have another concussion because I fell. There was a couple times I fell really hard playing, like when I was used to play floor hockey and stuff like that, and I banged my head a couple times really hard on ice, but. Doing like broom hockey and stuff like that. So,
well, back in the day too, if you weren't unconscious, like no one ever thought you had a concussion. So yeah,
right.
I'm sure I had a bunch. I just clipped trees with my head, and flip
Roman
backwards,
Martin
and
goes to the A's.
all that kind of thing. But
Kevin
all that would happen,
Roberts to Baltimore.
your friends would run away. Oh yeah,
He's same high school as Connor Griffin.
Yeah.
He was supposed to kind of be like a top 10 pick before the year, but
Another monster athlete, but
some big hit tool concerns.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun.
Rod...
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Mitch.
Oh, I was gonna say it's kind of fun for Baltimore having Booth and Roberts as some toolsy outfielders for sure. They kind of like those type of guys though. Honeycutt of the world.
What you say, Chris?
Oh, I was just saying. I thought you got a concussion doing a hockey broadcast, hitting your head on the stands or whatever.
Ooh. That's what it was. Thank you.
So,
yeah.
The concussion made you forget about it. I only have one. It was from my car accident. So there's like a 20-minute window after the crash, maybe longer than that, where I don't remember anything. I came.
Rough.
I was conscious, yelling, "I've got to get my friend out of the car." That's the first thing I remember. And the paramedic was like, "Is there somebody else in the car?" Because the engine was in the passenger seat, so they would have been toast. I was like, "No, why would you say that?" I was by myself, no big deal. They're like, "You've been screaming it for the last 20 minutes." I'm like, "Oh, all right."
Like, it was a concern I had, but no, everything's fine.
No, don't be silly.
So mine was a clean inning there, just 12 pitches to get through the second inning.
Yeah, looks good.
Kind of a classic Casey Mize first inning, right? Where he put 2 on with 1 out and then got out of it. So
yeah, and when he gets out of it, you're in trouble because he's going to lock it in now. Yeah, he really has leveled up this year. I wasn't 100% convinced early on, but he just has the split now. Time in, time out. Seems to have control over both slider types now too. So yeah, we're gonna miss him. We might need to extend him. They should maybe be talking to him about that if they're not going to trade him. I like Reese Olson, coming back, but we just don't know what we're going to get there. And they've got like enough pitching to field the rotation next year, but not nearly any depth. So
is Olson supposed to be back next season?
Yeah, he's out for the year. I think was it labrum?
I think so. Yeah. Or I think it's
rotator cuff something. Yeah.
Rotator cuff. Yeah, one of the ones that used to be like, oof, it doesn't seem to be quite the death knell anymore.
Yeah, it's funny with the Tigers' injuries with pitchers in the minor leagues. It's like, did he have surgery? Okay, then it's probably shoulder. Because you just have no idea really. It's like there are only 2 injury types in the Tigers minor league system for pitchers. They either got surgery and they had TJ, or most likely it's a shoulder problem.
I think we have our first pick of the draft who the MLB pipeline does not have anything on. Doesn't have a name like a capsule for.
Cole Dennis or Cole Land. Oh,
yeah, the Rays pick.
Colin Bland, yeah.
Of course, the Rays find him.
Yep.
Houston High School in Tennessee.
Oh,
I wonder if
Tennessee.
let's see. Baseball America has him at 215 as a first baseman. But he's 6'3", 240 pounds. That's like another the first round pick they had a couple years ago. The kid who had the brain tumor.
Xavier Isaac,
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's nothing on Colin Bland at all. Left-handed hitter, outfielder.
This is another guy.
Guys, 10 picks away.
Yeah, we're getting there.
D. Kennedy for Kansas State for the Cardinals. It's another.
The other Kansas shortstop.
Yeah.
Kansas State, but
Yeah. The one that's in the middle of nowhere, Manhattan.
Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah, it's apparently that's like one of the most boringest drives to get to Manhattan, Kansas.
I believe
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody
Like when you get to like Western Kansas, it starts to get kind of interesting again. But yeah, there's a long stretch where it is not.
Towards Colorado, you can start to see the mountains.
Yeah, yeah. Land starts picking up with some intrigue.
Damn, man. I'm sorry, man.
Baseball bat to the head. Good lord.
Was it a foul ball, man? That sounds horrific.
No, I mean,
Been
I think
in a place I should not have been.
remember we were talking to the old official scorer at West Michigan.
Oh yeah, the guy that moved. The guy. I know the guy you're talking about. Yeah.
I think he moved to Florida or whatever. But he had an interesting story. He would go do these tournaments, I think, in the middle of the country. And there was a bat boy, I think he said, that caught a backswing to the head.
Oh.
And I believe he passed away.
Oh man!
And it was one of those things where there was there happened to be a doctor like right there, and they did everything they possibly could, but it just, it sounds brutal.
That's bad.
So lucky that it wasn't worse, Dan.
No, there's no problem with asking that question. No, I want to know. I'm just tuning in. Can you give me a recap of our picks and opinions of the three?
We can, but we were kind of waiting for the last one to hit, and then maybe we'll kind of go through the whole thing one more time and kind of get to a point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But
Looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far, all good.
We like
Tyson
Fluky.
LeBlanc. Under the hood numbers, great. Love that. That's my favorite part of him.
Yeah. So that'd be like contact in zone and chase rate and all that.
In zone, swing and miss, chase. Yeah.
Yeah. And the Tigers love their contact guys. We've got to control the zone, folks. So yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I mean, I think that was why Ethan Holiday didn't go first overall last year, because his under the hood numbers were not great. Willett's were.
Interesting. I wonder what Jackson Holiday's looked like when they picked him. That's been an interesting thing to watch, just to follow the saga with him.
I can look it up. Well, I can't rate this second. I have access to Synergy, but the person whose Synergy account that I use is probably using it right now, so I'll have to look it up later.
My assistant editor actually works for Synergy as well.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Adam Dubbin. So yeah.
Yeah, I have to do the whole, send a code to the email, text them, hey, can you get me the code?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's cool though. That's like a CIA operation. I need the data. Send the data points to me here.
It's a very useful tool though. I just discovered that you could do the side to side on there. If I wanted to look at a swing change or something, I could take somebody, when they were in college and take them, and when they're in pro ball, and you can slow it down. You do
nice.
slow-mo side by side thing. That's fun.
Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Deliveries
Nice
also,
feature.
you just have to time them up properly.
By the way, Derek Hill, 11 for his last 26 with 3 home runs and 6 RBIs over his last 11 games.
Derek.
Yeah.
Always loved you, buddy. What is he? 30? He's 31 now.
Yeah.
He's got. I mean, that's the draft before Manning, right?
2014. No, 2014
it was
wasn't
before. Yeah, before Bo Burrows.
it? Yeah, 2015 was Bo Burrows and Christian Stewart.
Yeah. So Derek Hill, Spencer Turnbull, Tyler Alexander.
Doesn't it feel like Christian Stewart, you'd almost like just as much have Bo Ankeny? I was just thinking about like the old draft strategy too. It was just like anybody with power, they were like, "Oh, this guy's a first round pick."
That was what they did with Max Scherzer pick.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's a bit of a miss. Yeah.
Carlos Martinez from Hofstra. There's a senior sign for the Giants. Makes sense. Who they picked so far. We're getting to that point where like you look at drafts and okay, yeah. The Giants took two high school pitchers, Carson Bolemon and Kanan White there, so that's probably a lot of money there.
And Flora at 4. Right?
Rico Bronya, there we go.
That's it. Rico Bronya. What did we? Rico
The
Bronya.
Giants do have a lot of fun infield prospects coming up, so it kind of makes sense for them to.
Yeah, that's it's wild that there was all that talk about Posey being enamored with Chalowski. It's like, okay, I get it, but also you have Pena or no, who is it? Hernandez and
Gonzalez and
Johnny Level.
Johnny Level, that's right. And then their first round pick last year, Gavin Keelan.
Gavin Keelan, yeah. Or did they? No, I confuse him with Fiend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here. So they got a lot of guys. They're all below high A, or high A or below. So.
Batista for the Royals. Another high schooler that
I think he's a
pipeline doesn't have.
First base guy, Batista.
I think that's right.
I guess they list him as an outfielder.
That's everybody.
Watching the game and scouting that Derek Hill still very fast. Just beat out an infield single on McGonigal, who had to rush the throw.
They're calling it an error on McGonigal.
Yeah, I guess it could. I mean, it was a poor throw. That wasn't a very good throw either. There, that's the Valencia
steals.
arm right there a little bit.
Yeah.
He's looked actually pretty good behind the plate so far, though. But yeah, there's the flaw.
Third overall pick is a former Traverse City Pit spitter. That's a fun fact from it.
I did not know that.
Hometown love right there. Here we go.
Nice. Thank you, Matt. Of course. Let's see here.
Tigers are 6 picks away.
Wasn't it?
We have any favorites? We gotta fall in love with somebody real quick and then be disappointed when they don't take him.
Who's left? Sheelar.
Oh,
I just want to prep at some point.
Yeah, me
Archer
too.
Horns, Will
I
Brick,
keep watching for Bass and Norby and stuff.
Blake
Bowen.
Bowen, Carson. Did he just go, or no? You're talking about?
No,
him?
I'm sorry.
Not Norby, but Bass.
Carson Bailey, Ethan Bass, Gasparino, Landon Brown, Denton Lord, Bo Holloway. Just going through some of these names.
Is Jake Brown off the board?
Jake Brown,
Yeah.
Yes, I saw
the
him.
LSU outfielder.
He went a little
Yeah,
earlier. I don't remember exactly to who, but
I would love to see
Got him?
Garcia or Tronstein.
Jake Brown with the Mariners, yeah.
challenge that,
Tronstein.
AJ.
Let's see here.
That was a better throw to third from Valencia.
I missed it. Did he get him? Oh no.
Oh, McGonigal dropped it.
Yeah.
Sadao goes.
Actually, that was a good throw. That was right on the money. But yeah, came out.
Is Bass on the board still?
He's still out there.
So
Bass and Horn are still there.
Oh no, he got him.
But did McGonigal drop it?
No, actually no. It just looked like it looked like he snow coned it out, but I guess he was safe.
Yeah, they're sack fly right after that. So
He's got his paw in there just in time. Yep.
Derek Hill.
Derek Hill still doing Derek Hill things.
manufacturer run.
Yep.
What about Henry
Is
Ford? Is Henry Ford still on it?
Yeah, the Virginia guy. Like, yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
that would
got
be
his hand in.
that would be an on-brand pick for the city. But he's a guy who's like It seems like his profile goes down every year. He's in the draft. Like I feel like he was a higher-rated guy last year.
Yeah, I remember that. I was gonna say I remember him being like among the top 100 at least last year.
Calvin Prosky could be a fun one also.
Calvin Prosky.
Right-handed starter for UCLA, 90 to 94 with a good delivery, shapes 4 pitches and throws strikes.
Yeah,
Another one too is LJ Mercurius from Oklahoma.
Oh, the Oklahoma. Yeah, good changeup.
Yeah.
I mean, we are thinking heavily prep, but they probably do need to pack away a whole bunch of college guys to save enough money to spread it around.
Yeah, it may be that they don't take a prep player until tomorrow because they can have.
Oh, there goes
time.
Norby.
Yep.
Yeah. Or
They
Eric.
have time to contact somebody.
Yeah, right.
Three
Get in
picks
touch
away.
and try to shape some deals tonight.
Peyton Graham with a single.
Peyton Graham with his 850 OPS, my guy.
I'm glad he's turning around. He's healthy and.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm glad at least he didn't just end up sucking. He finally got healthy and started making some progress.
Stolen base machine.
Yeah. 48 now. 48 stolen bases, I think.
Yeah, that's insane.
I mean, the pickoff rule certainly changes things, but at the same time, it's still a hell of a lot of bases stolen.
Still fun.
Of course, Seth Stevenson, like not knowing what to do with himself. Like, I got to catch this guy. This is my gig.
Well, and one of the things you notice though is that not everybody else in the Eastern League is taking advantage of the one pickoff rule. Like,
yeah,
I don't know if there's anybody else with more than like 25 steals.
You know, I was talking last week about, like wanting Max Clark to just run wild, like, no matter how many times he gets thrown out, just try and steal as much as possible. And then he got picked off. Just the other day, I was like, all right, keep going though. Keep trying. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
So 2 picks away, the Padres and then the Tigers.
Sheila or Bowen?
Oh,
there's two. There's 2 Bowens. I like the Dylan Bowen too from. I don't think he's from Indiana or Illinois. Yeah. One of those 2.
They haven't gone Midwest yet.
Cade Lewis to the Guardians.
Wait, out of Wake Forest? Yeah, that's the third baseman out of Wake Forest. All right. Let's see here.
2 picks away.
I think that's the guy Bentley was talking about on his show that he liked.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Cade Lewis. Yeah, I think so. I could be wrong. I don't want to.
All right, let's see here.
I'm going to be mad if the Padres take a guy who I want again.
Well, it
2
wouldn't shock
picks
me.
in a row.
They have they kind of go for Robbie Levy, the catcher from George Washington.
Okay, we're safe.
Left-handed hitting catcher.
All right.
So Tigers are up.
Where are the Tigers going to go? Another prep guy or another college guy? Or another college guy or you go prep finally?
We keep expecting a prep, but they're going to have to take a lot of college guys, so it may not happen.
See
here he keeps hitting RBI singles today.
We can grab it in a second.
That's fine. Yeah. As much as exciting as RBI singles from Justice Bigby and Andrew Jenkins are. The draft pick is a little bit more important to me.
I get real sad every time I look at Erie and I'm like, oh, they scored 10 runs. This is going to be a fun one to write about. And then, it's just, an absolute parade of singles and stolen bases. I'm like, well, that's fine, but it's not enough juice.
Any second now. Who could it be?
Who can it be now?
I'm refreshing 3 things at once.
Dominic Pellegrin from first stop out of Holy Cross.
Hey, there's the prep shortstop. My guy.
But he's also not among there, so that's interesting. Not among Baseball America's top 250, but I've certainly heard that name before.
He's 477
on Baseball America.
On Baseball America, yeah.
19. 6'1", 175-pound shortstop and right-handed hitter who stands out for his athleticism, speed, and defensive chops. Wasn't at many high-profile summer circuit events. That fits the Tigers. So the opinions on his pure hitting ability will be mixed. But he has a simple swing with few moving parts and developing strength. He also played in the MLB Draft League where he hit 375, 569, 525 with as many walks as strikeouts in 12 games to go with 11 steals and 13 attempts. He's a plus runner with smooth defensive actions and a chance to be an impact defender. So fits the Tigers. Just maybe not one of those names that people were expecting. But all of that fits the Tigers. Didn't show up in the showcase circuit. They don't seem to care about age as much as a lot of teams. So very fun.
Prep shortstop. It's fun. Yeah. It had to happen eventually. Right-handed hitter though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take that all day. Give me some more right-handed power or right-handed prowess, if you will. Okay, awesome. So I'm going to do my graphic thing here real quick.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm curious if there's. I'm sure Perfect Game has stuff of him out there, but let's check. Yeah. An impressive 22% walk rate. RBI double at 98.6. His line drive rate was 40% in the draft league. There's actually a lot of stuff from him from the MLB Draft League, so that's helpful.
I was going to say I should write an article doing like a recap of the day, but I would like to check Synergy first so I can get all the peripheral numbers on everybody.
Yeah. Get that deep dive. I mean, sometimes everyone wants to be first, but being best is best. So yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
Sorry, I keep retweeting stuff.
It's all good.
But yeah, you got picture. You got him hitting.
Oh, Contreras, Paul Contreras went to the from Cal State. Went to the Yankees.
That's not. Yeah, that's
I know. It's not. I know. Yeah, I know that because he's out of Georgia. But I was just saying, there's the other Contreras that was a part of the draft. Yeah.
And Dylan Mariano.
Mariano.
2 straight.
Oh, Derek Hill.
There's so many French guys in the draft.
What did he do now? Did he stop a?
What did he do?
Rob a hit.
Yeah, took one out of the gap.
God damn it!
Wow.
Dave Dombrowski's like, I got my guy back.
Yeah. It took a long time, but I finally got him.
Yeah.
And he's finally healthy.
That was a pretty nice catch.
Nice.
Diving into the morning track.
470. You said he was ranked.
Oh wow. Geez, that was a good play. That was a sinking quail out there from McKinstry too.
Hat tip.
Yeah.
You know, Riley
All
Green
right.
does that all the time. He's just not going anywhere near that fast.
All right. So what is everybody's overall thoughts on the draft? Now we can kind of wrap things up a little bit.
It's interesting. I think that 4th pick is the only one that kind of fits their MO so far this year. So it's interesting to see them kind of switch things up. I like both of the arms a lot, and you get some safety with a college bat there in LeBlanc who can play on the infield, and then you take your swing with a prep high school hitter that you trust your scouts on, right? Like a guy wasn't at the showcase circuit. Maybe you're getting a deal here. It's a solid haul for me for a team that didn't have a ton of bonus pool to play with. I think they've got some potential, impact talent.
I think Fluky's someone we can really get excited about. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. No, I was just gonna.
I think it worked out. It was expecting a Tyler Spangler or Aiden Ruiz or Taj Marchand pick, but I think the upside with Fluky, is there and something to be excited about.
For sure. I feel like every year, like every single time you read like one of the mock drafts, it's never correct.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Tigers, again, like they don't care about fame. They don't care about, all they care about is who, like the order of their draft board. I love the Fluky pick. I love the LeBlanc pick. Dempsey looks exciting. I don't know anything about Pellegrini. I'm going to have to do some research on him. But yeah, overall, I'm super happy with day one. I like it. I like that they changed it up a little bit profile-wise.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Like, we all had pretty much the same expectations for what the Tigers have tended to do. And, they subverted all those expectations. I really like Fluky. Really nice looking arm. Looks like there's a lot they can do with him too, stuff wise. And throw strikes. I'm sure there's command work that needs to be done, but just to have that for the first pick, and especially with I don't like to draft for need, but they do need pitching, and so I think it just kind of aligned nicely there. And yeah, I think Dempsey's a pretty interesting arm too. That's a pretty snappy, almost sidearm delivery there with pretty good power stuff. So we'll see what they can do with him. And then I'm happy with LeBlanc. He seems like a pretty well-rounded shortstop. And adding a right-handed bat there, and then adding a right-handed bat there in Pellegrini. It seems like a good idea, but again, I don't know a whole lot about him either. So, I would caution everybody out there like listening to us to not like get too crazy with your opinion one way or the other yet. These things take a little bit of time for everyone, to dive in and take a look at the underlying metrics, and you'll see like a lot more in-depth pieces by Sunday and Monday. And that's when it's a little bit easier to start forming a little more coherent opinion, and and then we'll just see how it goes.
I feel like Fluky looks like he's a very like uncomfortable at bat, which I like. I feel like when you're looking at pitchers, you look at deception, and then you look at command, and then you look at velocity. And I feel like the deception is big with him.
Yeah,
with the high release point also.
Yeah, long limbs, and just a big cat too, like coming over the top at you.
Still.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like
Garcia.
Not to study his legs too closely, but he looks like he could add quite a bit of muscle still. And that would help him. That would help him spinning off and some of the other just little mistakes that he seems to make.
I think it's just great value. I mean, he was a top 5 to 10 pick projected before this season, and the injuries and being able to scoop him up at 22. I mean, I think there's high floor and a high ceiling with the pick.
Yeah, and it seems like they kind of let this come to them, which is kind of nice, because we know kind of what their profiles are and what they like, and they didn't force that. They took what they could get where it was, where it was available, and just kind of let the draft kind of dictate that to them. And then, when you're picking this far down with a small bonus pool, that's probably what you need to do. It'll be really interesting to see, what they can do, and if they can kind of scrape together the usual deep collection of JUCO and prep guys who just want to play right away, again, with the limited money that they have, this year.
Chris, what are your thoughts before I close it out?
I already gave my thoughts.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry, I was something else.
We're all out of thoughts now.
Okay. Well, I will say this. I was pleasantly surprised with the Tigers' way they were addressing needs this time. They didn't really – they zigged when everybody thought they were going to zag kind of thing. Everybody thought their mother was Aiden Ruiz. So I like the fact that the Tigers, as you guys said earlier, addressed a position of need. Now, tomorrow will be an interesting day where I'm sure they have some guys in mind already that are going to be high school guys or what have you. But overall, Funky is really – I'm really excited about Funky because it just gives the Tigers another funky gives them another right-handed arm that they really need to develop. They can develop it. They can develop right away. I think he's going to be impactful right away. As you said, Brandon, you're correct. You can't, we don't like doing draft grades. I think draft grades are stupid because I think it's just, especially baseball, it's just so hard to do, especially with all the variables that's going on.
It's a thing that you just do, but you'd never like back it up, like 2 years later.
Precisely. So the Tigers are holding a press conference for those the MLB. So soon after the team's final pick, it's going to be commercial. It's going to be available on Zoom. So we'll see what's going on with that. But other than that, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for listening the entire time. If you stuck around, Chris, Brandon, everybody who was with guests today, thank you so much for bringing on Ashley again. Thank you. This was. Yeah, so this will be, you can find the audio version. I don't think we're going to be streaming the audio version, but you can find it on YouTube. It's just ridiculous if I load it up. But check out all our work at TigersMLReport.com. There will be some write-ups coming out for sure. Day one summary from one of us here in the next probably, a couple hours or so. But, yeah, what were we going to say? Somebody said something? Oh.
I don't know. Nice to meet you guys. Nice to meet you, Ashley. Heard a lot about you.
Nice to meet
too,
you,
Mitch.
finally.
Nice to meet you. You too.
So, yeah. So, Chris, any final thoughts before we get out of here?
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We'll probably do something either tomorrow night or we'll maybe put it into the normal Monday show, recapping tomorrow's 15 selections. But, I don't know. It's fun. Now maybe you can get back to the Tigers and they figure out a way to beat the Phillies tonight.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough battle tonight. So keep it classy, everybody. We'll talk to you soon. Have a good night, everybody.